Chapter 1. My Life Skills Proficiency. When Zhou An woke up, he found himself equipped with a sizable iron dagger. Dressed in black attire, wearing a black hat, with tall boots, a chaotic flood of memories surged through his mind, confirming his assumption had traversed into another world. Now, 10 years had passed in the Great Chu kingdom. His current identity was that of a constable in Indignation County, orphaned, as is customary for a transmigrant. Without parents before crossing over, and still without them now, it's quite the predicament. Rubbing his dizzy head, Zhou An struggled to stand. Yesterday, he had indulged in raucous drinking with colleagues, and today he was to report for duty with remnants of that intoxication, thinking he could catch a brief nap, only to have dozed off to the point of oblivion. Beside him, several colleagues lay sprawled over their tables, sleeping like logs. After sorting through the muddled memories in his head, Zhou An realized that this world he had entered was anything but simple. In the 10th year of the Great Chu, strange occurrences had begun to surface. These abnormalities were unspeakable, bizarre, and grotesque. The Emperor Xingwu had established a bureau of strange affairs to oversee the martial and the uncanny. In short, it seemed perilous. I initially intended to be a constable, earning a modest salary and eventually marrying and settling down. Why does it now feel so dangerous? Combining the snippets of knowledge from his memories, Zhou An found that these abnormalities closely resembled the specters depicted in the novels of his previous life. As for his current state, it could be aptly summed up in 5 words. No money, no power. With nothing to his name, his life hung by a thread akin to a rootless weed. Zhou An sat down with an expressionless visage, summoning inwardly. System? Silence. Papa System? Still no response. Son of the System? A profound quiet enveloped him. After a moment of realization, Zhou An confirmed that besides the typical occurrence of transmigration, there were no additional features. Well, at least he was officially employed, albeit in the most menial capacity. In layman's terms, he was merely a wage laborer. Never mind. With a lingering haze in his head, the disorienting effects of his hangover were particularly distressing. Around him, several constables remained collapsed over their tables. With a heave, Zhou An stretched out his arms and succumbed to slumber once more. And thus, he slept until the afternoon. When he eventually stirred, he noticed that his colleagues had risen before him and were engaged in their own pursuits, chatting, sipping tea. The patrol of constables was on a rotating schedule when off the clock. This place resembled a social hub for tea and chatter. Old Zhou, you were boasting yesterday about being able to drink endlessly, yet today you're the last to wake. A young constable brought over a pot of tea and placed it beside Zhou An. Zhou An sipped it. The taste was average, slightly bitter. Old you lot practically drowned me last night. Even a divine wine drinker would succumb. The young constable, named Yu Hang, had been a childhood companion of Zhou An. They had played together since the days of breeches and boyhood, even living next to each other. Enough, enough! I'm aware of your drinking capacities. You should head home. I have to seek out my private tutor. Yu Hang waved a hand dismissively. After 3 years of examinations, aren't you done yet? Zhou An poured himself another cup of tea. To say Yu Hang was merely a constable was an understatement. It was a side occupation. His true ambition lay in passing the imperial examination to attain an official position. In the previous dynasty's regulations, constables were barred from taking the examination, as were many other specialized professions. However, those were the laws of the old regime and could not bind the current era. 10 years into his reign, Emperor Xingwu abolished such regulations, allowing all citizens of the Great Chu kingdom to partake in the examinations, which had been changed to an annual event. Moreover, he simplified the examination process, mandating that individuals merely attend a unified test each year, graded by the emperor himself based on merit. This decree stirred immense excitement among the populace. For a time, the pursuit of literature flourished. Yu Hang had leveraged his salary to forge connections, but the struggle was real. Most of his earnings went to his tutor. After each shift, he would discreetly immerse himself in intensive study. As time passed, this had become a routine. Still striving after 10 years? Enough of that for now. Let's enjoy some tea to ease your hangover. You'll feel at ease knowing you're all right. I'll be off to study for a while. Yu Hang gave Zhou An a reassuring pat on the shoulder and made his way to a corner, extracting an aged book from his cloak and engrossing himself in it. Feeling a persistent headache, Zhou An opted to resume his slumber atop the table. This time he slept until shift change. Heading out, old Joe, let's drink together next time. Stop bragging, old Lee. Who was it that collapsed after just 2 cups yesterday? I simply caught a chill. Normally, I could drink 10 times as much as you. Shift change always brought cheer. Much like wage earners, who find the greatest joy during weekends. As colleagues bid farewell, the room soon stood empty. Zhou An and Yu Hang walked to the entrance of the county office, where Yu Hang finally departed with his book. I need to grab some supplies and cook when I get home. Zhou An turned toward his residence. As the saying goes, a man is like iron, and rice is like steel. One becomes anxious when a meal is missed. Given his current salary, he could occasionally treat himself to a meal out, but frequent dining at restaurants was unmanageable. On his way home, he passed through a narrow alley bustling with various vendors. Stalls selling vegetables, rice, and oil lined the path. The sounds of bartering and conversation echoed all around. The essence of market life filled the air. At the butcher's, Zhou An purchased half a pound of pork belly. He didn't request the vendor to chop it into smaller pieces, nor did he attempt any dramatic tricks. He then proceeded to the rice shop to buy some rice and haggled with a vegetable vendor for what seemed an eternity, before finally carrying the meat, rice, and vegetables back home. Zhou An's dwelling was situated in a secluded alleyway where few residents resided. Though remote, it offered some semblance of shelter. This was his parents' legacy, not merely his abode. Sharing this space was his aunt, who stood 5 feet tall, with a similarly broad waist, her face marred with rolls of flesh. Having nowhere else to go, she had forcibly settled in Zhou An's home. And as if simply residing wasn't enough, she meddled in his affairs, spending her days idly. Zhou An's former self had often been driven to exasperation whenever he suggested she find her own place. She would erupt into tears and cause a scene. Ultimately, he did manage to live alone. His aunt had perished while feigning a suicide attempt, accidentally kicking away the stool beneath her life extinguished. A neck fracture and a severed spine, such a dramatic demise would never pass muster in television dramas. Zhou An had done his part, organizing her funeral, and now, this home belonged solely to him. Creak! The wooden door was pushed open, the sound raspy and unpleasant. As the sun dipped low, dusk settled in. Zhou An lit the oil lamp and, after rinsing the meat, vegetables, and rice in the kitchen, placed the pork on the chopping board. Having lived alone in his previous life, he was quite adept at culinary endeavors. Grabbing the knife that was propped nearby, Zhou An intended to prepare a stir-fried pork dish to savor the flavors. The knife had dulled over time after some struggle. He resorted to a whetstone and began to sharpen it with water. After several minutes of honing, once the blade gleamed with a sharp sheen, he returned to the chopping board. Many struggle to slice meat. Not only does it become unappealing, but the process can prove arduous. To properly carve meat, one must consider the muscle fibers, making it not only easier to slice, but also preventing it from falling apart. Zhou An held the knife firmly, bringing it down onto the pork. The sharpened blade cut through with improved ease, and as he prepared to continue slicing, a line of text appeared before his eyes, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Knife Skills LV.1 110,000. Chapter 2. A surge in proficiency. My golden finger has arrived, Zhou An declared as he set down the kitchen knife, washed his hands, and calmly rubbed his eyes. Knife Skills LV.1 110,000. He was certain this was not an illusion. The scene before him was undeniably real. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of déjà vu about it. After pondering for a moment, Zhou An picked up the kitchen knife once more and made a horizontal cut through the pork with the blade. Knife Skills 1. Knife Skills LV.1 210,000. Smack. He tossed the knife aside. Zhou An realized that this was a mini-game he had created in his previous life, known as the life system. As the name implies, it was designed to grind one's life skills that in his former existence. There was an indie game developer who created a similar game focused on honing life skills, which became a tremendous success online. Zhou An had merely followed suit, resulting in a modest profit. His certainty that it was a game from his past life stemmed from the LV1 that followed. He could not copy the original verbatim, so he added some levels at the end. While others placed their LV1 at the front, he positioned his at the back. Moreover, he included additional elements. With each transformation, one would gain a special ability, the nature of which even he, the creator, did not know, as he had devised a plethora of flashy capabilities assigned randomly. Each level increase would also expand the limits of proficiency. Zhou An now firmly believed that his golden finger originated from himself. Had I known it would be like this, I would have designed a game that was invincible from the start. Who could have anticipated a transmigration? Who could have foreseen that after crossing over, one would be endowed with the games of their past life? Gazing at the proficiency bar, Zhou An felt a twinge of discomfort. The intention behind the game's design was to immerse players in grinding, deriving pleasure from the process. Yet for himself, he could only encapsulate his feelings in one phrase. Every cause has its effect. Your retribution is my own. Let us grind. At least it's a golden finger. Reflecting on the perilous nature of this world, Zhou An believed that the abilities acquired with each level increase could afford him a comfortable existence. But the prerequisite was grinding. Zhou An silently picked up the kitchen knife from the table and took a deep breath. In my past life, I was renowned for having a person residing within my grind. Whoosh! The knife fell upon the cutting board as Zhou An placed the meat down and once again lifted the knife. Meticulously slicing. Knife skills won a line of text floated before him. Zhou An felt that this time he truly needed to emulate Lu Tihua, diligently preparing the minced meat that I in the dead of night. With the moon shining brightly and the stars sparse, the sound of chopping echoed through the secluded alley. The following day, the sun rose crimson from the east, casting a fervent glow over the desolate streets. The bustling city soon came alive with noise. Zhou An set down the kitchen knife, sat on a chair, and tilted his head back. His arms felt immensely sore. He had chopped through the night without rest. The cutting board was covered with finely chopped vegetables, meat, and rice, and he had even reduced half of the cutting board itself to bits. The knife had dulled, carelessly discarded nearby. New text appeared before him. Knife skills, speed 1, LV2, 120,000. He had no idea how many cuts he had made throughout the night. Initially, each cut would yield a slight increase in proficiency, but as he progressed, the increments became increasingly sluggish. This was a consequence of his own design. To prevent certain relentless players from graduating too soon, he had imposed this setting. What on earth have I created? Life was not easy. And Zhou An sighed that an inexplicable current coursed through his body, swirling and reverberating, granting slight relief to his aching right arm. It's almost time for roll call. Waiting until his arm felt somewhat better, Zhou An finally stood up. Roll call was akin to clocking in for work. Having not slept all night and not even eaten, his stomach grumbled with hunger. There was no time to cook. So he donned his attire and headed out to a breakfast stall for a quick bite. Before leaving, he instinctively picked up the kitchen knife and waved it casually. In midair, a shadow flickered past. And when the knife returned to the cutting board, he barely comprehended how he had swung it. With his knife skills reaching LV2, the additional speed one applied solely to his knife proficiency. With no other benefits. Just an increment, and I've gained such speed. If I keep grinding, I'll strike it rich. With his golden finger in hand, Zhou An felt elated. After finishing breakfast, he made his way to the county office for roll call. Today, it was not yet his turn for street patrol. After the roll call, it was back to the usual routine. Zhou An settled in his room, poured himself a cup of tea, and savored it slowly. His life was rather leisurely. Without the presence of the bazaar, he felt this existence was far superior to his previous life. After all, the end of the universe was merely a bureaucratic position. Although the position of constable was the lowest tier, at least it was a government job. 2 words. Comfort that as he finished his tea, colleagues began to trickle into the room, engaging in idle chatter while sipping tea. Yu Hang was the last to arrive. Upon entering, he plopped down beside Zhou An with a sigh. The Drunken Spring Tower in Anning County doesn't have much in terms of activity. I'll teach you a bit. Like this and that. Zhou An was engaged in casual conversation with the constable beside him, discussing topics that only men would understand. Hearing Yu Hang's sigh, Zhou An looked over, curious. Did you arrive too late yesterday and get scolded by the private tutor? Despite Yu Hang being one who hired the tutor himself. Since the reforms of Emperor Wu, the literary world had flourished, and private tutors had become increasingly sought after. Arriving late inevitably resulted in a verbal reprimand, to why Yu Hang shook his head. Not exactly. The tutor merely said I should come earlier in the future, if I arrive late. He wanted to teach me. Zhou An was even more puzzled. Wasn't he at the case before that as long as it wasn't too late at night, he would still teach? In the past, even if one arrived after dinner, the tutor would still offer lessons. But today seemed different at Yu Hang's side again. Recently, strange occurrences have been reported on the street where the tutor lives. He worried I'll return too late. What strange occurrences? Zhou An inquired. They say that when someone passes by, they encounter a gray rat that behaves like a person, even clasping its paws together in greeting. After returning home, the person fell ill. Yu Hang spoke in a subdued tone that I end their line of work. One could afford to slack off, but not to neglect entirely. While one could turn a blind eye during a lull, genuine absence would spell trouble. I guess I'll have to skip dinner and go, Yu Hang lamented. Zhou An patted Yu Hang's shoulder in consolation. That moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Zhang Shirya, a man in his 50s with a long beard and a slender build, entered the room. Everyone, grab your gear. We're heading out. Chapter 3. The strange occurrence heading out signified that something had happened. Generally, in everyday situations, street patrol constables would handle minor issues, for both public and private matters. Following protocol sufficed. However, in the event of a significant incident, all constables would be summoned to act together. Zhou An and his colleagues were often lounging about, drinking tea and chatting, primarily to prepare for unexpected situations. The county office funded their existence, essentially maintaining a military force for a time of need. Having served alongside the county magistrate for many years, Zhang Shirya was a seasoned individual who promptly notified the others and hastily exited. The constables in the room immediately ceased their chatter, placed their teacups down, and strapped on their knives, filing out of the room one by one. Zhou An and Yu Hang followed closely behind. In the courtyard, a throng of people gathered. Leading them was the head constable, surnamed Xie, a robust figure. It was said that in his youth, he was a formidable fighter in the martial world, wielding a knife with dazzling speed. Xie Constable. Let us move quickly, Zhang Shirya reminded, stroking his beard. Xie Constable bore a scar that stretched from his brow to his chin, a souvenir from a fierce battle against several river bandits in his youth, where he single-handedly vanquished them all. Once everyone had assembled, Xie Constable adjusted his long knife at his waist and took a few steps forward, addressing the crowd. We're heading to Huyang Alley. With that, Xie Constable took the lead. The constables felt puzzled, unaware of what had transpired, yet no one dared to ask, for in these times, the one who queries often bears the brunt of misfortune. Huyang Alley was not particularly lively in Anding County. But it was not entirely secluded either. It was certainly more bustling than Zhou An's residence. Zhou An followed the crowd into Huyang Alley. He was met with a sight of throngs of people crowding both inside and out, layers upon layers of onlookers. Akin to a meat sandwich that in this era, unlike his previous life with Wi-Fi and smartphones, there were only two ways to pass the time: crafting effigies or observing spectacles. One could only craft effigies at night, leaving daytime for mere amusement. Such a densely packed scene was utterly commonplace. The county office is conducting an investigation. Please disperse, Xie Constable, seasoned and authoritative, called out. The previously raucous crowd fell silent in an instant. From where Xie Constable stood, the silence spread until it reached the last citizen, leaving the entire alley devoid of conversation. The presence of the constables held significant sway, especially with their uniforms, making the citizens averse to mingling. With a rush, the crowd scattered, transforming the once cramped alley into an open space. Before Zhou An's eyes lay the unfolding scene that in the center of the alley. Several constables stood with long knives in hand. While on the ground knelt a disheveled male corpse. The corpse was positioned in a kneeling posture, hands clasped together, bowing towards a specific direction. The sight was exceedingly bizarre, sending chills down one's spine. Xie Constable approached with his as they drew nearer. Zhou An could see that the corpse's chest had been gruesomely opened, revealing an empty cavity where its organs had been removed. When an ordinary person encounters such a scene, they might immediately brace themselves against a wall and vomit. Zhou An had mentally prepared himself for this moment, even contemplating what excuses he would offer when he inevitably retched. Yet now, it seemed merely a mundane affair. Last night, while engaging in his meat-cutting practice, he had not paused for an entire evening. The flesh had been sliced into thin pieces, shredded into strands, and ultimately reduced to a pulpy mass. Even after reaching that point, he continued to chop away, and by the end, he had grown somewhat numb to the act. Now, gazing upon the male corpse, its innards hollowed out, Zhou An felt only a mild sense of nausea. "Sir, the situation is as follows." The constable stationed here meticulously recounted the events, causing Captain Xie to furrow his brow deeply. This morning, patrolling constables had received reports from the townsfolk and rushed over, only to discover the male body in a most peculiar state of demise. Upon thorough examination, it was revealed that the corpse bore no signs of struggle, and the rigidity of the body suggested it had maintained this posture even before death. Strangely, there was no blood on the ground, and the innards had been entirely removed. Logically, the agony of having one's innards extracted would surely leave traces of resistance, yet none were found. It was as if all had been consumed, even the blood completely drained away. This bizarre manner of death led the constables to believe they might be ill-equipped to handle it, prompting them to report to the county magistrate. Upon hearing the details, Captain Xie's frown deepened further. "First, let us transport the body back for an autopsy. If that proves insufficient, we shall escalate the matter to the Town Bureau of Anomalies." The Town Bureau, established by Emperor Xingwu, was specifically tasked with addressing strange and supernatural phenomena, while also overseeing the martial underworld. Backed by imperial authority, no department dared to intervene within the realm of the anomalous or the oversight of the martial world. The constable nodded in agreement. Captain Xie assigned several individuals to transport the body. Zhou An and Yu Hang lingered at the back, opting not to partake in this grim task, and rejoined the crowd as they returned to the magistrate's office. Upon their return, there was little else to occupy their time. The autopsy would naturally be conducted by the coroner. If it truly were a matter of the supernatural, it would be reported to the Town Bureau, thus absolving the magistrate's office of further involvement. Zhou An resumed sipping his tea. Meanwhile, Yu Hang lamented his predicament, bemoaning the troubles brought on by the gray rat's worship, which now prevented him from enjoying dinner, as he had to rush to his teacher's home for study. Zhou An engaged in idle chatter, yet his thoughts remained fixated on the male corpse encountered earlier, the gray rat's worship and the hollowed-out body, both strikingly similar in their postures of supplication. Was there a connection? Zhou An could not say. He lacked the expertise to delve into such matters. After all, how much could one earn in a month? Was it worth risking one's life over? The Town Bureau was there to safeguard against such threats, so there was no need to endanger oneself. That it was wiser to develop one's skills cautiously. Honing one's craft was paramount. Just lie flat. Once a person finds themselves idle, time swiftly slips away. The designated time for dispersal arrived. Joyous laughter filled the air as everyone exchanged farewells and departed the magistrate's office. Yu Hang dashed away, even foregoing dinner, merely acknowledging Zhou and before hastening toward his tutor's residence. Zhou An, as per his usual routine, ventured out to procure meat, vegetables, and rice, preparing to return home for more cutting practice. To engage in cutting was essential. Otherwise, his proficiency would stagnate, a principle Zhou An had established from the outset. He could hardly slice through his own dwelling, nor could he venture out to carve up passers-by, for such audacity would surely land him in jail. This time, Zhou An was shrewd. He first prepared a hearty meal, ensuring he was well fed before taking the cleaver to the cutting board, placing the meat before him. Let us practice for 2 hours first. A single night of practice was inadequate. After all, one must sleep. Although attaining level 2 in his cutting skills had bestowed him with a surge of energy, prolonged wakefulness would render even that advantage moot. With this thought in mind, Zhou An began meticulously slicing the meat. With the advancement to level 2, his speed had increased, causing his left arm to sway slightly, transforming the cleaver into a blur of motion. Skill level 1. The text before him flickered ceaselessly, and his proficiency soared that moment. However, Zhou An was abruptly struck by a chilling gust of wind. Chapter 4. The blade becomes a white line, the aurora shadows when a person is engrossed in earnest concentration. 2 phenomena may arise. The first is an utter inability to be distracted, regardless of the surrounding clamor. The second is that even the faintest sound can disrupt one's focus. Zhou An belonged to the latter category. The door to his room was securely shut, and the windows tightly sealed. There was neither wind nor rain outside. The sudden onset of a cold breeze was inexplicable, prompting Zhou An to set down the cleaver and turn a glance behind him. This was an instinctual reaction. When one feels the wind upon them, it is natural to turn or bow one's head. Inside the room, the flickering light of the oil lamp cast shadows throughout the small space, creating an ambience of intrigue. Were it not for the white cloth draped from the beam above and the figure suspended from it, perhaps a poet might have been inspired to compose verses. Yet in its presence, the scene took on a different tone. From the beam hung a length of pallid fabric, knotted tightly, upon which dangled a corpulent woman, measuring 5 feet in height and width alike. Her complexion was a ghastly shade of gray, her eyes bulging like brass bells, mouth agape with her tongue protruding, the fabric constricting her neck to an elongated form. The bell-like gaze lacked focus. Yet Zhou An felt as though those eyes were fixated upon him. Aunt. The memories in his mind identified her as his aunt, the very woman who had feigned hanging herself, ultimately leading to her own demise in a fit of dark comedy. Yet he distinctly remembered personally overseeing her burial, ensuring she received a grand send-off. How could she possibly appear here now? Was it haunting? It certainly seemed so to no. It was unequivocally. A corpse that had been interred now manifested from the beam. And in a grotesque manner, Zhou An's mind raced with a singular word: anomaly. Anomalies are those that defy the natural order. This was Zhou An's first encounter with the supernatural, and it was with a former relative. Sending a shiver down his spine that in times of tension, one often feels compelled to act. Hence, almost instinctively, he seized the cleaver from the table, aiming it at the figure hanging above. Listen here, when you passed, I ensured you were given a splendid burial. Do not cause a scene here, or I shall strike you down. Can one communicate with the supernatural? Zhou An knew not. Yet he felt the need to utter something to alleviate the mounting tension. If only he had a mobile device to play a cheerful tune, perhaps he would feel less anxious that in the past, while watching horror films, he had often resorted to such distractions. Crack! Just as Zhou An finished speaking, the previously motionless figure of his aunt suddenly stirred. Her pallid eyes flickered, the unfocused pupils locking onto the cleaver in Zhou An's hand. Her purplish limbs lifted, seizing the white fabric around her neck and yanking it upward with a forceful motion. Her rotund body plummeted to the floor with a thud. In that absurd moment, Zhou An felt a significant portion of his fear dissipate. Aunt, you have always been a comedic figure in life. Even in death, your demise is steeped in humor, and you seem to have yet to relinquish that identity. Zhou An mused. The aunt, landing face down, appeared to find the position shameful, her body quivering slightly. She raised her head at a 90-degree angle. Scrambling toward Zhou, and with an almost spider-like agility, her arms scrambling as she approached rapidly, emitting a wailing cry. "Give me money! Give me money! Give me money!" Zhou An was taken aback. Memories flooded his mind, revealing that his aunt had requested money from him more frequently than she had eaten meals. Instantly, he became alert. That simply would not do. His funds were earmarked for groceries and practice. How could he possibly part with them for his aunt? Absolutely not, Zhou An asserted with utmost seriousness. I can spare many things, but not money. Give me money. The aunt's cries grew increasingly anguished as she reached Zhou An, her body leaping into the air like a ball. Now that she was close, he could even see the decayed flesh within her mouth. I've told you, money is out of the question. Zhou An could no longer contain his frustration. The very first encounter after reuniting, and she was already demanding money. What would follow? The thought was too unsettling to contemplate. In a moment of clarity, as his aunt lunged towards him, Zhou An's hours of practice manifested in a flash of insight. The cleaver sliced through the air, leaving a trail of white light in its wake. In the dimly lit room, a thin, brilliant line emerged. The line was razor-thin, the blades edge-sharp. The ant's body was sent careening backward, akin to a ball colliding with a wall before rebounding to the ground. A massive gash appeared across her torso, stretching from her left shoulder to her right abdomen. Yet, as the blade struck, she seemed entirely oblivious to the pain. Her round, rotund belly bounced against the ceiling, her hands grasping at the roof, hanging upside down. "Give me money, give me money, give me money," she mumbled incessantly, devoid of any emotional depth, akin to a mechanical automaton. Zhou An was incensed, his entire being trembling with rage. I said no means no. The energy within him surged. flowing from his abdomen into his right arm. Zhou An raised the cleaver, the energy propelling it, summoning forth a brilliant flash. The oil lamp flickered, casting erratic shadows throughout the room. The blade gleamed, emitting a radiant white light from its edge. Although it appeared as if nothing had changed, Zhou An could distinctly feel the energy enveloping the cleaver-esque blade. "Give me money!" His aunt, resembling an oversized spider, lunged once more at Zhou An. Whoosh! Zhou An's strike was as swift as lightning. The increase in speed, though seemingly slight, rendered him a vastly different opponent compared to his former self. Before the ant even touched the ground, Zhou An had unleashed a flurry of 10 strikes. He recalled a question he had once encountered. How many pieces can one divide a cake into with 10 cuts? In this instance, there was no need for calculation. Lying silently on the ground were 56 versions of his ant. The room fell eerily silent, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. Zhou An was contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to finally chop the Andes, transforming the 56 figures on the ground into mere ashes. With the crisis thoroughly averted, Zhou An exhaled in relief. Andes are truly comedic figures throughout their lives, he mused, setting down the kitchen knife to pick up the broom and dustpan from the corner. After sweeping up the ashes and disposing of them, he reflected on the bizarre act of dividing something into 56 parts that in the past, if asked how he would feel about such a task, Zhou An would undoubtedly have expressed revulsion. However, after experiencing the act of cutting meat, he discovered that his adaptability was remarkably strong. Aside from a slight sense of disgust, he felt little else. Let us keep grinding, he thought, feeling a surge of urgency that he finally understood that the so-called proficiency in life skills, along with the special effects gained from leveling up, was exceptionally potent. The night was tranquil. The sound of the knife striking the cutting board echoed through the room once more. Chapter 5. The proper cooking posture that night. Zhou An managed only 2 hours of sleep, but he realized that the flow of energy within him could stave off fatigue. Yet 2 hours of sleep each day remained undeniably necessary. Perhaps when his energy expanded, he could forego sleep entirely, but for now, that was not feasible. After a brief period of intense effort last night, the results were quite fruitful. Knife skills LV2, speed 1 1582 20,000, as one ascends in proficiency. The grind becomes increasingly arduous at this pace. If he were to dedicate 2 hours each night, it would take him over 10 days to reach LV3, yet he could not neglect his duties as a constable. He needed to earn a living. After all, he was not a chivalrous hero from a tale who gallivanted around without sustenance to eat. One must have money that he certainly could not resort to robbery with a knife. Following his usual routine, Zhou An rose early that day, prepared a delightful breakfast, and, after savoring it, made his way to the magistrate's office to report for duty. Along the way, he overheard numerous townsfolk discussing the events that had transpired in Huyang Alley the previous night. There is no wall that does not let the wind through, especially when it comes to secrets. After a night of fermentation, the news had spread within a small circle. The townspeople, upon seeing Zhou An in his constable attire, deliberately avoided him, fearful of being overheard. While his uniform bore little significance within the officialdom, it held great sway among the common folk. Upon arriving at the magistrate's office and completing his roll call, Zhou An made his way to his familiar quarters, ready to idle away the time, as he usually did. That a group of colleagues was already lounging about, and Zhou An settled into his usual seat. Pouring himself a pot of tea and leaning back in his chair, half asleep, that Yuhang, who had been engrossed in his studies, eventually moved his stool closer to Zhou An after a considerable time. "Old Zhou, have you heard?" he inquired. Zhou An, roused from his drowsiness, opened his eyes to see Yu Hang's inquisitive expression. "What is it?" he asked in a hushed tone. Yu Hang replied, "Didn't a murder occur yesterday? The county magistrate reported it to the town supernatural affairs bureau, and today the officials from there are coming over. What does that have to do with me? It has nothing to do with you either. Old Yu, focus on your studies and steer clear of too much gossip. Be wary of trouble arising from your words." Zhou An cautioned that in this era, it was wise to avoid meddling in the affairs of the town's supernatural affairs bureau. They dealt with the bizarre regularly and were seasoned veterans. "Hey, I'm just trying to gather some intel. What if I pass the exams and end up managing a region? I'd inevitably have to interact with them." Yu Hang chuckled. Zhou An rolled his eyes. Let us talk about that if you manage to pass the exams. Even if you do, you'll only oversee your own domain and 1T have jurisdiction over the town's Supernatural Affairs Bureau. He truly had no desire to engage with such individuals. Now that he had a golden finger, he preferred to focus on his own development, that IT would only be after he leveled up his skills that he would entertain the idea of revelry. Yu Hang pouted. I knew you doubted my chances. How about we share a meal tonight? The two were childhood friends and neighbors. They often visited each other to share meals. However, Yu Hang had been preoccupied with his examination preparations lately, so their shared dinners had become infrequent. All right, come over to my place tonight. Zhou An yawned. I'll catch a quick nap first. With that, he picked up a book from the table and covered his face. Feigning sleep, the energy flow within him, coupled with the 2 hours of sleep from last night, left Zhou and feeling quite invigorated. He simply had a habit of pondering problems with his eyes closed. Now he had two pressing concerns. First, he had too much idle time during the day and needed to find opportunities to hone his knife skills. Second, aside from knife skills, he had not triggered any other abilities. Zhou An believed that addressing the first issue would likely lead to the resolution of the second, but he had already formed a preliminary plan regarding the latter. When initially crafting this game, he had established that to unlock proficiency in a skill, one must first achieve a basic understanding. He had grasped the basics of knife skills. Chopping vegetables was simple as long as it was done neatly. However, other skills appeared more complicated. Therefore, once he resolved the first issue, he intended to embark on familiarizing himself with other skills, striving for a well-rounded development. Zhou An did not plan to abandon his role as a constable for the time being. In such times, possessing an official identity made matters easier to navigate. After leaning against the chair and contemplating for an extended period, a spark of inspiration illuminated Zhou An's mind, leading to a decision. However, he would have to wait until the current turmoil subsided. The time for dispersal soon approached, and Zhou An estimated that tomorrow would be his turn to patrol the streets. After dispersal, he would no longer be alone. Yu Hang would accompany him as they ventured out to buy groceries together. During their shopping trip, Yu Hang also purchased a plethora of seasonings. Is your private tutor back home, visiting relatives? Zhou An inquired, intrigued as to why Yu Hang was joining him for dinner that day. It turned out that Yu Hang's tutor was away, to why Yu Hang, laden with vegetables, replied in exasperation. He said he wouldn't return for about 10 days, with the exams approaching in a few months. His absence makes me anxious, especially since I've already paid him. Did he refund you? Zhou An asked, that why Yu Hang nodded, confirming he had received a portion of his payment back. The two chatted as they returned home. Yu Hang, familiar with the routine, headed to wash the vegetables while Zhou An prepared to chop them once they were clean. With all the preparations complete, Zhou An poured oil into the pot, ready to toss the vegetables in once the oil heated up. Since it had been a while since they had gathered, Zhou An aimed to make the meal slightly more sumptuous, preparing 5 dishes and a soup. However, just as he was about to add the vegetables to the pot, Yu Hang restrained his hand and shook his head. I haven't had dinner these past few days, just eating at the tutor's place. His cooking is exquisite, and I've learned quite a bit. You should follow my lead, Yu Hang insisted. Zhou An, bemused, replied, You never had such fastidiousness when I was cooking before. Why don't you take over the cooking? Typically, Zhou An was the one preparing the meals, while Yu Hang took charge of washing the vegetables. Of course, Yu Hang always contributed his fair share of the expenses, to why Yu Hang chuckled. Well, it's not that I don't know how to cook. Zhou An sighed. Then how should I proceed? Stick to the original method. But after adding the vegetables, keep tossing the pan, Yu Hang instructed, demonstrating a rather exaggerated motion with one hand on the pan. Zhou An was taken aback that in the past, he had always prioritized simply making the food edible. After all, a grown man had little need for fussiness. This was their first gathering in a long time. Zhou An decided to give Yu Hang's method a try. Once the vegetables hit the hot oil, they sizzled and crackled loudly. Zhou An attempted to grasp the pan's handle and gave it a toss. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before him, leaving Zhou An momentarily stunned. Chapter 6. The Allure of Tossing the Pan. Tossing LV. 1. 10,000. The text that materialized before him unequivocally indicated that he had indeed triggered a new proficiency, that he was certain he had not misread it. Wait a minute, I've cooked countless times before without activating anything. Why did it trigger now? Zhou An pondered, perplexed. He had designed this lifestyle game and was acutely aware of its intricacies. After meticulously piecing together all the clues, he finally understood why he had activated the proficiency. To trigger proficiency in any skill, one must thoroughly grasp its fundamentals, that if one has not achieved a basic understanding, activation is impossible. In the past, Zhou An had never tossed the pan while cooking. In truth, there had been no need to do so. Who tosses the pan while cooking? Simply frying vegetables sufficed, but this method was incomplete. The act of tossing the pan just now had infused the entire cooking process with its essence. It was precisely for this reason that he had triggered the proficiency for tossing. But what can I even achieve by tossing a pan? Zhou An lamented internally, filled with regret. He wished he had known he could traverse realms. He would have crafted a game that was flamboyant and exhilarating. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. Who could predict they would traverse dimensions? It was akin to a virgin unsure of how long they could hold out. Reaching LV2 in knife skills signifies a qualitative change. Tossing the pan should be similar, Zhou An mused, allowing his momentary regret to pass as excitement took hold once more. Humans are emotional beings. By focusing on the positive, life can become more enjoyable. Old Zhou, what is going on? Did you burn yourself? Yu Hang, noticing Zhou An lost in thought, assumed he had burned himself. However, seeing Zhou An gripping the pan handle tightly, he was uncertain. Zhou An snapped back to reality, shaking his head. No, I just tossed the pan once and found it quite manageable. You go ahead and prepare the bowls and chopsticks. I'll have this ready shortly. Yu Hang acknowledged this and, without further thought, exited the kitchen with the bowls and chopsticks, placing them neatly on the table outside. When he re-entered the kitchen, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Clunk, clunk, clunk. In the kitchen, Zhou An grasped the handle of the iron pot with one hand while wielding a spatula in the other, energetically flipping the contents. His left hand oscillated up and down, causing the pot to rise and crash down onto the stove repeatedly, producing a cacophony of sounds. Zhou An's expression was one of sheer exhilaration, his left hand moving so rapidly that it appeared to leave an afterimage. Flipping 1111, the food inside the iron pot danced as if caught in the throes of a tempest. What the? Yu Hang exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, instinctively raising a hand to rub his eyes, confirming that he was indeed perceiving reality correctly, flipping the pot, and doing so incessantly, with such grand movements. Yu Hang felt that he was witnessing something truly remarkable today. Observing Zhou An's fervent flipping, Yu Hang felt compelled to intervene, lest the food in the pot become burnt. Old Zhou! Stop! Just pause for a moment! Yu Hang shouted from a distance, fearing that the food might fly out and strike him. Caught in his excitement, Zhou An was watching his skill level rise incrementally, the satisfaction overwhelming. Upon hearing Yu Hang's voice, he turned his head, yet his left hand continued its relentless clanging. What's wrong? Yu Hang responded, exasperated. It's burning. How are we supposed to eat later? Only then did Zhou An realize his error. In his enthusiasm over the rising skill level, he had become too absorbed in the moment. Fortunately, while the food had slightly overcooked, it had not burned. Whenever one encounters something novel, excitement is a natural reaction, Zhou An said. Feigning profundity, Yu Hang replied with a look of disbelief. Is flipping the pot really that novel? It will be ready shortly, Zhou An replied, changing the subject without any expression, having said that to mask his embarrassment. Zhou An decided to refrain from further flipping as it was now mealtime. After plating the food for Yu Hang to take out, he proceeded to stir-fry another dish, naturally incorporating some pot flipping into the process. Although his technique was still somewhat unrefined, at least he could see improvement. Before long, 5 dishes and a soup were prepared. Zhou An and Yu Hang sat across from each other, Yu Hang picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, savoring it before nodding in satisfaction. Old Zhou, your culinary skills have greatly improved. It seems my earlier suggestion was quite astute. Zhou An tasted it as well, discovering that it was indeed far more delicious than before, likely due to the even cooking achieved through the flipping. Let me try this meat, Yu Hang said, unabashedly taking a piece and popping it into his mouth. Old Zhou, with your skills, you could easily work as a chef. You might not land a position at the county's top restaurant, but you could certainly find a place at any small eatery. Zhou An chuckled. So you plan to study and become an official while I toil away in a small restaurant? With me around? Once I make it big, we can both enjoy prosperity together. Just a few peanuts and you're already tipsy. Come, let us eat, Zhou An said, picking up a clump of food and putting it in his mouth. The two engaged in conversation while eating, and it took them about an hour to finish their meal. Afterward, following their usual routine, Yuhang washed the dishes and then headed home. According to him, he needed to return to his studies, striving to excel in his exams this year, so he could support Zhou An in the future. After Yuhang departed, Zhou An looked at the iron pot in the kitchen and rubbed his hands together. Men, after all, are often drawn to novelty. With a new skill acquired and his knife skills progressing slowly, Zhou An's attention turned to flipping the pot. This skill had just begun to show proficiency, and the growth was tangible. Let us grind it out for a night. Initially planning to practice for only 2 hours before sleeping, Zhou An changed his mind upon discovering a new skill. Missing a night's sleep was of little consequence. He was determined to push forward. Zhou An entered the kitchen, gripping the handle of the iron pot, and began flipping. After a couple of flips, noticing no increase in proficiency, he pondered for a moment before adding some leftover vegetables he had purchased that day to the pot. Without igniting the stove, he continued flipping. Flipping one, the familiar notification appeared, confirming his suspicions. After 2 decades of singlehood, his dexterity began to shine as he flipped the pot with increasing speed. Flipping 111, the continuous stream of notifications brought him immense satisfaction. After flipping over 100 times, Zhou An felt a strain in his left arm. The pot, being solid iron, was not only heavy but also unwieldy. Managing to flip it over 100 times was quite an achievement, especially considering that flipping was far more challenging than cutting. Releasing his grip, he felt the energy within him flow naturally into his left arm, alleviating the soreness somewhat. This has such an effect. The energy provided a restorative quality. Catching Zhou An by surprise, he waited a moment until the fatigue in his left arm completely dissipated, then seized the iron pot handle again, flipping it with renewed vigor. Throughout the night, the clanging of the pot echoed in the room. Chapter 7. The transparent little girl. He flipped for an entire night. The sensations of that night were known only to Zhou, and flipping the pot was a monotonous process, a repetitive motion that offered little variation. The only positive feedback he received was the steadily increasing proficiency. However, after a prolonged period, the tedium became palpable. Zhou An finally comprehended what loneliness truly felt like. As depicted in novels, he was engulfed in a sense of monotony, dry yet somewhat comforting. Experiencing a bittersweet sensation, coupled with the soreness in his arm and the tingling sensations that followed the flow of energy, he managed to endure the entire night. His efforts were not in vain. Looking at the notifications before him, he felt a rush of elation. Flipping LV2 Strength 11358 20,000 upon reaching level 2, he attained a strength increase of 1, similar to his knife skills, which also only applied to the context of flipping the pot. Zhou An gripped the iron pot handle and gave it a vigorous shake, but a fierce rush of energy enveloped the pot, producing a resonant clash of metal. The air within the pot began to swirl violently, creating a cacophony of sounds. Zhou An decided to try adding the ingredients he had used yesterday. With a flick of his left hand, the contents of the pot were reduced to dust in an instant, not lasting even a second. Zhou An was left speechless. What sort of twisted game did I design? As the saying goes, one should not judge a book by its cover. Despite the crude name of flipping the pot, he felt as though he could toss someone in and reduce them to nothing. All my efforts last night were worth it. Zhou An set down the iron pot, stretched, and gazed at the sunlight streaming in. Time to report. The surplus vegetables he had purchased the previous day were now all used up in the pot flipping. So Zhou An stepped outside, casually finding a roadside stall to grab some breakfast, quickly consuming a dish to tide him over before heading to the county office. Today, he was scheduled to patrol the streets. After reporting for duty at the office, Zhou An strapped on his long knife and set off for the streets of Anding County. While patrolling, each constable had a designated area. Zhou An was assigned to a relatively unremarkable street, which consisted of only about 10 alleys and was not particularly large. As he walked along the street, his long knife at his side, Zhou An remained silent, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of flipping the pot and cutting vegetables. Patrolling was exceedingly dull. some constables would take the opportunity to pilfer a few items. This act of theft involved casually taking small goods from street vendors, which could range from trifles to other minor objects. The vendors were accustomed to this behavior, as it was a common occurrence. Zhou An continued his patrol until the lunch hour. Since it was on his route, he decided to stop at a roadside stall selling spicy tofu pudding. Tofu pudding was a dish that some preferred savory, while others enjoyed sweet. But the specialty of Anding County was the spicy version, that a bowl of pale tofu pudding paired with a unique spicy sauce and a serving of white rice was a delightful meal. Zhou An thoroughly enjoyed his meal, and after settling the bill, he resumed his leisurely patrol. The weather was crisp and refreshing. A post-meal stroll was beneficial for digestion, just as he thought the day would pass without incident. A sudden noise broke his contemplation. That moment, Zhou An was walking through a secluded alley. Ahead, he heard a faint sound and, following it, he spotted a little girl in tattered clothing who had fallen to the ground at the end of the street. The girl was dressed in rags, tears welling in her eyes but not spilling over as they shimmered in her gaze. Her knee was scraped from the fall, just as Zhou An was about to approach and inquire. The little girl, displaying remarkable fortitude, stood up from the ground. It doesn't hurt. Just blowing on it will make it better. The little girl gently blew on her knee, her hands stained with blood from the fall. After a moment of blowing, she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand and began to walk toward the alley's exit that a small pouch hung at her waist, jingling with the sound of coins. It's not very safe for such a young girl to be carrying money outside, Zhou An thought, following her. Once the girl exited the alley, she began to run. Arriving at a bustling street filled with vendors and townsfolk, her ragged appearance contrasted starkly with the vibrant surroundings. She clutched her small pouch tightly at her waist and hurried over to a butcher's stall. The stall was of the same height as the little girl, and she tiptoed, reaching out with her small hands to point at a piece of meat. Uncle, please cut me a small piece. Just that one." The little girl released her grip, lowered her head, and rummaged through her small bag until she unearthed a few coins, which she painstakingly placed upon the butcher's stall. The surrounding din persisted, as if the butcher remained oblivious to her presence, engrossed in his own work of slicing meat. The little girl glanced left and right, her expression one of utter confusion, as she raised the coins on the table and called out, "Uncle, I want to buy some meat. That my father has been feeling a bit better lately, and I wish to prepare a small pot of soup for him." Yet, the butcher offered no response. Witnessing this scene, Zhou An furrowed his brow slightly. Something felt amiss. Surely, even a mere few coins would not go unnoticed by the butcher, would it? As this thought crossed his mind, he was poised to step forward when, at that moment, a passerby walked through the butcher's stall, inadvertently brushing past the little girl. She was as insubstantial as a wisp of smoke, easily traversed. Zhou An stood frozen, taken aback by the surreal spectacle before him. The little girl seemed to sense it as well, gazing vacantly at the throng around her, then down at the copper coins in her hand. That a streak of crimson appeared on the coins, gradually saturating them until they were entirely stained red. The little girl crouched down, hugging her knees tightly, clutching the coins with all her might, tears welling in her eyes. "Yaya is dead. Yaya is dead," she kept repeating, her form growing increasingly faint, her gaze becoming more vacant until she vanished entirely. This scene was visible only to Zhou An. Those surrounding him remained blissfully unaware, continuing with their own affairs. A rush of energy coursed within him, that as he regained his composure and sensed the flow within him, he realized that since acquiring this energy, he felt profoundly different from ordinary people. The recent event he had witnessed was likely a manifestation of this internal energy, which had allowed him to perceive the little girl. Perhaps the sight of my aunt that day was also due to this, Zhou An pondered. The nature of this energy still eluded him. It flowed naturally whenever he wielded a knife or a pot. Perhaps in time, I shall uncover more. He momentarily suppressed his thoughts. Just as he was contemplating these matters, a man's anguished cries emanated from the alley he had just exited. Chapter 8. A Gray Mouse? Bow to me. The streets were bustling with activity, a cacophony of voices filling the air. When the cries from the alley suddenly pierced through, even the street's noise was momentarily subdued. Zhou An was taken aback. The harrowing scream originated from the very alley he had just left. Some onlookers, drawn by the sound, began to make their way toward the alley that humanity's insatiable thirst for gossip compelled them. Curiosity was an inherent trait, faced with a disturbance in the patrolled area. Zhou An did not linger, drawing his long knife as he headed toward the alley. Upon arrival, he found a considerable crowd gathered, their whispers audible. "Isn't that old Wang? Why is he crying so tragically? I have no idea. He seems to be weeping at home. Should we go in and see? Who would dare enter? He's always been a sickly man, relying on his daughter for care. And if we go in, we might catch whatever afflicts him." The murmurs began softly, but as more people gathered, they grew louder. Zhou An cleared his throat, calling out, "Constable on duty, bystanders please disperse." His voice rang out, prompting those nearest to react swiftly. Retreating point, one person's compliance sparked a chain reaction. The crowd, upon seeing Zhou An clad in constable attire, instinctively stepped back. Under normal circumstances, this might not have caused much concern, but with the recent incident in the alley and the arrival of a constable, the townsfolk were eager to distance themselves from any trouble. Like skittish animals avoiding a predator, they hastily vacated the alley, leaving it eerily empty in an instant that a few brave souls lingered at the entrance. Peering around the corner, clang! Zhou An unsheathed his dagger. The bolder individuals immediately withdrew, disappearing from sight at this moment. Zhou An sheathed his blade and surveyed the dilapidated building ahead. Its door was battered with several gaping holes. Inside, he could see a frail man kneeling, his back turned, weeping bitterly. Beside him was a small, slender figure, but the dim light within obscured her features. Zhou An stepped inside, gripping his long knife. The emaciated man seemed to sense his approach, turning to reveal a gaunt face, pale and marked by deep shadows beneath his eyes, a visage of despair. Adjusting to the darkness, Zhou An discerned the scene beside the man. A little girl knelt on the ground, hands clasped in prayer, her chest brutally opened, innards completely removed. Zhou An's gaze darkened. This girl was the very same he had seen moments ago. The manner of her death mirrored that of the previous corpse, both appearing as if they were in supplication. "Sir, please, I beg you to help me. My daughter suddenly became like this morning. You must help me capture the fiend and ensure they are severely punished." The frail man clung desperately to Zhou An's feet, his hands and knees trembling as he bowed, tears streaming down his face. "Please rise first," Zhou An sighed, attempting to assist the man to his feet. Yet the man remained on the ground, pleading, his emaciated limbs gripping Zhou An's clothing tightly. "You must rise. If you do not, how can we assist you? Let us go to the magistrate, and there will be others to investigate." Zhou An sensed that the frail man had lost his last anchor of hope, the earlier image of the little girl. Stumbling alone to buy meat, the bloodied coins, and her helplessness ignited a flame of indignation within Zhou, and he understood that this world was fraught with peril, and he had steeled himself for it. Yet he had not anticipated that a simple life could be so easily extinguished. The man who had perished days prior elicited no profound feelings within him, but this little girl resonated deeply. The gray mouse, the hollowed-out insides, the deceased child. Zhou An's grip on his knife tightened, veins bulging on the back of his hand, but he fought to steady his breath. "You must get up. If you remain down, how can we help you? Let us go to the magistrate, where professionals can handle this matter." The frail man, still kneeling, lifted his head, about to speak. However, his already weakened state, compounded by the shock of his loss, pushed him to the brink of despair, causing him to faint, his eyes rolling back. Zhou An sighed heavily. He turned to leave, intending to report this incident to the magistrate. That moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Zhou An turned to see, to his astonishment, a gray mouse standing at the doorway. The creature was the size of a fist, upright on its hind legs, its front paws clasped together in a gesture of respect. Despite being a mere rodent, its face bore a distinctly human expression, with a slight grin. The bizarre sight triggered memories of a tale circulating among the people of the Great Chu kingdom. When animals bow, it foretells the end of their days. That a chill coursed through Zhou An, raising the hairs on his neck. That he felt a gust of cold wind at his back and spun around, noticing shadows dancing ominously on the dark wall. Sunlight streamed through the door, causing the shadows to ripple like black water cascading down. Squeak! The gray mouse let out a shrill cry, collapsing to the ground, stiffening. The shadows on the floor rose, morphing into a vague human shape, twisting in the darkness. Zhou An suddenly found himself unable to move, glancing down to discover his legs ensnared, fused with the figure opposite him. His lower limbs were immobilized, rendering him utterly powerless. The dark figure advanced, its hands elongating, fingers tipped with obsidian claws. "Is it just my legs?" Zhou An muttered. The shadow's speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him that he could feel the chilling gleam of the shadow's claws, each nearly half a meter long, aimed directly at his abdomen. So this is how they were eviscerated, and then consumed? The memory of his previous battle with his aunt flooded back, yet Zhou An remained composed, the energy within him swirling. With his hand still gripping the long knife, he drew it forth. Clang! A light sound rang out as the blade transformed into a white arc. The energy enveloped the blade, and before Zhou An's eyes, the dark figure morphed from a mere shadow into a platter of food, awaiting preparation. Clarity surged within him. In the face of danger, Zhou An executed a swift upward slash with his right hand. Speed was of the essence. This strike was defined by its swiftness. The energy cloaked the blade, leaving a slender white line in the darkness. The line expanded, one becoming two, two becoming four, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dozen white strands. The luminous blade cut through, and the dark figure suddenly halted, gazing down at its chest. Chapter 9. Experts in Anding County on the chest of the shadow. Numerous fissures appeared, interconnected like a web. The upper half of the shadow tilted, collapsing to the ground with a thud, shattering into several pieces. What remained tumbled down like a row of dominoes, littering the floor. Silence enveloped the room as the dark figure vanished entirely. The sense of imminent danger dissipated, and Zhou An sheathed his knife, the clarity he had experienced fading away. Blade skill 2. A line of text manifested before him. The mastery he had demonstrated in that moment had enhanced his proficiency. The shadows underfoot vanished, and the feeling of restraint gradually evaporated. Zhou An approached the gray mouse at the entrance, testing it with his long knife to confirm it was merely an ordinary rodent. Now to return to the magistrate and report this matter. Zhou An, resolute in his determination, conducted a thorough search of the room, ensuring no trace of his presence remained before quietly departing with the man lying on the ground. Once he exited the alley, he entrusted the man to the care of a merchant on the street before making his way to the magistrate's office, where he recounted the events to Chief Xie. Chief Xie was leisurely sipping tea. Even the ordinary constables indulged in idleness, let alone the chief that is the sole head constable of Anding County. Chief Xie led a rather comfortable life. What? Another death? And in the same manner. Upon hearing Zhou An's report, Chief Xie set down his cup, scarcely finishing his tea, and hurriedly left the room, admonishing Zhou An not to wander and to refrain from involving himself in the matter. Zhou An understood that Chief Xie was off to consult the county magistrate, who would, in turn, engage the town's supernatural division to address the situation. Shortly thereafter, Chief Xie returned, having gathered all the constables to head towards the alley. Upon arrival, Chief Xie took the singular action of cordoning off the alley to prevent ordinary citizens from entering. Zhou An was among them, standing with Yu Hang at one of the entrances. "Did you encounter any danger?" Yu Hang, aware that Zhou An had discovered the scene, inquired with concern. Zhou An shook his head, indicating that he had not faced any peril. "Nothing serious, merely the discovery of a corpse. By the way, it seems the town's supernatural division should be arriving soon, right?" Yu Hang nodded. "In such matters, we must rely on the town's supernatural division, as they are the professionals. Our duty is merely to maintain order." The security of Anding County was upheld by the constables, but when it came to the supernatural, the town's division was called to act. "It seems the magistrate has been missing for several days," Zhou An remarked casually. In a matter of life and death, the magistrate had not made an appearance, and recently, most communications had been handled by the clerk, with only Chief Xie granted an audience. The Yu Hang chuckled dismissively. "It is said he is engrossed in writing for a selection process." The selection was an annual event. But it pertained not to common folk, but to those already in office, who aimed to ascend to higher positions through rigorous examinations. This process was quite stringent, beginning with the composition of an essay to be read personally by the emperor. Those who passed would then endure a second assessment, evaluating the governance of their assigned locations. With the selection period approaching, the magistrate was keen to elevate his status. What a tarnish on the reputation of scholars! Zhou An scoffed. If studying is solely for the purpose of obtaining an official position, what purpose does it serve? Zhou An furrowed his brow. Be cautious. Some things should not be spoken of lightly. Such discussions could not be overheard, for if they were, Zhou An would find it quite difficult to navigate his way in Anding County. Zhou An retorted, "There are only two of us here. It matters not if we converse. I am simply frustrated." Zhou An recognized his childhood friend's nature, despite appearing indifferent on most occasions. He could be particularly forthright at times that as they conversed, a stir occurred within the alley, as a group of individuals clad in black uniforms entered from outside. Approximately a dozen in number, each bore an air of solemnity far surpassing that of the surrounding constables. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, a long knife sheathed at his waist. The most striking feature was his right hand, which, gripping the knife, appeared more robust than his left. Zhou An glanced over, already forming a conclusion in his mind. This man was a master, and a master of the blade at that. Though his features were unremarkable, his square face exuded an aura of seriousness and diligence. Chief Xie promptly approached. "Zhang Zijian, you have finally arrived. This way, please." In the Great Chu kingdom, the administrative hierarchy was structured from counties to prefectures and the capital. The titles within the town's supernatural division varied across each level. Designated as Zijian for counties, Sifu for prefectures, Sizhou for provinces, and Sijing for the capital. The man before them, Zhang Zijian, was the head of the town's supernatural division in Anding County. His rank was equivalent to that of the magistrate. Hence Chief Xie's utmost deference towards him. Zhang Zijian carried an inherent authority and righteousness, nodding in acknowledgement. "Lead me to the scene." Chief Xie, not daring to delay, swiftly guided the members of the supernatural division to the room at the end of the alley. Upon entering, Zhang Zijian soon emerged and exchanged a few words with Chief Xie. Chief Xie quickly responded and then made his way toward Zhou An, who was still engaged in conversation with Zhou An. "Zhou An, you need to come with me," Chief Xie instructed. Unsure of the purpose, Zhou An nonetheless nodded in agreement, following Chief Xie to the room at the end of the alley. Inside, the darkness persisted as several members of the supernatural division examined the corpse of a young girl, while others inspected the body of a gray rat at the entrance. "Zhang Zhou An has arrived," Chief Xie announced with a bow. "I have the honor of meeting you, Zhang, Zhou An said. Zhang Zijian fixed his gaze on Zhou An, his voice deep. "Before you arrived, was the gray rat at the entrance?" Zhou An shook his head. "It was not at the entrance. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared and attacked me. But before it could strike, a flash of the blade illuminated the space, causing the shadow to vanish." Zhou An had anticipated this scenario, carefully crafting his words to blend truth with fabrication, wishing to conceal his identity. He was acutely aware of the dangers in this world, opting to bide his time until he could attain invincibility. Zhang Zijian fell into silence, the atmosphere around them thick with tension. Chief Xie inquired, "Zhang, have you made any discoveries?" Zhang Zijian shook his head. "The origin of the gray rat's worship remains elusive, yet it appears a master swordsman has arrived in the county. The blade's light is like a line, indicating this person possesses exceptional skill. They must have struck with all their might to produce such a flash." Zhou An lowered his head, concealing his expression. Chapter 10. It turns out I am a master of blades light akin to a line. A full-force strike producing a white light? A master? Zhou An silently bowed his head, eager to hide his peculiar expression from others. The description of the blade's light as a line was accurate. His own had indeed manifested as such. The notion of producing a white light was also correct, though he had unleashed a barrage of over 10 white lights in a single breath. While the internal energy had been halved, he still retained some strength. Could this truly qualify him as a master? Zhou An resolved to remain low-key. From Zhang Zijian's demeanor, it was evident he regarded this mysterious master with significant gravity. This world was fraught with peril, and attracting undue attention could lead to numerous dangers. Chief Xie and Zhang Xijin were oblivious to Zhou An's thoughts as they continued their dialogue. Zhang Daren, the magistrate, insists that this matter must be treated with utmost seriousness and resolved swiftly to restore peace to the populace, Chief Xie stated. Zhang Xijin nodded. This is the responsibility of our supernatural division. Rest assured, return and inform the magistrate that we are diligently working to solve the case overnight. Chief Xie acknowledged, and, after attending to the aftermath, Zhou An accompanied him back to the county office. According to protocol, Zhou An composed a report and submitted it, later patrolling the streets in the afternoon. The day proceeded without incident until just before the end of his shift when he returned to the office. Time to go. Everyone, take care on your way home. Old Joe, let us continue our drinking another day. You've been heading home after your shifts lately, which is quite unlike you. Have you found a wife or something? Nonsense. Old Joe was scared off by the last drinking session. Next time, let us skip the alcohol and visit the famous brothel. Who would have thought Old Joe knows so many techniques? Amidst the laughter and joviality, a group of workers, having finished their day, gradually made their way home. Wei Hang and Zhou An walked side by side, this time without arranging a meal together. Being neighbors, they found themselves in each other's company along the way. Throughout the journey, Yu Hang remained silent, prompting Zhou An to inquire curiously, "What's wrong? Do you wish to change your tutor?" Knowing Yu Hang as he did, Zhou An understood that if something rendered Yu Hang taciturn, it likely pertained to their studies. Wei Yu Hang sighed, breaking the silence. "Old Zhou, I feel that Anding County has been quite unsettled recently, especially with the arrival of a mysterious master capable of producing a blade's light." Zhou An's lips twitched slightly. "So what if they arrived? What does that have to do with you? Are you afraid?" "It's not fear," Yu Hang replied, shaking his head. "I simply feel that a reputable supernatural division has yet to match the speed of this mysterious master." Zhou An halted his steps. Anding County is vast. The supernatural division has but a handful of personnel. It is possible the master merely crossed paths with us. You seem to be in a rather peculiar mood lately. Typically, while Yu Hang wasn't frivolous, he was often lighthearted. However, since the recent strange occurrences, Zhou An noted this was the first time he had seen Yu Hang so somber. "I've been pondering how I would handle such situations once I become an official." Yu Hang clenched his fists. Zhou An understood. Yu Hang was envisioning his future. This ambitious individual dreamed of achieving success and governing a region, bringing glory to his family name. Yet his luck was notoriously poor. Zhou An was aware that Yu Hang possessed considerable literary talent. If he truly applied himself, he ought to succeed in the examinations. Yet he always fell just short, with the first two attempts marred by bizarre misfortunes. The first time, his pen broke during the exam, throwing him into disarray. The second time, he suffered a sudden illness, resulting in a rather unfortunate outcome. This was now his third attempt. "Perhaps you should visit a temple and burn some incense?" Zhou An jested. Wei Yu Hang rolled his eyes and said, "We are scholars, and we trust in ourselves. By the way, Old Zhou, do you have any guesses about this mysterious expert?" Zhou An shook his head. "What can I possibly guess? Let those bigwigs speculate that we are but humble constables. Why should we concern ourselves with such matters?" The conversation returned to the topic of the mysterious expert. Leaving Zhou An feeling somewhat exasperated, Wei Yu Hang glanced around before conspiratorially leaning in. "Old Zhou, while there are many who wield blades in the martial world, the emergence of one in our small county carries a different significance. There are only a handful in the entire county. To my knowledge, Chief Xie is one. I saw him practicing with a blade once. There are a few over at the Town Investigation Bureau. After all, it is their specialty. Now that another has appeared, there might be some underlying schemes at play." Zhou An shrugged, helplessly stating, "We shall simply follow orders. Do not overthink it. Focus on your studies. When a task arises, we shall respond accordingly." Though he spoke thus, Zhou An's mind was abuzz with calculations that he had not anticipated that the flash of a blade would qualify as expertise in Anding County. Merely a speed enhancement in blade work could rival Chief Xie, who had honed his skills over countless years. In his youth, Chief Xie single-handedly eradicated a band of river bandits. Now, in his advanced years, his mastery had only deepened. Zhou An thought to himself, "I'm merely slicing vegetables. I must practice more upon returning. Resolutely, he committed to this plan. The two continued their conversation as they walked, eventually arriving at a secluded alley. The Yu Hang lived not far ahead of Zhou An, and he entered his home first, leaving Zhou An to return to his own abode. After preparing a simple dinner, Zhou An took up his kitchen knife and headed to the kitchen, between tossing the pan and honing his blade skills. He planned to level up his knife skills to level 3. Both tasks were at level 2, but the knife was more convenient. As a constable, it was only reasonable to carry a knife. One could hardly lug around a pot. Could they? Thus, from a practical standpoint, Zhou An decided to begin with knife skills. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath, Zhou An's gaze sharpened as he raised the knife and brought it down onto the cutting board. The sound of chopping echoed through the night. The entire process was monotonous. When his arms grew weary, he channeled energy to alleviate the soreness and continued chopping. The increase in proficiency was somewhat sluggish, yet still within an acceptable range. Zhou An tirelessly repeated the motions. Whenever his arms ached, he would restore himself with energy. When that energy was depleted, he patiently waited for a moment. The cycle of chopping and recovering, though tedious, was something a dedicated practitioner like him had long since adapted to. The next day, Zhou An rose early, stretching lazily as a line of text appeared before him. Knife skill LV 2. 2056 20,000. His efforts from the previous night had not been in vain, and his proficiency had improved considerably. As dawn broke, Zhou An followed his routine, enjoying breakfast at a stall before making his way to the magistrate's office. Today was not a day for patrolling. After roll call, Zhou An lounged about in his room, sipping tea and chatting. However, he soon sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. In Chapter 11, Chief CS Instruction, the 4 categories of the world inside the room. The constables were not sipping tea, but rather engaged in animated discussions about other matters. Each face bore expressions of joy and excitement. Zhou An sensed something was amiss and quietly leaned in closer. Before long, snippets of their conversation reached his ears. Is it true? Chief Xie is going to teach us skills. Absolutely true. I arrived early, and Chief Xie asked me to inform you all. You wouldn't believe it. The county magistrate has already prepared a document. But there has been this recent development. Though it pertains to the Town Investigation Bureau, when the court conducts evaluations, it will also relate to public safety. The magistrate must initiate some measures. If we are trained, it could significantly boost his standing. That would benefit us too. We can learn a great deal. From the chatter, Zhou An pieced together the situation. It seemed the magistrate had finally realized that public safety was within the scope of evaluation, and was now eager to rectify matters by having Chief Xie impart his knowledge to enhance the constable's combat abilities. Zhou An's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Constables in Anding County typically possessed only rudimentary martial skills, sufficient for handling ordinary situations, but merely at a superficial level. Both Zhou An and Yu Hang had previously only dabbled in basic martial arts. Chief Xie was the sole exception, having single-handedly vanquished a gang of river bandits in his youth, showcasing remarkable prowess. However, within the Great Chu kingdom, the distinctions between martial sects were stark. Each individual guarded their knowledge jealously, and even within sects, teachings were tiered, with disciples receiving varied levels of instruction. The idea of Chief Xie sharing his expertise was outlandish. After all, such knowledge was his means of livelihood. Teaching a disciple could very well lead to the master's own starvation, a reality that had occurred before and one that everyone understood implicitly. Hearing this news today, Zhou An suspected that the magistrate had made some promise to Chief Xie, compelling him to agree. According to the earlier conversation, after lunch, they would all head to Chief Xie's place to learn. Zhou An felt indifferent. Although he possessed a degree of proficiency, any additional learning would be beneficial, especially to understand more about the Great Chu. After all, in his current position, he was truly in the dark. With this thought, Zhou An joined the conversation. After a while, Yu Hang arrived, yet his interest seemed lackluster, as he still harbored aspirations of being a scholar. Time passed swiftly in their discussions until noon when they had lunch, only to see Chief Xie arrive, sheathed in a long knife. Follow me to the courtyard. Chief Xie, as ever, was taciturn. The constables knew there was new knowledge to be gained and wasted no time in heading to the courtyard. Upon arrival, Chief Xie stood in the center while the others arranged themselves in rows. His expression grave, he paced back and forth for a moment before solemnly stating, "Esteemed colleagues, I have been tasked with imparting my knowledge to you today. For the next month, I will be here every afternoon for lessons, and I will not withhold anything. Whatever you learn will be your own accomplishment." The group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Chief Xie continued, "What I am about to say is not meant to belittle you. You all reside in Anding County and have not ventured beyond its borders, thus lacking awareness of the current martial world that I will provide a brief overview. This encompasses various trades and levels." Zhou An's eyes lit up at this. His unique abilities did not enhance other skills but rather focused solely on practical life skills. Yet the qualitative changes they brought were sufficient for his needs. Hence, while he had little interest in the skills Chief Xie would teach, he was eager to absorb foundational knowledge. Chief Xie was correct. The young constables had never left Anding County, and their exposure was limited. Therefore, a preliminary overview was indeed necessary. Chief Xie maintained a low, deliberate tone as he explained, "The current martial world is divided into 4 main categories: warriors, chi practitioners, scholars, and miscellaneous sects. Warriors succeed through martial arts, training vigorously in winter and summer, with various disciplines flourishing. Chi practitioners cultivate the energy within, unleashing myriad techniques that can dazzle the eye. The current Inspection Bureau is composed entirely of Chi practitioners. The Inspection Bureau, established by the Martial Emperor, operates independently of other institutions, tasked with overseeing officials that IT wields considerable power, arguably surpassing even that of the Town Investigation Bureau. Composed entirely of Chi practitioners, they possess diverse abilities and mastery of various techniques, enabling them to utilize many practical methods for supervising officials. For instance, lie detection, merely a trivial technique for them." Chief Xie paused before continuing, "Scholars, like our county magistrate, start late and initially lack combat prowess. However, once they reach maturity, their written words can inflict harm, and moving mountains is not beyond their capacity." When the topic of scholars arose, the constables maintained a neutral expression, except for Yu Hang, whose eyes sparkled with interest. Zhou An listened attentively, mentally noting the information. These categories were significant, yet Chief Xie did not elaborate on the final category of miscellaneous sects. However, since everyone was present, he would surely address it, and Zhou An patiently awaited further explanation. When it came to miscellaneous sects, Chief Xie fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation, as if organizing his thoughts. Internally, he was distressed. Had it not been for the magistrate's compelling offer, he would never teach here. Not only because of the risk of his students surpassing him, but also because he had no experience in this field. Merely articulating those previous points had already wrung his mind dry. After a considerable pause, he finally organized his thoughts. Chief Xie, appearing somewhat constipated, stated, "The so-called miscellaneous sects refer to a myriad of diverse practices that cannot be categorized due to their unique characteristics. For example, the poison cults of the South, the spirit invocation sects of the Southwest, and various others, like corpse retrieval specialists and those you cannot even begin to imagine, fall under this category. However, do not underestimate them. The scar on my face was inflicted by a member of a miscellaneous sect during the eradication of river bandits. A corpse retrieval practitioner nearly took my life." A collective gasp echoed through the group, the novelty of this information captivating them. Miscellaneous, unique. Zhou An silently committed this faction to memory, continuing to listen intently. Had nearly concluded his discourse when he deftly shifted the topic. "I am a martial artist, and naturally, I shall impart the knowledge of martial arts to everyone that to commence. Let us discuss the recent mysterious master." Zhou An interjected, perplexed. "Why am I being mentioned?" Chapter 12. Qi and rank Zhou An found it baffling. How could the lesson, which was ostensibly about instruction, suddenly veer into a discussion about a mysterious master? Was this enigmatic figure not a reference to him? The constables were equally bewildered by the abrupt change in conversation, casting questioning glances at Captain Xie. Captain Xie coughed discreetly to mask his embarrassment, the scars on his face becoming more pronounced. In this world, people can be categorized into 4 distinct classes, and within these classes, all cultivation methods bear similarities, broadly divided into 2 types. The first being mental techniques, and the second being physical techniques. There are two approaches to cultivation. One emphasizes mental techniques over physical techniques, while the other favors physical techniques over mental techniques. Mental techniques enhance one's intrinsic power when mastered to their zenith. Even if physical techniques are somewhat lacking, they can compensate. However, there exists a drawback. At this juncture, Captain Xie raised his hand and pointed to one of the constables, beckoning him forward. The constable approached with a look of confusion. "Raise your hand," Captain Xie instructed. Though uncertain, the constable complied. Captain Xie grasped the constable's wrist, asking, "What do you feel?" A look of uncertainty crossed the constable's face as he stammered. "I sense a flow of energy circulating within my body." Captain Xie nodded in acknowledgement, releasing his grip. This sensation is what mental techniques confer. This energy flow is collectively referred to as qi. Qi is the essence of mental techniques and the source that drives physical techniques, enhancing their potency. "What then is the drawback?" inquired the constable. Captain Xie sighed. "In this world, mental techniques are varied, possessing both merit and demerit. Can you guarantee that you will acquire a superior one? The disparity between excellent and inferior mental techniques is indeed significant, with the finest techniques often concealed by those in power." Upon hearing this, the crowd grasped the implication. The best mental techniques were kept hidden away, while inferior techniques, even if learned, would yield lesser results. Zhou An listened intently, comparing his own situation. Mental techniques? He had never encountered such a thing. The energy within him certainly existed, but it was merely a byproduct of his rigorous training and practical skills. This energy flow must indeed be qi. Do I belong to the first or second category? Zhou An pondered that as he contemplated. Captain Xie continued. There are many moderate mental techniques, hence, this category comprises a significant number of individuals. Captain Xie elaborated. Now, let us turn our attention to the second category, which emphasizes physical techniques over mental techniques. This group is notably smaller. With a clang, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the air as Captain Xie unsheathed a gleaming long blade. In a swift motion, he executed a downward slash. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the blade's light coalesced into a fine line, marking the ground with a long gash. The constables gasped in astonishment. The spectacle left them profoundly shaken. Captain Xie sheathed his sword, wiping the sweat from his brow. This second category requires no excessive demands. It employs physical techniques to augment mental techniques. As physical techniques improve, the qi derived from mental techniques will naturally enhance as well. Yet this category is particularly challenging. Some individuals become so engrossed in physical techniques that they make no progress for decades, while others experience a sudden epiphany, soaring to great heights. Although this path lacks the flaws of mental techniques, it is still an exceptionally high threshold. Did you understand the significance of the slash I just made? Captain Xie queried. The constables shook their heads, indicating their confusion. They had only witnessed a fleeting flash of the blade, followed by the emergence of a gash on the ground. Captain Xie explained, I have diligently practiced my swordsmanship for over a decade, and I have only just begun to scratch the surface. My expertise lies in physical techniques. Should you wish to learn, you must study swordsmanship under me. Only when you can produce a fine line with your slash shall you truly embark upon this path and manifest qi. This is why I referred to the mysterious master. That individual similarly embodies the essence of physical techniques. The crowd suddenly comprehended. Zhou An feigned an expression of enlightenment, yet internally, his thoughts diverged that it was strikingly similar. Captain Xie's earlier slash bore a strong resemblance to his own technique. However, why did it appear so laborious? Following Captain Xie's demonstration, he seemed momentarily pale, even perspiring, as if the exertion had been considerable. Why do I not feel the same? Zhou An mused. During his earlier skirmish with the shadowy figure, he had effortlessly unleashed numerous slashes, expending merely half of his qi, without experiencing the fatigue that Captain Xie exhibited. This disparity gave rise to a peculiar feeling of weakness, although he felt it inappropriate to voice such a sentiment. The reality was undeniable. Captain Xie struck him as comparatively feeble. As Zhou An continued to reflect, Captain Xie resumed speaking. Esteemed colleagues, you have just witnessed a demonstration of physical techniques. Though challenging, they are undeniably powerful. If one day you are able to condense your blade's light into a fine line, you shall be regarded as an exceptional individual within Ding County. Captain Xie's voice resonated with enthusiasm. His proclamation ignited a fervor among the constables, who responded with excitement as if the task were achievable. Filling the air with boisterous chatter, Captain Xie understood that witnessing this other facet of the world elicited such reactions. He had once been in their position that he refrained from intervening, patiently waiting for the uproar to subside. After a considerable time, silence reclaimed the courtyard. Captain Xie smiled, a rare display of warmth, for he typically maintained a stern demeanor that instilled fear among the constables, particularly with the scars adorning his face, which contributed to his fearsome presence. Observing the eager faces of the constables, he recalled his own youthful aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, I have more to share. Captain Xie raised his hand and gently pressed downward. The constables, filled with anticipation, turned their attention to him. Since we are discussing cultivation, it is imperative to recognize that there are ranks, and these ranks are standardized across the 4 categories. Zhou An's eyes sparkled with interest. This was the crux of the matter. Particularly for him, this was the information he sought. Whether one cultivates mental techniques or physical techniques, both fundamentally rely on qi. The source of qi merely varies. Captain Xie articulated. Thus, the standard for ranking is based on qi. As long as you can cultivate qi, you will achieve the rank of a third-rate practitioner. Beyond that lies the second-rate and first-rate. Do not underestimate third-rate practitioners. Reaching this level is already a notable achievement. As for those above first-rate, there is no need for you to concern yourselves, for they are akin to founders of schools. Let us briefly discuss third-rate practitioners. As I mentioned earlier, qi serves as the yardstick for evaluation. Captain Xie plucked a hair from his head. Initially, your qi is as fine as a strand of hair. With deeper cultivation, it will expand to the thickness of a thumb. This level is already considered exceptional among third-rate practitioners. Upon hearing this, Zhou An focused intently on the energy flowing within him, his expression turning peculiar. Chapter 13. Third-rate practitioners. The qi within him flowed quietly, and Zhou An, through careful introspection, discerned that his qi indeed possessed the thickness of a thumb. This realization was the source of his unusual expression that if Captain Xie's assertion held true, then he could indeed be considered a standout within Ding County. Captain Xie, unaware of Zhou An's thoughts, continued, we focus on physical techniques, so we need not overly concern ourselves with qi. As long as physical techniques improve, qi will naturally increase as well. Thus, physical techniques remain paramount. Once qi condenses to the thickness of a thumb, the next step is to become a second-rate practitioner, transforming the thumb-thick energy into a spherical form. When the qi, previously the thickness of a thumb, assumes a spherical shape, it becomes known as a qi sphere, at which point the energy will become exceedingly pure. As for first-rate practitioners, we shall discuss that once you have achieved third-rate status. By the way, those below third-rate are collectively referred to as non-practitioners. Do not be misled into thinking they are few in number, for they are in fact quite numerous. Having conveyed all pertinent information, Captain Xie, upon confirming that there were no further questions, drew out his long sword and began to teach. The entire process was rather tedious. Yet the constables remained diligently engaged in their studies, as opportunities like this were rare. A seasoned practitioner of the martial world would never easily impart their knowledge. Each would guard their skills like a precious treasure. Thus, the constables felt compelled to seize this moment. They were all striving diligently, except for 2 individuals that Yu Hang displayed little enthusiasm. His ambitions lay elsewhere, leading to a rather lackadaisical attitude. Captain Xie was aware of Yu Hang's mindset and chose not to intervene. Zhou An, on the other hand, feigned seriousness. Yet after a period of practice, he too grew disinterested. He found the sword techniques commendable, yet to him they were riddled with flaws, perhaps due to his own proficiency reaching an advanced level. Zhou An could not help but contemplate methods to counter these techniques. It seems there is more to it than merely speed. Various invisible enhancements across other domains are also at play, Zhou An mused. In his view, these techniques, which failed to trigger proficiency, were essentially of little use to him. He would be better off honing his own swordsmanship and culinary skills. His focus waned, and he carelessly executed a slash. Lacking precision, Captain Xia, having witnessed this, shook his head, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, another talentless individual." With this thought, he opted to recline on a nearby chaise, observing the constables as they practiced. While midday was typically a time for rest, the constables harbored no complaints, for the knowledge they gained was invaluable. Until the conclusion of the midday break, the constables were finally brimming with excitement, engaging in animated discussions as they returned to their quarters. Zhou An shook his arms. After practicing his swordplay for an entire afternoon, his hands felt somewhat sore and numb, but fortunately, the qi within him flowed, alleviating the discomfort. Just as he settled down and had yet to lift his teacup, he heard Yu Hang's voice. "I can't join you tonight. The private tutor has returned," Yu Hang said as he leaned closer. Zhou An casually picked up his tea, momentarily savoring a taste of retirement, and took a sip. Did he not say he would be gone for over 10 days? He recalled that not long ago, Yu Hang's tutor had mentioned he would be home visiting family for over 10 days, even refunding part of the fee to Yu Hang. Yu Hang shrugged. "I don't know, but if he is back, I might as well attend. Besides, they didn't ask for the money back. Wouldn't it be foolish to pass up such an opportunity?" Zhou An set down his teacup. "It hasn't been long since the last examination, has it?" Yu Hang nodded and patted Zhou An on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Once I pass, I'll make sure to look out for you." Between the two, there was little more to say. Soon, the room was once again filled with a palpable sense of lethargy, particularly concerning Zhou An and Yu Hang. Meanwhile, the other constables were earnestly exchanging experiences, hoping to soar to greater heights as the time to disperse approached. Zhou An ambled homeward, passing by the market to purchase some vegetables, intending to practice his sword technique that he resolved to train diligently each day until he reached the 3rd level of proficiency. Eager to observe any changes, traversing the familiar alley, everything remained as tranquil as ever. Upon returning home, Zhou An prepared a meal. While cooking, he practiced his sword skills and tossing the pan, and after satisfying his hunger, he stood before the cutting board. Chop, chop, chop. The sound reverberated through the room. The kitchen knife, having been used for quite some time, had dulled somewhat, yet for Zhou An it made little difference, enveloped in his qi. It remained sharp. His proficiency was increasing at a slower rate than before. Previously, a single stroke would yield progress, but now it took multiple cuts to see a slight improvement. Zhou An found it inconsequential, as long as he was improving. It was all that mattered. After all, who hasn't put in the effort these days? During work, one labors for the boss, but now he was laboring for himself, a distinctly different experience. Continue. The flow of qi within Zhou An diminished, and the tingling sensation in his right hand subsided. The sound of the cutting board echoed continuously throughout the room. While Zhou An honed his skills, Yu Hang had already arrived at his tutor's residence. The tutor lived in a relatively bustling area, nestled within a busy alley. Upon reaching the door and gently knocking, it swung open immediately. An elderly man in his 60s, sporting a goatee, stood before him. Despite his age, he appeared full of vigor. The tutor, surnamed Sun, had reportedly achieved recognition in the imperial examinations before the previous dynasty abolished them. "Good day, sir." Yu Hang greeted politely. Sun nodded slightly. "Have you eaten?" Yu Hang respectfully replied, "The tutor mentioned I should have dinner here." Sun raised his hand and stroked his goat-like beard, his eyes narrowing as he turned sideways. "Come in, and we shall speak further." "After you, sir," Yu Hang replied. Sun turned and entered the room, with Yu Hang following closely. By this time, dusk had begun to settle, although it was not yet nighttime. The sun was nearing the horizon. The room was illuminated by a single oil lamp. Furnished with simple furniture, it was common knowledge among the students in Inding County that Sun had never married and lived alone. "Please, take a seat that I will go fetch the dishes. We can eat casually, and then I will teach you some things," Sun said as he headed to the kitchen. Yu Hang obediently sat down. Before long, the dishes were brought to the table, and Yu Hang assisted in serving the food. They ate quickly, with silence prevailing throughout the meal. Once they finished, Yu Hang cleared the bowls and chopsticks before accompanying Sun to the adjacent study. The teaching session was brief, yet Yu Hang listened attentively. It wasn't until evening that he finally excused himself to leave that as he made his way home. The moon was bright, with only a few stars twinkling. However, upon returning along the familiar path, Yu Hang's brow furrowed tightly that he felt something was amiss about his tutor that evening. Chapter 14. Beast Gray Rat. What made it so strange? Yu Hang lay in bed, his hands resting behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. There was no other sensation, just an overwhelming sense of oddity. The lesson that day had been just like any other, and there had been no unusual occurrences during dinner or thereafter. Yet Yu Hang couldn't shake off the feeling. Particularly during the lesson, he had noticed Sun turning his back multiple times to lick the back of his hand surreptitiously. Moreover, Sun's demeanor was no longer as composed as before. His gaze exuded a primal ferocity. Primal ferocity. Yu Hang bolted upright, propping himself up on his hands. Yes, it's primal ferocity, beyond the human gaze. There was a hint of beastly menace in his eyes tonight. He finally grasped what had fell off that evening. Every time Sun lowered his head or averted his gaze, an undeniable aura of animalistic danger surfaced. Especially the act of licking his hand and the slight bounce in his step resembled that of a rat. Yu Hang felt a shiver run down his spine, and he quickly sprang from bed, hastily donning his clothes. Recently, the gray rat cult had become a thorn in everyone's side. Now that Sun exhibited rat-like behaviors, Yu Hang instantly made the connection. I must quickly report this to the higher-ups. This was a critical period. Even the smallest details could trigger significant repercussions that if he had suspicions, he needed to report them. Whether or not it was true mattered little to in such times. Evidence was secondary. Suspicion warranted immediate action, followed by thorough investigation. During such exceptional times, extraordinary measures were necessary. Yu Hang dressed promptly, preparing to leave. Casually securing a long knife at his waist, he grasped the doorknob, but before he could turn it, he caught sight of something unusual through the gap in the door, in such a secluded alley. The houses were generally unremarkable, even subpar, leading to the door not sealing tightly. Through the crack, Yu Hang glimpsed a pair of eyes peering in, devoid of human emotion, instead radiating a predatory essence, cunning and bloodthirsty. The moment those eyes fixed upon him, goosebumps erupted all over his body that he took 2 steps back, resting his hand on the knife's hilt. A look of wariness etched on his face. Knock! Knock, knock! The sound of knocking echoed, especially pronounced in the stillness of the night. Yu Hang remained silent, his mind swirling with turmoil. Those eyes belonged to his tutor, Sunday. He has come knocking. Yu Hang gripped the long knife tightly. Inside the room, he was alone. The gray rat cult was exceedingly sinister. Yu Hang sensed that escaping this predicament might prove difficult. After a moment, the knocking ceased, plunging the surroundings back into silence. Then, a voice emerged from outside. Yu Hang, open the door. I know you're inside. You should know who I am. A mere wooden door cannot keep me out. I've come to discuss something with you. Sun's voice had transformed from its usual gentle demeanor to something coarse and gruff. Yu Hang inhaled deeply. Sir, why have you come to see me? Outside, there was no response. Yu Hang remained steadfast, still watching the doorway with vigilance. After a while, a horrifying scene unfolded. A pitch-black claw emerged through the door's gap, slowly reaching upward, brushing against the bolt before slightly lifting it, causing the bolt to fall with a clatter. Creak! The wooden door swung open. A figure materialized on the threshold. Upon seeing this figure, Yu Hang's pupils constricted. Sun no longer resembled a scholar, nor even a human. His entire body was covered in sparse black fur, his mouth protruding and his front teeth elongated. His hands bore claws a foot long, and a tail trailed behind him. A rat. In an instant, Yu Hang processed the situation, denying Sun any chance to speak, and lunged with his drawn knife. Constables were familiar with rudimentary martial arts, and even Yu Hang fell into this category. He was uncertain of his chances of survival, but he had to fight. Sometimes, without a struggle, there were no opportunities. Fighting provided a glimmer of hope. His swordplay was poor, substandard even, to the point where it could only measure up against an average person. Clang! A sound echoed as the long knife shattered into 2 segments. Don't move, Sun commanded. I've already stated I don't intend to take your life. Just let me finish speaking. The dark claws rested against Yu Hang's neck, sending a chill through him, goosebumps spreading from his neck throughout his body. Sir, it's not too late to turn back from the wrong path, Yu Hang said. That Sun's face twisted into a sinister expression. Turn back from the wrong path. How do you know I am on one? You have always been a respected elder. Yet since the emergence of the gray rat cult, you have exhibited abnormalities. Have you been ensnared by temptation? Yu Hang continued. At that moment, he had a hypothesis. The gray rat cult might not be supernatural, but rather a human construct. You are a fine student, Sun replied slowly. Thus, I wish to grant you an opportunity. Do you see the power I possess? This is something I have never had before. Yu Hang furrowed his brows. Sir, I do not quite understand. Sun sneered. Must I elucidate further? I have been a scholar from the previous dynasty until now. Yet I have never attained the power of a scholar. You know well how high the threshold is for scholars. A scholar without power is utterly useless. But now, things are different. I have successfully acquired power, becoming an existence unimaginable to ordinary people. All of this is due to, at this point, Sun paused. His gaze turned increasingly frigid. Are you trying to extract information from me? Yu Hang forced a smile. Sir, I am but a fish on the chopping block. How could I possibly extract information from you? I merely wish to acquire more knowledge that if you come to me, it is undoubtedly of significance. Should I gain further insight, perhaps I can be of assistance. Sun Dan's gaze softened slightly. You make a valid point. In the face of formidable power, all schemes and conspiracies are mere illusions that if one were to speak and the other did not acquiesce, then death would be the consequence. The beast sect, Sun Dan revealed a hint of reverence. By lighting incense and establishing an altar, worshipping for 7 days, and consuming their visceral organs raw, one can attain unparalleled strength. Yu Hang's face was a canvas of shock, aligning closely with his suspicions. The entity before him was indeed not a mere anomaly, but rather a mysterious force. The ritual of the gray mouse, worshipped for 7 days and devoured raw, could bestow the power of beasts. Have you made up your mind? Render me a favor, and I shall grant you this power as well. Sun Dan spoke coldly. What favor? Yu Hang inquired. Sun Dan produced a gray mouse. Place this creature in the room of Captain Xie. In an instant, Yu Hang comprehended. You wish to worship Captain Xie? The innards of a third-rate master are superior to those of an ordinary person, Sun Dan sneered. Now that I've spoken, will you comply? Yu Hang fell into silence. Sensing something amiss, Sun Dan furrowed his brow, preparing to speak that moment. Yu Hang grasped Sun Dan's arm tightly and shouted towards the door, Hurry, to the magistrate's office. Chapter 15. Are you the mysterious master? Upon hearing the voice, Sun Dan paused slightly, instinctively turning his head to see a figure at the entrance. This individual, dressed inconspicuously and wielding a long knife at his waist, was peering curiously into the room. He immediately understood that Yu Hang was deliberately baiting him, speaking for the benefit of the person outside, urging them to report. Why Yu Hang continued to shout, Old Zhou, for heaven's sake flee, I'll hold him off. Just go. Zhou An, his presence at the doorway could be traced back to his training in swordsmanship. That evening, after practicing for 2 hours, he intended to retire for the night. However, before he could complete his evening routine, a surge of energy coursed through him, awakening a peculiar sense of danger from deep within. Compelled by instinct, he followed this energy's guidance and arrived at Yu Hang's room, witnessing the unfolding scene and their conversation. He was taken aback by Yu Hang's audacity, entangling Sun Dan in a bid to alert him. Could he flee? No, he could not. Firstly, Yu Hang was his childhood friend. Despite having traversed time, their recent interactions revealed that Yu Hang was not a malevolent person. Secondly, having been seen, leaving would invite greater trouble. Neither consideration permitted his escape, and it was evident that Sun Dan would not let him go. That if escape was impossible, then only one option remained. Confrontation. Zhou An drew his long knife. Old Zhou. Sun Dan's rodent-like visage darkened with malice. This is the good brother you've often mentioned. The one you've known since childhood? Very well. Let both of you perish together. Sun Dan's right arm trembled slightly, and Yu Hang was instantly sent crashing against the wall. "Old Joe, you fool! Hurry and run!" Yu Hang grimaced against the pain in his back. Striving to maintain his grip on Sun Dan, yet, with blinding speed, Sun Dan disregarded Yu Hang entirely, bending his legs and propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Zhou An. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Zhou An, who could clearly discern the sparse black fur and sharp fangs adorning Sun Dan's form. "Ha!" He exhaled forcefully, drawing his long knife and executing a swift arc. A dozen gleaming blades of light converged upon Sun Dan. The room was illuminated as if under moonlight. Sun Dan's charge abruptly halted as he glanced down at his chest. Cracks appeared, fissures emanating from his torso, shattering into fragments upon the ground. The entire event transpired within mere breaths, and Zhou An had already sheathed his knife. The Yu Hang sat on the floor, staring blankly at Zhou An, his expression a mixture of horror and disbelief. This, he stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Earlier that afternoon, Captain Xie had already imparted lessons on swordplay. The convergence of blade light marked the threshold of a third-rate master. Thus, Zhou An had transcended into that realm. "I must be a fool," Yu Hang mused. He recalled their recent discussions regarding martial prowess and so-called mysterious masters. Being astute, he began to piece together the current situation along with the earlier mention of the mysterious master. "Are you that mysterious master?" Zhou An remained silent. At this juncture, to deny it would be absurd. Yu Hang scrambled to his feet, a fierce countenance adorning his face. "You even deceive your brother. Are you still human?" It was a difficult pill to swallow, a source of profound embarrassment. The enigmatic master he had boasted about turned out to be his own brother. Anyone would feel awkward in his shoes. Zhou An replied with exasperation, "You never asked. You just kept prattling on with excitement. I couldn't very well dampen your enthusiasm, could I?" The fierce expression on Yu Hang's face dissipated, replaced by a sigh. "Old Zhou, how did you suddenly transform like this?" Zhou An chuckled. "Do you not feel a mix of concern for your brother's well-being and envy at his potential success?" Yu Hang shook his head, finding it challenging to articulate that sentiment. They had both been idling together, yet he had managed to achieve proficiency, while the others floundered. Zhou An patted Yu Hang on the shoulder. "What are you pondering? When you pass your exams, you'll need to support me. What good is being a third-rate master? Once you secure a position in the court, it will far surpass my status." This remark slightly improved Yu Hang's disposition. "What shall we do about this situation?" The ground was littered with corpses, a result of Zhou An's lethal precision. "We'll fabricate a narrative," Zhou An replied with a grin. This implied that Yu Hang could concoct a story, as long as Zhou An's involvement remained unexposed. Yu Hang surveyed the scattered remains, rushing into the room to retrieve a cloth bag. The two collaborated to collect the remnants, ensuring every fragment was tidily stowed away. Once all the pieces were meticulously gathered, Yu Hang dragged the bag. "Shall I head to the magistrate's office?" Given the urgency of the matter, it was best to report it promptly. Zhou An nodded, waving his hand as he turned to make his way home. The two shared a profound understanding, and Yu Hang said nothing further, merely dragging the bag towards the magistrate's office, as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning home, Zhou An closed the door and lit the oil lamp on his table. After pouring himself a glass of water and taking a sip, Zhou An's expression grew contemplative. Not just one. He had been listening intently and grasped the essence of the situation. The beast sect wielded the strength of beasts. Yet this was entirely different from the attack he had endured the other day. That assault had been from a shadow, disconnected from any beastly influence. This indicated that on that day, beyond the gray mouse at the entrance, there had been another entity. The dark shadow must have been a manifestation of their power, that he had confirmed the shadow's demise then, yet its implications remained unclear. In a small county like Anding, so many unknowns lie concealed. Thankfully, the town Ghost Suppression Bureau is handling it. Zhou An glanced at the clock. "I must hasten. Tomorrow I will head to the magistrate's office and resolve this matter." With that resolution, he extinguished the lamp. At the magistrate's office, Captain Xie hurriedly donned his attire, racing to the scene. Accompanying him was Zhang, the chief of the town Ghost Suppression Bureau. Yu Hang felt the wind was particularly tumultuous that day. Standing in the courtyard with a bag of remains, as the two prominent figures of Anding County encircled him. How shall I weave this tale? Yu Hang pondered, feeling the weight of the task before him. Speak of the events as they transpired, Zhang commanded. His expression graved at why Yu Hang cleared his throat and recounted the events, emphasizing, it was that mysterious master, with a flurry of blade light. Chapter 16. Zhou An, the assistant chef, Yu Hang narrated with fervor. Gesticulating animatedly and mimicking the motions of wielding a knife, that he had no alternative. To evade suspicion, he had to blend truth with fabrication. The core of his account was truthful, but the identity of the mysterious master was a ruse. This was the most effective means of concealment. Zhang and Captain Xie exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. They bore no doubts regarding Yu Hang's integrity, as he was a native of Anding County. With a background so pristine that a cursory investigation would reveal no blemishes, that a person of such unassailable character could not possibly be entangled with a mysterious master. Furthermore, Yu Hang's social circle consisted solely of his childhood friend, Zhou An. For Zhou An, his existence was uncomplicated. The appearance of a mysterious master in the humble Anding County surely harbors ulterior motives, Zhang stated. However, we must first address the Gray Mouse worshippers. Some matters necessitate prioritization. The Gray Mouse worshippers had already claimed 2 lives and must be dealt with first. The mysterious master could be addressed later, as their intentions remained uncertain. One cannot recklessly provoke the unknown. Zhang, have we pinpointed a target? Captain Xie inquired. Zhang nodded. This beast sect has surfaced before. I shall return and investigate further. Perhaps we can unravel our current predicament. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang's gaze shifted to Yu Hang, who was straining to eavesdrop. Upon catching Zhang's eye, he instantly straightened, feigning ignorance of the conversation. Since you have become a target, there is no turning back. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly perilous for the next few days. You shall temporarily reside at the Yamen. With Captain Xie here, you should be safe, said County Magistrate Zhang. Yu Hang nodded rapidly. Although his close friend was extraordinarily capable, he was unwilling to reveal his identity. And thus, returning was not an option. Logically speaking, if one were unaware of the enigmatic master's identity, the prudent choice would be to remain. Yu Hang could only adhere to this reasoning. Let us rest for now, Captain Xie said. I shall also stay at the Yamen for a few days, hoping to wait for an opportunity. Thereafter, no further matters arose. Yu Hang was assigned to a room where he took up residence, while Zhang Magistrate left the Yamen in a mysterious manner. The following day, Zhou An awoke, washed up, and leisurely enjoyed breakfast at a street stall, preparing to meander about the county office. The events of the previous night seemed as if they had never transpired upon entering the Yamen. He fortuitously encountered Yu Hang, and the two exchanged glances, understanding each other's unspoken thoughts. Zhou An proceeded to his usual spot, poured himself a cup of tea, and savored it slowly before rising, strapping on his long knife and stepping out. After much contemplation the previous night, he concluded that the 2 hours available each night were simply too brief to ensure adequate rest while also securing his position as a constable. He needed to devise a strategy. Rest was essential. In such a world, one must maintain ample vigor. Furthermore, the role of a constable represented official authority, which at times could yield unexpected advantages. Thus, Zhou An resolved to strike a balance between the two, able to idly pass time at work while honing his swordsmanship during leisure. Zhou An exited his room, heading straight towards another building. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. This was the kitchen of the Yamen, where constables could dine. If they chose not to eat there, they could receive a monthly stipend. The Great Chu kingdom offered excellent benefits to its officials, even to constables like them. Zhou An typically did not dine there, allowing him to pocket a bit more silver each month as he entered. He spotted the aged cook, who appeared to be in his 60s, with graying hair and a frail frame, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. It was said that many had come to apply for the position, but ultimately, this elderly man was chosen. The reason was simple. His hearty meals were simply too delicious. Old Lou still hard at work? Zhou An greeted with a smile. The cook, busy washing vegetables, glanced at Zhou An with curiosity. What brings you here today? As the kitchen's cook, he was well aware of who frequented for meals, and Zhou An had never been one to do so. His sudden appearance piqued Old Lou's interest. I merely wish to discuss something with you, Zhou An replied, moving to sit on a small stool across from the cook. Not long ago, you mentioned to the county magistrate about having constables who do not patrol assist with cooking. What do you think about me stepping in? Not long before, old Lu had often lamented to the magistrate about his burdensome tasks, chopping, washing, and cooking all by himself, leaving him overwhelmed. The magistrate had then suggested selecting some of the idle constables to assist in the kitchen. Naturally, this assistance was not without compensation. They would receive a free lunch each day. However, after the proposal was made, not a single constable volunteered, as the value of a single meal was hardly worth the effort. And they were too accustomed to idling about. Convincing them to help in the kitchen was akin to asking them to face execution. Zhou An, however, was different. After contemplating the matter for a while, he had decided to adopt this method. When idle, he could help in the kitchen, and while doing so, he could also practice his knife skills. This not only seemed justified but also allowed him to retain his position as a constable. It was a perfect plan. Weren't you unwilling to do this before? And you wouldn't even accept a meal, old Lu remarked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Zhou An replied mysteriously, Old Lu, do you think the current situation is peaceful? Old Lu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not at all. People are restless. Even rats can be worshipped, and there are reports of organs being harvested that it's quite a troublesome matter. Precisely, Zhou An stated. In turbulent times, what is most important? Money. We must seize the opportunity to save up whatever we can. But how much can we really save? Old Lu replied. Exasperated. It's just one meal. Zhou An insisted earnestly. We cannot dismiss this. Every bit counts, and money is accumulated over time. Old Lu fell silent, and after a moment he said, You must promise me this endeavor will be ongoing. Whenever you aren't on patrol or engaged with a case, you must come to assist in the kitchen. Absolutely, Zhou An assured, patting his chest. Old Lu, somewhat convinced, stated that he would promptly inform the magistrate to finalize the arrangement. Zhou An said little more, expressing his gratitude before returning to his usual spot to continue sipping tea. Chapter 17. Proficiency Level 3. With this matter settled, Zhou An felt a sense of relief. And even the slightly bitter tea seemed to have gained a pleasant aroma. He remained in his room, idly passing the time, until the afternoon, when he ventured out for a bite to eat, only to see old Lu stride in. It's done, old Lu announced, not bothering to keep it discreet in front of the other constables. Zhou An clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, old Lu. I'll treat you to a meal another time. Old Lu shook his head and turned to leave, remarking, No need to treat me. Just focus on your work, that don't be inconsistent with your efforts. Once old Lu departed, the other constables exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what the two had been discussing. Zhou An, being Zhou An's closest friend, curiously approached. Old Zhou, what are you up to now? His curiosity was genuine. Ever since learning of Zhou An's mysterious prowess, his mind had been restless. Now that Zhou An was engaging in peculiar activities, his intrigue heightened. Zhou An set down his teacup, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Oh, nothing much. Just thought I'd like to help in the kitchen. The other constables reacted with bemusement. They were aware of the kitchen assistance but knew it yielded little financial gain. Hence no one was inclined to participate. Zhou An perceived their thoughts and presented his prepared rationale. In these times, every little bit helps. While we may appear formidable in the eyes of the common folk, we are fully aware of our reality, that we cannot continually exploit the populace. Overindulgence could lead to consequences. The others finally grasped the rationale. In the constable circles of Anding County, only Zhou An and Yu Hang had not engaged in corrupt practices. The constables assumed Zhou and sought to earn a little extra, yet lacked the courage to do so, thus opting for a legitimate route. With this understanding, they ceased their inquiries, except for Yu Hang, who remained unconvinced. Old Zhou, what on earth are you up to? He whispered. Zhou An shook his head. Really, it's nothing. Proficiency was a matter not to be disclosed. He needed to keep it secret, as it was his greatest asset. Yu Hang wore a perplexed expression, as he was well acquainted with Zhou An and sensed he was not being entirely truthful. However, he refrained from pressing further. Even between close friends, some privacy was necessary. I'll be staying at the yamen tonight, Yu Hang said softly. You must be cautious. Zhou An nodded slightly. This was not unexpected. After all, Yu Hang was still a constable, and in times of trouble, the Yamen would inevitably intervene. This was precisely why Zhou An had not resigned from his position. One never knew when being a constable might prove beneficial. Whatever you do not leave the Yamen tonight, Zhou An advised, while Yu Hang agreed. The Yamen only provided lunch, so there was no need for assistance at this hour. Zhou An continued to idle away time, and by the end of the day, he was joyful to return home. Upon arriving home, he ate as usual and continued to practice his swordsmanship. Progress was increasingly slow, but Zhou An remained unperturbed. After all, mastery required time and patience. An entire evening passed without incident, as he diligently practiced, feeling the familiar tingling sensation in his right arm to in the following days. Zhou An's life settled into a highly regular routine. Each day began with a morning roll call, followed by kitchen duties, and evenings were spent at home honing his blade skills. Oddly enough, Anding County seemed to have suddenly become much safer, with no further reports of rats worshipping people. Moreover, the personnel from the local constabulary appeared quite occupied. Occasionally, as Zhou An passed by, he caught glimpses of hurried figures within. It seems there are leads. The other party is aware they are being investigated and is lying low, Zhou An mused, arranging the chopped vegetables on a plate, glancing at the screen displaying his progress. Knife skills LV2, speed 11985620000. He had truly been working tirelessly day and night, only managing to steal a couple of hours of sleep each night, while also maintaining his ruse. Initially, he pretended to be quite clumsy, but over the past few days, he gradually feigned proficiency in chopping vegetables. The strategy was to first act inexperienced, then gradually appear skilled, ultimately becoming increasingly adept. This progression was both logical and reasonable. At lunchtime, Zhou An sat in the dining hall, conversing with old Lu. I want to be able to help tomorrow during patrol. In the past 10 days, he has patrolled the streets, yet during his rounds, he refrained from offering assistance. Chef Lu nodded. You tend to your own affairs. It is the way of things, if you have matters to attend to. Do so first. Zhou An murmured in acknowledgement, taking a hearty bite of his meal. By the way, be cautious while patrolling. Stay alert, Chef Lu advised. Sensing a deeper meaning in the words, Zhou An inquired, what is the matter? Chef Lu glanced around cautiously, ensuring there were no idle ears nearby, before whispering, a few days ago, while procuring supplies, I happened to pass by the town guard's office, and guess what? I saw several members of the town guard, all wrapped in bandages. Zhou An's gaze sharpened. It was evident they had been injured. Is it the gray rat's sex doing? This was not a secret within the county's office, and Zhou An felt emboldened to speak freely. Chef Lu raised an eyebrow. That seems likely, which is why I urge you to be careful. Avoid wandering into dead ends while patrolling. If something were to happen, I would lose a kitchen assistant. Zhou An retorted, Old Lu, if you were to say that to someone else, you'd undoubtedly earn a couple of slaps, regardless of your age. Over the past 10 days, a tacit understanding had developed between the two. Zhou An realized that Chef Lu was quite candid. At over 60 years old, he had no ill intentions, merely a tendency to speak too bluntly, which could easily offend others. Who would dare to slap me? Who knows, one day, I might just slip some laxatives into your food, Chef Lu jested. They did not linger on the topic further, instead engaging in light conversation as they continued their meal. After lunch, Zhou An spent the entire afternoon preparing fish. Once his shift ended, he purchased some vegetables before returning home, that he was merely 100 points shy of reaching level 3 proficiency. Zhou An believed that if he worked diligently that evening, he would likely achieve it. He prepared a simple dinner and, after finishing, even enjoyed a cup of tea. Only then did he approach the cutting board, retrieving the excess vegetables. Time to practice. Zhou An flexed his wrist, picked up the knife beside him, and began his work. Late into the night, the sound of the chopping echoed until dawn. The following day, in his determination to maximize his proficiency, Zhou An toiled through the night. When morning arrived, and he finally set down the knife, he instinctively chopped once more. Heaven rewards the diligent. One reaps what one sows. A smile graced Zhou An's face as he beheld the words before him. Chapter 18. Unusual Patrols. Knife Skills LV3. Speed 1 to 40,000. Upon reaching level 3 proficiency, while there were no immediate changes, the upper limit had doubled to 40,000. Yet beneath this proficiency line, another line of text appeared. Please choose an option. Butcher's knife technique, precision 1, speed 1. 5 tiger breaking door technique, precision 1, strength 1. Zhou An contemplated. What? He could not recall having designed such an element when creating the game. How had a life skill evolved into this? Not rushing to make a choice, he reflected on his past experiences, carefully piecing together the puzzle. After a considerable time, he finally understood where the oversight lay. When he initially developed this life skill minigame, it had garnered significant success, yielding substantial profits. However, maintaining the game proved to be quite the challenge. Thus, he enlisted a recent university graduate to assist him. The subsequent patches and updates were all crafted by this student. Most of the time, he merely glanced over the work, allowing the student to take the reins. Games like this often enjoyed a brief period of popularity before waning, which is why he had ultimately left it to the student's discretion. This feature must have been added by that fellow. Zhou An mused that he had seen it before and now recalled the details. The update designed by that university student stipulated that upon reaching level 3, a significant transformation would occur. That it was clear that this was the very update in effect now. Which should I choose? Zhou An found himself grappling with indecision. He strained to remember until the student's words surfaced in his mind. Initially, the attributes added were foundational, yet also aligned with one's strengths. Selecting based on this principle was the most prudent course of action. In other words, since I initially focused on speed, I should opt for speed now. Once he grasped this, he refrained from overthinking. Indecision could lead to paralysis of thought. The more one deliberated, the more entangled one became. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely chose the butcher's knife technique. As this thought crossed his mind, the text before him shifted. Butcher's knife technique LV3, speed 2, precision 1 to 40,000, as the new text appeared and then vanished. A wealth of information flooded his mind. Zhou An closed his eyes, feeling the tumultuous transformation within. Nearly 2 minutes elapsed before he reopened his eyes. The flow of energy within him had thickened from the width of a thumb to the width of 2 thumbs. Yet it had not yet coalesced into the chi sphere of a second-rate expert. Zhou An lifted his hand and grasped the kitchen knife on the table. The next moment, he swung the knife toward the cutting board. The knife became a blur, radiant light shimmering along the blade. However, when the blade connected with the board, nothing happened. The knife hovered just a hair's breadth above the surface, refusing to descend. This was precision. Zhou An finally comprehended the advantage of precision 1. Effortless yet exacting, precise to the minutest degree. In times past, although his knife skills were swift, the speed did not equate to control. Each strike lacked the finesse to retract gracefully. To illustrate simply, should an opponent evade his blow, he would leave himself wide open. Lacking precision and the ability to strike with measured ease, he could not retract his attacks. Now, however, the situation had changed. Precision elevated his technique to an entirely new level, rendering it both deceptive and authentic. Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of the butcher's knife technique. With the enhancement in proficiency, Zhou An felt elated that he returned the knife to the board, donned the attire of a constable, and stepped out with his long knife in hand. That he still had to fulfill his patrol duties. After the roll call, Zhou An did not linger, striding out with his blade. As fate would have it, the area designated for his patrol was the very Huyang alley where the initial incident had occurred. He distinctly recalled discovering the first corpse there, its innards completely eviscerated. Before departing, Yuhang had reminded him to exercise caution. Once outside the magistrate's office, Zhou An strolled leisurely until he reached Huyang alley. The alley remained relatively lively, despite the previous incident. The townsfolk still needed to go about their lives. The past 10 days had been uneventful, and thus, the vendors' calls grew ever more vibrant. Zhou An ambled through the streets, his long knife in tow, while the townspeople quickly averted their gazes upon seeing his constable attire. During his patrol at noon, he casually sampled some food from a roadside vendor, taking a moment to rest before continuing his rounds. Along the way, he also intervened in 2 minor altercations that by late afternoon, all remained tranquil. Just as he was beginning to think that the day would yield no incidents and he could return home, he heard commotion emanating from a narrow alleyway. Sounds like a fight? The sporadic sounds of a scuffle reached him that a passerby might have missed it, but Zhou An, possessing internal energy, heard it distinctly. The duty of a constable on patrol was precisely for such occurrences. Pondering for a moment, he tightened his grip on the long knife at his waist and advanced towards the alley. The alley was narrow, barely allowing two individuals to pass. The walls on either side were bare, devoid of any structures. The ground was littered with debris and refuse, creating a disordered scene. Such neglected alleys were plentiful in Indigne County. Even the busiest areas harbored these forsaken spots. As Zhou An ventured deeper, the clamor of the fight grew louder. Ahead lay a corner, obscuring his view of what transpired beyond it, but the sounds of conflict emanated from just around the bend. Weapons. The clashing of metal rang out from the alley. Initially, from a distance, he presumed it was merely a brawl among townsfolk. However, the introduction of weaponry changed everything. Zhou An's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he unsheathed his long knife, proceeding cautiously. Upon reaching the corner of the alley, he peered around to assess the situation. Given the alley's narrowness, the scene was easily discernible. Two figures occupied the space. More accurately, one was not human. Clad in a black robe, its fingers bore claws nearly a foot long, and its mouth protruded with sharp fangs jutting forth. Zhou An recognized this form. Members of the beast cult. Only those empowered by beastly forces would manifest in such a manner. The other figure, in stark contrast, wore the attire of the town guard, clutching a long sword. They appeared to be at an impasse, yet Zhou An noted the town guard member bore numerous wounds, large and small. Clearly at a disadvantage, Zhou An surmised. As this thought crossed his mind, the town guard member spoke. "Surrender. You are but a spent force. Further resistance leads only to demise." The voice was hoarse, accompanied by violent coughing, indicating serious injury. The beast cult member erupted into laughter, in a span of just over 10 days. "You town guard have slain dozens of my brethren, and now you demand I surrender. As a protector, I shall take your life today as an offering to the heavens." Chapter 19, Level 3. The first encounter. Upon declaring this, the beast cult enforcer's sparse black fur thickened. His claws, once merely half a foot long, extended to a full foot that in the sunlight. The claws glinted with a chilling sheen. At that moment, the beast cult enforcer bore an uncanny resemblance to a shadowy rodent. The town guard member turned pale, blood still seeping from his wounds. "Do you not fear that my comrades will arrive and slay you here? Surely, it is you who should be afraid." The beast cult's enforcer coldly remarked. "This place is remote. Aside from the patrolling constables, who else could possibly come to your aid?" He continued, "It will take time for the town's ghost department to arrive. Surely, you do not expect the patrolling constables to rescue you. They are utterly useless and will only offer you a pointless demise." Having uttered these words, the enforcer pointed towards the corner of the wall. "Moreover, given the seclusion of this location, even the constables cannot reach here. Can they?" Before he could finish, the enforcer suddenly froze that he had casually gestured, only to witness a head vanish from sight in the corner. Rubbing his eyes, he was certain he had not misjudged. A head had indeed disappeared. "Someone's here," the enforcer quickly reacted. "First, eliminate the members of the ghost department." A chill emanated from him, intensifying with each passing moment. This time, he refrained from unnecessary words, launching himself directly at the ghost department member. His speed was astounding, leaving behind a faint afterimage in the air, the glint of his claws reflecting ominously, causing the ghost department member to squint. Faced with life and death, the ghost department member unleashed a fierce instinct for survival. Positioning his longsword defensively, in an instant, it intercepted the enforcer's claws. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out sharply. The longsword cracked under the pressure, and the ghost department member tasted blood in his throat, stumbling backward until he collided with the wall behind him. Crack! The sword shattered, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. The enforcer did not relent. He leapt again, aiming for the ghost department member's throat. Should this strike connect, it would certainly spell his doom. The ghost department member had already shut his eyes. Knowing that with his weapon shattered and his injuries severe, there was no escape from peril. But at that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air, prompting the ghost department member to open his eyes in alarm. The alley remained empty, Yet several brilliant flashes of white light surged forth like blades. These lights were formidable, exuding an undeniable power. The enforcer immediately sensed danger and met the oncoming light with his claws. Crack! The blade light dissipated, leaving cracks on his claws. Who goes there? The corner remained vacant, yet the earlier blade flashes had originated from that very spot. His fingers tingled. The recent attack had caused fractures in his claws, and the residual force rendered his fingers numb. The enforcer spoke icily. I harbor no grievances against you. Why must you involve yourself in this matter? The Ghost Department member stood momentarily stunned, yet he quickly regained his composure. Those blade lights. They form a line. It must be a mysterious master. In an instant, the Ghost Department member proclaimed loudly, Elder, this individual is our enemy. Should you choose to intervene, we of the Ghost Department would be eternally grateful. Addressing him as Elder was essential. They had previously surmised that this mysterious master was at least a third-rate expert, given the ability to wield blade lights with such precision. Yet the current situation was far beyond that. It was not merely a line, but an entire array. Dozens of strikes, as if casually unleashed. Terrifying. The Ghost Department member could only hope that this individual possessed a sense of justice and would come to his aid. However, silence reigned at the corner. A chilling breeze swept through, leaving an eerie stillness. The enforcer and the Ghost Department member exchanged glances, both acutely aware of the awkwardness hanging in the air. After a moment, the enforcer declared, You might as well perish. His claws elongated once more, lunging toward the Ghost Department member, that he resolved to eliminate this foe before attending to the mysterious individual. Instinctively, the Ghost Department member shut his eyes. Just then, the sound of slicing air erupted again, bringing forth another wave of blade lights. The enforcer retaliated, shattering the oncoming light, yet his claws splintered anew. Enduring the pain, his fury escalated. Are you mad? If you possess any skill, come out and face me instead of lurking in the shadows. Are you a martial artist? Is this how you uphold martial ethics? By ambushing me? Comme fort. The air remained still, devoid of response. Suddenly, the Ghost Department member had a revelation. Earlier, when I closed my eyes, the mysterious master attacked. When I opened them, the assault ceased. Since this is a mysterious master, they would not reveal their identity, that I believe I understand. Yes, that's it. A look of excitement spread across the Ghost Department member's face, which did not go unnoticed by the enforcer. What are you so pleased about? The enforcer inquired. You are about to meet your end. The Ghost Department member, brimming with excitement, turned away from the corner and shouted, Elder, I see nothing. You may act without worry. The enforcer felt an unusual sense of foreboding. Despite his intention for vengeance, this unexpected turn of events left him bewildered. Is this Ghost Department member deranged? No one has offered to rescue you, so why act so jubilant? Forget it. I shall dispose of you first. The enforcer resolved, even if it meant incurring some injuries, to eliminate the Ghost Department member first. Just as he was about to turn, the previously silent corner finally stirred and a blade emerged, its wielder concealed, revealing only a hand. Moments later, a figure holding a knife appeared at the corner, that the enforcer recognized the constable's garb. He found himself momentarily stunned. The Ghost Department member remained oblivious, eyes tightly shut, too fearful to gaze, that in this era, should one wish to conceal their identity, catching a glimpse of the unknown could prove fatal. You! The enforcer gasped in shock, unable to believe that a constable stood before him. After the initial astonishment faded, his demeanor darkened, transforming into a blur as he lunged at Zhou An. I shall take you down first. A mere 10 or so blade lights? I can withstand that. Even if I suffer some wounds, I will eliminate you. The enforcer moved with astonishing speed, determined to slay Zhou An before anything else. Zhou An, standing resolutely at the corner, did not retreat but instead slowly raised his long knife. Upon witnessing this, the enforcer felt a surge of danger. His opponent's calm demeanor was unnerving. However, it was too late to withdraw, and he gritted his teeth, pressing forward. Zhou An smiled. A mere 10? That seems insufficient. The long knife traced an arc through the air. In the next moment, The alley was awash with a blinding array of blade lights. As radiant as the sun, the alley was engulfed in the brilliance of the blade lights. The enforcer stood frozen, his raised claws stiff as wood, uncertain of where to strike. That it was an overwhelming display of blade light, rendering any attempt to retaliate futile. Impossible, impossible! How could such a skilled practitioner exist in Amir and Ding County? Why have I never heard of this before? And Ding County was small. How could such a formidable expert reside there? The enforcer was baffled, unable to think further as the blinding blade lights pierced through him. His words faltered, and as he lowered his gaze, he noticed a crimson line appearing around his neck. His head tumbled to the ground, rolling away. His head fell. Blood began to seep from his body, cascading down like perfectly sliced tofu, disintegrating into equal fragments upon impact with the ground. Blood stained the earth. Zhou An sheathed his knife, not bothering to glance back as he exited the alley. Silence enveloped the alley. The ghost department member remained with his back to the corner, eyes shut tightly, too afraid to open them. He understood that the mysterious master wished to keep their identity concealed. Hence, they had not revealed themselves. That he also knew that to open his eyes and see the face of the master would spell doom for him. Sometimes, one must see what needs to be seen, and avoid what should not be seen, especially when it comes to a mysterious master whose temperament is unfathomable. The alley had returned to tranquility, devoid of even the sound of footsteps. "Elder, have you finished? May I open my eyes now?" the ghost department member cautiously inquired. No answer came, but he ventured again. "Elder, rest assured, I have seen nothing. You may depart at your leisure. Feel free to tap the wall. I will then open my eyes." Still, there was no response. Taking a deep breath, the ghost department member resolved to open his eyes. Since no sound persisted, it was likely the master had already departed. "Elder, if you remain silent, I will open my eyes," he tentatively announced, gradually lifting his eyelids. Each movement was deliberate and cautious, particularly when turning his head, fearful of seeing something he should not. The alley remained eerily quiet, and as the ghost department member gazed at the vacant corner, he felt a wave of relief. Gone. At that moment, he was finally convinced that the mysterious master had indeed left. However, as his gaze instinctively shifted downward, he spotted the scattered fragments on the ground, accompanied by pools of blood. Cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Recalling the earlier scene, he calculated the time. From the moment the beast cult's enforcer launched his attack to the return of silence in the alley, only a fleeting moment had passed. Yet in that brief interval, a plethora of fragments now lay before him. Just how many strikes had been unleashed? This master is beyond our expectations, and it seems they harbor no malice. I must report this promptly. A misunderstanding could lead to trouble. The ghost department member swallowed hard, sidestepping the remnants on the ground as he prepared to exit the alley and return to the ghost department to relay the events. The entire process went smoothly, devoid of further danger. As the ghost department member made his way back, Zhou An had already meandered to the yamen. His initial experience wielding the third-tier butcher's knife was immensely gratifying. In that brief moment, he had executed 30 strikes, 30 blade lights that rendered any defense futile. Tonight, I shall continue to hone my knife skills, Zhou An resolved firmly as he arrived at the entrance of the yamen. At this moment, it was also the time to disperse. The constables returned to their respective homes, each seeking their own comforts. Zhou An meandered back home, prepared a modest dinner, and after a brief respite, he picked up the kitchen knife. "Let me see how my proficiency is progressing," he mused inwardly, commencing to chop vegetables on the cutting board. Soon, the rhythmic sound of chopping filled the room, a continuous ebb and flow that persisted for nearly half an hour before Zhou An finally set the knife down. Butcher's knife method, speed 2, precision 1 to 40,000. Half an hour had passed, yet his proficiency showed no signs of improvement, which felt rather peculiar. Even at a slower pace, one would expect a notable increase in such a duration. There is something amiss, Zhou An thought as he paced around the room. What exactly is the issue? After pondering for a long while, he still could not pinpoint the problem. Much of what the university student had designed was now a distant memory, but as time slipped away, Zhou An decided to set the matter aside for the moment. He had other skills to cultivate, and the evening hours were precious. With this in mind, he temporarily placed the knife aside and entered the kitchen, lifting the pot. "Let me practice some tossing." Having made up his mind, Zhou An added the vegetables to the pot and began to toss them. Though the proficiency for this second-tier skill increased slowly, it at least showed some progress. After completing the task, he allowed himself 2 hours of sleep before resting. Before long, the night passed. The next day, after patrolling the streets yesterday, today he continued to be idle. Zhou An arrived at the yamen to report for duty before heading to the kitchen. Chef Lu was washing and preparing vegetables. And upon noticing Zhou An's arrival, he gave a knowing glance. The street you patrolled yesterday encountered some trouble. Zhou An was, of course, aware of the incident, having been involved himself. However, he feigned ignorance, curiously asking, "What happened?" Members of the beast cult attacked the town's supernatural office. But a mysterious master intervened and saved the day. Now, this mysterious master has become quite renowned in our Anding County. Chef Lu continued to wash the vegetables without lifting his head. Zhang Xijian has faced severe repercussions. When will the supernatural office not be targeted? Thus, they have begun to act against the beast cult overnight. Zhou An merely acknowledged with an "oh." He did not display any particular curiosity. Chef Lu, puzzled, remarked, "Aren't you the least bit curious?" Zhou An conjured an excuse. In these tumultuous times, it's wise to remain less curious. Preserving one's life is paramount. You're quite earnest, lad. In these days, one's life is indeed more important. Chef Lu chuckled. Zhou An chose not to continue the conversation and began his work. He took out the kitchen knife and commenced chopping once more. Yet to no avail, his proficiency remained stagnant. Setting down the knife, Zhou An fell into contemplation once again that as Chef Lu brought the washed vegetables to the table. He observed Zhou An's demeanor and inquired, "What is wrong? What are you pondering this time?" Zhou An snapped back to reality and jested. "I was contemplating how my vegetable chopping skills are improving. Perhaps I could open my own restaurant someday." Chef Lu chuckled. "You can't even stir-fry. How could you possibly open a restaurant? Moreover, your chopping skills still require significant improvement. It's not as simple as you think." Zhou An paused, sensing he had grasped the notion. Chapter 21. Carving. Chef Lu's earlier words sparked an idea in Zhou An's mind. The lack of proficiency increase must certainly be due to his own shortcomings. Now that Chef Lu had pointed it out, he suddenly recognized the root of the problem. It seemed he had always chopped vegetables using the same method, never altering his approach. According to Chef Lu, chopping was not merely about cutting, that if he were to change his technique, might his proficiency not improve. With this thought, Zhou An voiced his curiosity. "Old Lu, what do you think I should do to enhance my vegetable chopping skills?" Despite his age, Chef Lu, appearing to be in his 60s, possessed considerable culinary prowess. Additionally, his strength was remarkable. He wielded a large iron wok with remarkable ease. Chef Lu inquired, "Are you truly considering this as a career?" In these times, possessing multiple skills opens various pathways. If I ever find myself out of work, I could always pursue a career as a chef, Zhou An replied. Chef Lu pondered for a moment and found merit in this perspective. In the entire yamen, Zhou An was the sole cook. Now that Zhou An faced difficulties, Chef Lu felt compelled to assist him, that if he did not help, he would struggle to manage when Zhou An decided to leave. In truth, there isn't much to cutting. It generally consists of straight cuts, push cuts, pull cuts, saw cuts, chopper cuts, and roll cuts that you've always relied on straight cuts. You ought to learn the others. Chef Lu took the knife from Zhou An's hand and demonstrated each cutting technique. As he tried each method, he explained the essentials of each cutting style. Zhou An listened intently. However, upon completing the demonstration, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He attempted to take the knife back and practiced all the techniques Chef Lu had just taught him. Yet, his proficiency remained utterly unchanged. This approach was ineffective. Chef Lu was equally astonished. This lad possesses a solid foundation. Zhou An had handled all the fundamental knife techniques with ease. Talent. It must be talent. Observing Zhou An's unimpressed expression, Chef Lu asked, "Are you not satisfied?" Zhou An spoke candidly. "Not particularly engaging. It still hasn't improved." Chef Lu, taken aback, could only shake his head at Zhou An's audacity, though it was backed by undeniable skill. "Here, take this." Chef Lu retrieved a piece of wood from the kitchen corner and tossed it in front of Zhou and .it was a piece of firewood, usually stacked in the corner when not in use. Zhou An picked it up, puzzled. What do you want me to do with this? Aren't you looking to practice your knife skills? Carve this. Once you can carve it indistinguishably from the real thing, you can move on to other tasks. Chef Lu casually placed a vegetable on the table, Zhou, and raised an eyebrow. I've heard of people carving tofu. Could you provide me with a wooden stump? He had previously heard that chefs at the local tavern could intricately carve designs into tofu. Chef Lu chuckled. Start with something hard. Once you master that, you can progress step by step. Zhou An considered that since his proficiency had not improved, he might as well give it a try. With this thought, he picked up the kitchen knife. Chef Lu shook his head. No need for that. Use the knife at your waist. Zhou An was taken aback that he wore a long knife at his side, but using it for carving would present considerable difficulty. Handle it lightly, with fluidity. When you can carve with a long knife at your waist and create indistinguishable replicas, using other knives will be a breeze, Chef Lu instructed. Zhou An drew the long knife from his waist and attempted to use it, quickly realizing it was quite unwieldy. While he could easily wield it to cut a person down, carving on a piece of wood the size of a palm was a different challenge altogether. Especially since the long knife was cumbersome, he had to be exceedingly careful. Zhou An tried to carve a few strokes, but his excessive force caused cracks to appear in the wood. His butcher's knife method received a precision increment, which indeed allowed for better control, yet that was more applicable for combat. When it came to carving, that precision boost seemed insufficient. However, after attempting a few more strokes, he noticed a change in the proficiency before his eyes. Butcher's knife method, speed 2, precision 1 440,000. His proficiency had increased. Maintaining a calm facade, Zhou An's heart danced with joy. His earlier hypothesis proved correct. The reason his proficiency had not improved was that he had not challenged himself with new difficulties. It appeared that his choice was a sound one. With this realization, Zhou An remained silent and continued to meticulously carve the wood. The image of the cabbage was etched in his mind. He did not need to glance at it. Instead, he relied solely on his mental recollection, continually refining his work. His proficiency was indeed increasing, and quite satisfactorily. With this motivation, Zhou An's focus intensified. Chef Lu observed silently beside him, noting Zhou An's seriousness when absorbed in his task. Is this lad genuinely interested in knife skills? Initially, he had merely been joking, hoping to dissuade Zhou An, but he was taken aback to see him so earnest he chose not to interrupt, patiently waiting. After about half an hour, Zhou An finally sheathed his knife. His right hand trembled slightly, not from fatigue, but as a side effect of heightened concentration. Zhou An exhaled, the energy within him flowing, and the tremor in his hand subsided. Before him lay a piece of wood carved into the shape of a cabbage. However, the appearance was far from satisfactory. Splinters littered the surface, with several cracks and distortions evident. Not bad. Chef Lu expressed genuine admiration. For your first attempt at carving wood with a long knife, this is quite commendable. Old Lu, had it not been for your sincere expression, I might have thought you were mocking me, Zhou An replied. During that half hour, his proficiency had increased by over 100 points, which was indeed good news for him. Well, the vegetables are all chopped. You continue carving, I'll go prepare lunch. With lunchtime approaching, Chef Lu refrained from further chatter and moved to the stove to begin cooking. With the cooking now off Zhou An's plate, he resumed carving the wood with the long knife. This endeavor continued until noon. After lunch, Zhou An did not remain idle, as was customary. Captain Xie came by to teach some knife techniques, after which everyone was dismissed. Zhou An retrieved several pieces of wood from the kitchen and transported them into his room, where he meticulously carved them with a long knife. Naturally, this unusual activity attracted curious glances, but when Zhou An claimed he was merely practicing his knife skills, the onlookers lost interest and ceased their inquiries to Yu Hang, who had been absent until just before the end of his shift, finally entered the room. Zhou An glanced over and noticed that Yu Hang's expression seemed somewhat troubled. Approaching Zhou An, Yu Hang whispered, Old Zhou, you should lay low for a while. Director Zhang is investigating mysterious experts. Chapter 22. The doubts of the town's enigmatic division. Zhou An had been pondering how to enhance his carving efficiency when he suddenly heard Yu Hang's words. Raising an eyebrow and lowering his voice. Did they ask about you? Throughout the day, Yu Hang had not been in the room, idly passing time, which confirmed Zhou An's suspicion that something was amiss. Given Yu Hang's previous encounter with the mysterious expert, it was reasonable for the authorities to question him. That why Yu Hang nodded. They inquired about the mysterious expert, but I managed to deflect their questions. However, from what I gathered, it seems Director Zhang is keen on locating the mysterious expert to unite against the beast sect. To be honest, Yu Hang felt somewhat anxious, as the saying goes. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. Zhou An, who had suddenly emerged as a formidable figure, was a source of joy for Yu Hang. Yet he was also acutely aware of a harsh reality that in this world, while there are many skilled practitioners, few manage to survive unscathed. That in these tumultuous times, the more ostentatious one is, the more likely one is to attract trouble. Thus, Yu Hang was determined to keep Zhou An's identity under wraps. Yet if an incident were to occur, Zhou An's true nature would be exposed, and the consequences were uncertain. Just keep a low profile and avoid stirring up trouble, Yu Hang cautioned. Zhou An nodded, indicating his understanding that he truly had no intention of causing any disturbances. The last incident, when he encountered members of the town's enigmatic division and the beast sex enforcers in an alley, had prompted him to act. Hearing the title of enforcer had coincided with his knife skills reaching the 3rd level, compelling him to test the prowess of the beast sect and assess the gap between them. To his surprise, the opponents had been feeble, unable to withstand even a breath's duration against him. Reflecting on Yu Hang's advice, he agreed that maintaining a low profile was prudent, as drawing too much attention could lead to targeting. "Are you still residing in the yamen?" Zhou An inquired. Yu Hang replied with a hint of resignation. "I lack the skill to create dazzling displays with my knife, so I must stay here. That I'm wary of encountering danger outside. But it doesn't matter. I can read anywhere. True. It is safer here, and the beast sect wouldn't dare act against us." Zhou An acknowledged that moment. The constables rose, signaling the end of their shift. Regardless of the location, the routine was the same. During work hours, they were sluggish, but as soon as it was time to leave, they were energized. Zhou An chose not to linger on the conversation, as his thoughts were still consumed by his knife skills, and he departed from the yamen. Upon returning home, Zhou An did not immediately practice his knife techniques, but instead gazed at the pot in the kitchen. All abilities must develop in balance. Relying solely on one skill makes one an easy target, he contemplated. Currently, he had activated 2 skills, but he could not afford to neglect either. These skills were his trump cards. Should he rely on just one ability, it would not take long for opponents to devise countermeasures. However, if he possessed an additional concealed tactic, the outcome would be significantly different. After some mental planning, he quickly arrived at a conclusion. Daytime for knife skills, nighttime for flipping the pot. He could openly carve in the yamen. But flipping the pot was another matter. As a mere cook, doing so in the yamen would raise suspicions. However, at night within the confines of his home, he had the freedom to practice as he pleased. Most importantly, his pot flipping skill was at level 2, and he could still gain proficiency. Thus, he would not abandon it. Having made his decision, Zhou An proceeded to the kitchen, picked up the iron pot, and began to practice flipping. His proficiency steadily increased, and the exhilarating rush of gaining experience filled him with joy. Meanwhile, on the other side, trouble was brewing. In Indignation County, the town's enigmatic division was situated at the very heart of the county, even more bustling than the yamen itself. This was all due to an edict from the emperor of the Great Chu kingdom. The town's enigmatic division was established to maintain security in the region and protect it from bizarre threats. Thus, their presence was all the more necessary in such a thriving locale. The division in Indignation County occupied a 2-story building, which appeared conspicuously out of place amidst the surrounding single-story homes. Yet, no common folk dared to approach, as this mysterious organization instilled a profound sense of apprehension, and one wish to provoke trouble. They simply wanted to live their lives in peace. As a result, no civilians ventured within 100 meters of the town's enigmatic division at this moment. In the central room on the 2nd floor, Director Zhang was scratching his head in frustration, his face a mask of conflict. Seated beside him were 6 members, all distinguished individuals from Indignation County. The town's enigmatic division comprised only a handful of personnel, and these 6 managed the rest, alleviating some of Zhang's burdens. Recently, they had been exerting tremendous effort to suppress the beast sect based on intelligence from above, yielding considerable results. They had eliminated numerous members of the beast sect, and there had been no particularly bizarre incidents of late. However, Zhang soon found himself vexed, as the beast sect, after facing suppression, had inexplicably chosen to retreat. He was not intimidated by a direct confrontation, but he dreaded the possibility of underhanded tactics, with no leads on the whereabouts of the beast sect. He could only focus on safeguarding Indignation County and preventing any further loss of life. Yet, dragging the situation indefinitely was untenable. The mere thought of the beast sect still having members felt akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. Zhang felt as though a sword hung over his head, threatening to fall at any moment. While the town's enigmatic division itself was not in jeopardy, should the beast sect choose to retaliate against the civilians, this small group of individuals would struggle to protect them. They found themselves at an impasse. The 6 managing members dared not speak further, choosing instead to maintain a silent watchfulness. The stakes were high, and they could not afford to let the flames of trouble engulf themselves. As the saying goes, simply execute the orders from above. Do not overstep your bounds. Zhang broke the silence. How is the investigation into the mysterious expert progressing? Since the situation with the beast sect had reached an impasse, it was prudent to explore alternative avenues, such as investigating the mysterious expert. Given that their personnel had previously been saved by this enigmatic figure, it could be deduced that the expert was not necessarily opposed to them. Thus, forming an alliance was entirely feasible. The thought of someone capable of slicing a person into pieces in an instant left Zhang astounded. One of the managing members on the left shook his head. Sir, we have scoured the entire county, cross-referencing household registrations, yet we have found no evidence of outsiders entering Indignation County recently. Another member chimed in. This is a remote county. Not many people come or go. Sir, I suspect this may be an insider's doing. An insider? Zhang drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before realizing that this was indeed a possibility. Chapter 23. The Mystery of the Corpse in Recent Times. While dealing with the beast sect, they had not relaxed their investigation into the mysterious expert. However, no matter how diligently they searched, they found nothing. Their focus had solely been on outsiders entering Indignation County. Yet now, one member's sudden remark sparked inspiration in Zhang. Indeed, they had only investigated external individuals, never considering the possibility of a hidden expert within Indignation County. Might there be someone with formidable skills who preferred to live in seclusion? This notion was worth exploring. Zhang recalled an encounter with a skilled practitioner who had a peculiar obsession: fishing. This expert loved fishing so much that he would cast his line wherever there was water, to the point of obsession. Thus, it was not unreasonable to consider that a skilled individual might choose to hide away in a small place like Indignation County. Investigate, but focus on the internal aspects. Zhang resolved firmly. Be thorough in your inquiries, but remember to maintain a friendly demeanor, that we approach this with a spirit of cooperation. He added another reminder that if not for the necessity of their duties, Zhang would have preferred to avoid such investigations, as they often led to offending others. No one wished to be under scrutiny. Understood. The managing members responded in unison. Zhang then waved his hand, dismissing them to attend to their respective tasks. Once everyone had departed, he remained alone in the room, continuing to contemplate strategies for dealing with the beast sect. As time passed, a night slipped away unnoticed. The following day, Zhou An rose early, gazing at his proficiency levels with a smile. Butcher's Cleaver Technique LV3, Speed 2, Precision 1, 1385 40,000. Flipping the Pot LV2, Strength 135 80 20,000. He contemplated first leveling up the Butcher's Cleaver Technique to level 4, then raising the pot flipping skill to level 3, which would substantially enhance his capabilities. However, all of this required time and effort. Zhou An looked outside, realizing it was nearly time for roll call. After freshening up, he left his room and strolled down the street. Sitting at a small stall, he ordered a bowl of noodles, savoring every bite before paying and making his way to the yamen. Today, the yamen was as tranquil as ever. After roll call, Zhou An prepared to assist in the kitchen. He ambled into the kitchen like an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely stroll after a meal, hands clasped behind his back. However, upon reaching the doorway, he was met with an empty room, devoid of Lu the cook's presence. The stove still crackled with flames, a sign that preparations for boiling water were underway before the actual cooking commenced. Where could old Lu be? Zhou An pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him. Over time, he had come to understand Lu's routine. Throughout the morning, Lu was steadfast in his duties, never shirking his responsibilities. Yet now, his sudden absence struck Zhou An as peculiar. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that perhaps Lu had merely stepped out for a moment. Approaching the stove, Zhou An set about meticulously chopping the vegetables he had prepared earlier, then selected a piece of firewood and resumed his carving. Mastery required diligence on both fronts, and he could not afford to relax his focus. This session of carving felt significantly easier than the last, his technique markedly improved. Zhou An recognized that this progress was a testament to his growing proficiency. Such skills were not acquired without effort. Each stroke of his knife had been earned through laborious practice. Diligence bore fruit, and the fruits of his labor were evident in his achievements. He relished the intense concentration that accompanied his work. When fully immersed in a task, time seemed to accelerate. Once he had completed the carving of the piece of wood, Zhou An held it up for inspection. It was still a small cabbage, but this iteration was far superior to the last. Previously marred by shavings and riddled with cracks, this piece had none of those flaws. While some fissures remained, they were minimal and less pronounced than before. With this carving finished, his proficiency increased by 100 points. Slower than last time, it seems I must continue to push myself, Zhou An mused. He set the wood aside, only then realizing he was still alone in the kitchen. Lu was absent, leaving Zhou An wondering about his whereabouts. Wait a moment. Could he have taken leave? Zhou An furrowed his brow. That seems unlikely. If he had, who kindled a fire beneath the stove? Rising to his feet, he peered out the door, intending to inquire with others. However, before he could exit the kitchen, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Turning around, he spotted Lu rushing in. A look of urgency etched across his face, sweat beading on his forehead, with no time to wipe it away. Old Lu, where have you been? Zhou An inquired. Lu stepped into the kitchen, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! I just got the fire going when my relatives suddenly encountered a problem, and I had to rush out to assist." Zhou An responded with a nod. "Is there still time?" Mealtime was fast approaching. "Just a few dishes. We'll manage," Lu replied, scooping a ladle of water to wash his hands before joining Zhou An at the stove. "The vegetables are all chopped. We can put them straight into the pan." Zhou An nodded in agreement, retrieving another piece of wood to continue his carving. For now, having little else to attend to, Lu focused intently on cooking. Zhou An carved several more wooden sculptures, his proficiency increasing by several hundred points. Butcher's knife technique LV3, speed 2, precision 116, 58, 40,000. Once the text faded from view, he stretched lazily that it was time to eat. He would attend to that first. The two of them carried the prepared dishes to the dining hall, finding a spot to enjoy their meal. "Old Lu, what happened with your relative? Is it appropriate to discuss?" Zhou An casually remarked, feeling the need for conversation during their meal, for silence felt out of place. Lu shook his head. "Just a family matter. A constable shouldn't meddle." Sensing Lu's reluctance to elaborate, Zhou An chose not to press further, returning his focus to the meal. Their conversation ebbed and flowed, and soon they had finished eating. Zhou An stood, patting his stomach in satisfaction, ready to retreat to his room for a moment of respite. However, before he could leave the dining hall, a constable rushed in, clearly in a hurry. Today was his patrol day, which likely meant something significant had occurred. "What happened?" Zhou An asked casually. The constable, upon seeing Zhou An, replied, "We discovered a body that doesn't belong to this locality, covered in countless stab wounds." "Oh, a corpse," Zhou An instinctively responded, only to realize something was amiss. Initially, he suspected it might be the work of the beast cult, but the more he listened, the more the situation seemed off. The fact that it was a body from outside the area was troubling enough, but the multitude of stab wounds raised further questions. The onset of an investigation suggested deeper implications. The perpetrator had likely not yet been apprehended. "Ah, it's you, old Joe. I didn't realize you were here. Hurry over. The body is in the courtyard, and the coroner is examining it. Captain Xia looks quite grave," the constable informed Zhou An, who then hurried toward the inner courtyard, where the county magistrate resided. Zhou An followed suit, despite his lingering doubts, making his way to the courtyard. "Old Lu, you keep at it. I'm heading over," Zhou An said, not waiting for Lu's reply as he grasped his long knife at his waist and made his way outside. The distance from the kitchen to the front courtyard was short. With his knife in hand, Zhou An arrived in no time. The front courtyard was already filled with constables, and in the center, a straw mat lay with a male corpse upon it. From Zhou An's vantage point, the body appeared unremarkable, yet it was marred by a multitude of wounds, each a testament to a violent demise. The injuries were numerous, easily exceeding 100, and while they no longer bled, the exposed flesh was a ghastly red, instilling a sense of dread. This was the work of a skilled hand. Zhou An, now proficient in the butcher's knife technique at level 3, could discern the irregularities of the corpse even from a distance. The wounds, while horrifying, exhibited a precision that indicated each cut was delivered with intent. The depths of the injuries were consistent, a hallmark of refined skill. This level of control could only be achieved through mastery, an ability Zhou An had yet to fully grasp, though he had begun to touch the surface of such expertise. The body before him, with its myriad wounds, was a feat he could not replicate. Impressive. Zhou An internally assessed, his mind racing with implications. Meanwhile, the experienced coroner meticulously conducted his examination, while Captain Xie stood nearby, a grim expression on his face, furrowing his brow in concentration. Zhou An discreetly approached Yu Hang, whispering, "What is going on?" Yu Hang shook his head and leaned closer, replying softly, "I'm not sure, but Captain Xie seems very troubled. The deceased's identity must be significant." Their exchange was brief. Given the somber atmosphere, the coroner continued his inspection, and the constables stood by patiently. After some time, the coroner finally stood, stating, "The cause of death was excessive blood loss. These stab wounds are the source." He elaborated. The assailant possessed the capability to deliver a lethal blow, but chose instead to inflict numerous wounds, gradually leading to death. Following this, the coroner began to recount other findings, though these details were less critical. Once he concluded, Captain Xie instructed the coroner and a constable to remove the body. The atmosphere remained heavy with tension, as silence enveloped the scene. With Captain Xie refraining from speaking, the constables remained hushed. Zhou An stroked his chin, reflecting, "This deceased is of no ordinary standing." In the past, even the beast cult had not evoked such gravity. This instance was distinctly different. As the oppressive silence lingered, a commotion broke out outside the courthouse after a while. Zhang Xijian, looking fatigued, rushed in. "How did a member of the Blood Shadow sect end up dead in Anding County?" he questioned upon entry. Blood Shadow sect? Zhou An heard the name for the first time, finding it unfamiliar. Captain Xie nodded, stating, "We found a Blood Shadow sect token on him." A dark, unremarkable token was tossed into Zhang Xijian's hands. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he pocketed it, remarking, "This indeed belongs to the Blood Shadow sect, that if they met their end here, it could spell trouble." Captain Xie sighed. With the beast cult already stirring unrest, now we have the Blood Shadow sect to contend with. Zhang Xijian inquired, "What does the county magistrate say?" Just as he posed the question, the constable who had rushed to notify the magistrate returned, whispering something to Captain Xie before quietly stepping aside. Aware of Zhang Xijian's gaze upon him, Captain Xie replied, "The magistrate has requested the courthouse to cooperate with the town's ghost bureau." Zhang Xijian frowned. In light of such a significant event, he still refuses to emerge. All for the sake of selection, it's absurd to seclude himself. Captain Xie remained silent, his rank beneath both Zhang Xijian and the county magistrate, rendering him reticent. Zhang Xijian understood their departmental divisions rendered him powerless to influence the situation, leading him to merely express his frustration. "You'll need to increase the patrols for this incident. I'll return to investigate and will address matters once clarity is achieved." With no further ado, Zhang Xijian hastily exited. After his departure, Captain Xie turned his attention toward the constables in the courtyard. "Dear colleagues, I must ask you to exert yourselves a bit more. From this moment onward, there will be no more shifts, and all of you are required to patrol the streets, forming pairs. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it is imperative that you promptly report to the town's Bureau of Anomalies. Remember, do not act recklessly." Upon hearing these words, the constables exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared understanding. Though merely constables, They were not devoid of intellect and could discern the gravity of the situation. Captain Xie issued several more instructions, even designating the specific areas each constable was to patrol. Before taking his leave at that moment, the constables did not waste time idling. They paired up and ventured outside. Zhou An and Yu Hang were assigned to the same team. They exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they made their way towards the patrolling area. Their designated location was not far away. On a street named Sunyan Street, the thoroughfare was lined with bustling citizens and the clamor of vendors hawking their wares that as they walked with their blades in hand, they naturally drew curious glances from passers-by. It was not the time for idle conversation, but Zhou An broke the silence. What exactly is the Blood Shadow sect? He posed the question without expecting Yu Hang to have an answer. As both had grown up in the same in Ding County, the earlier situation had been peculiar, and his curiosity was piqued. The expressions of Zhang and Captain Xie suggested that this matter was potentially more significant than the beast cult. He had anticipated a casual inquiry, yet surprisingly, Yu Hang fell into silence. Zhou An halted, furrowing his brow. Do you know? Chapter 25. The pot is upside down, rising. Upon hearing Zhou An's words and noticing his pause, Yu Hang also stopped and nodded. I have participated in the imperial examinations a few times, and during my travels, I have heard people speak of it. The Blood Shadow sect is a rather unique force. They primarily cultivate using shadows as their method. But each member possesses innate abilities. Innate abilities? Zhou An's frown deepened. Such occurrences were not uncommon, as many had changed their allegiances or even shifted sections. However, Yu Hang's explanation seemed to imply something different. He elaborated. The shadows merely serve as an aid. They do not abandon their original abilities, instead utilizing them as their primary strength. For instance, if you possess swordsmanship, learning their techniques would significantly enhance your skills, with shadows being the foundation of that enhancement. Concerned that Zhou An might not grasp the concept, he endeavored to clarify, even using analogies. Zhou An comprehended fully, recalling the encounter at the little girl's house. That day, in addition to the gray rat, there had also been a dark shadow, which bore long claws reminiscent of those associated with the beast cult. The two seemed interconnected, leading Zhou An to a conclusion. There were individuals from the Blood Shadow sect within the beast cult. The shadows merely served as aids, augmenting one's inherent abilities. The individual from the beast cult had not only practiced the beast cult's techniques, but also those of the Blood Shadow sect. However, Zhou An was perplexed by the nature of the corpses that had appeared today. Yu Hang, of course, was equally bewildered. He only possessed a rudimentary understanding of the Blood Shadow sect. The two continued their patrol in silence. Relieved that their shift proceeded without incident, the uneventful evening unfolded until Yu Hang returned to the yamen, opting to stay overnight, while Zhou An made his way home, though there were others patrolling that night. They did so in shifts that a portion of the constables would rest while the others took their turn patrolling. Upon returning home, Zhou An reflected on the day's events and resolved to practice his cooking skills. Aiming to enhance his proficiency, the more complex the circumstances, the more crucial his own strength became. With robust abilities, he could navigate challenging situations. After a simple meal, he retreated to the kitchen, ready to hone his culinary skills. Tomorrow night, it would be his turn to patrol, so he intended to put in extra effort today. The sound of ding, ding, ding echoed through the room as he busied himself with the pots. That night, Zhou An dedicated himself to practice, ultimately sleeping for only an hour and a half. Yet upon waking the next morning, he felt invigorated. The qi flowing within him, now more robust, provided him with an abundance of energy. After a light breakfast outside, he arrived at the yamen to report for duty. Yu Hang was already waiting for him. They exchanged a few words before preparing to head out on patrol again. The entire morning passed in the same routine. With no unusual occurrences at 18 noon, the two grabbed a bite on the street, and after completing their afternoon patrol, they returned to the yamen. Zhou An chose not to return home. He had not patrolled the night before, and it would be inconvenient to go back. Instead, he decided to remain at the yamen. After a light meal, he returned to the wine inn. It wasn't yet time to rush, so he thought, I must find something to occupy my time. Zhou An stood up, exchanged a few words with Yu Hang, and headed to the kitchen to practice his knife skills. Due to recent busyness, the kitchen had not been in use for the past 2 days. Chef Liu was reclining in a chair, leisurely fanning himself, Upon seeing Zhou An, he greeted him and continued to enjoy the cool breeze. Zhou An wasted no time, picking up a piece of wood to carve. As the situation grew increasingly complicated, he aimed to seize every moment to refine his skills. Here, take this. Just as Zhou An was focused on his task, he heard a whooshing sound. Instinctively, he raised his hand to catch the object thrown by Chef Liu. It turned out to be a key. You've all been busy lately, and haven't been eating here, so I've taken a few days off that I might not be back at the yamen. So if you want to practice your knife skills, you can let yourself in. Chef Liu leaned back in his chair as he spoke. Zhou An nodded, expressed his gratitude, and placed the key in his pocket. Resuming his carving, his proficiency steadily increased. The days passed, and Zhou An continued his routine life, patrolling, practicing his knife skills, and cooking at night. The repetitive cycle did not wear him out. Instead, he grew increasingly excited as his proficiency improved. Notably, throughout these days, Indignation County had experienced a series of strange events. Periodically, a corpse would be discovered, each bearing a token of the Blood Shadow sect. Yet, neither the town's Bureau of Anomalies nor the Yamen had made any progress. The beast cult had seemingly vanished, having become subdued after the Bureau's crackdown. With no leads on the beast cult, the Bureau shifted its focus to the Blood Shadow sect. Zhou An remained unconcerned with these matters, continuing his disciplined lifestyle that if even the Bureau was at a loss, how could he, a lone individual, hope to make any headway? Focusing on self-improvement was of utmost importance. In these times, strength was the only true foundation. That night, the moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars. I'm off now, old you. Zhou An bid farewell to Yu Hang at the entrance of the yamen and returned home. The journey was uneventful. After closing the door behind him, he gazed at the text before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Cooking LV2, strength 119856, 200. So after all these days, he had not relaxed in the slightest, aside from his night patrols. He had dedicated himself to practice. Hard work inevitably yields rewards, and he was nearing level 3 in his cooking skills, that if he pushed himself a little harder tonight, he could achieve a perfect mastery at level 3, leading to a qualitative transformation. With these thoughts, Zhou An felt a surge of excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he had a light snack before grabbing the large iron pot and positioning himself by the stove. He casually tossed some vegetables into the pot and began to cook. His relentless dedication had made him increasingly proficient. The ingredients within the pot danced as if electrified, yet none spilled over. His hands no longer felt fatigued. He had grown accustomed to the task. As he sensed his proficiency continuing to rise, Zhou An entered a state of intense focus. Time slipped away unnoticed. When one immerses themselves in their work, the passage of time becomes inconsequential. His skill level gradually increased. Upon reaching a threshold, new text materialized before him. Chapter 26. Anything can be tossed, please select a direction. The familiar text reappeared, and Zhou An patiently awaited the next moment. After a while, the words faded, giving way to new options. Tossing objects, strength 1, destruction 1. Stir-frying pan, speed 1, aroma 1. 2 lines of text, each presenting different paths. Zhou An remained mindful of his previous strategy, opting for choices that aligned with similar attributes. The aroma 1 associated with the stir-frying pan was perplexing and lacked explanation. However, the tossing object skill was quite clear. Strength 1 indicated that while using this skill, he could gain additional strength, while destruction 1 likely meant an increase in power. Weighing the options carefully, he knew which to choose. Without hesitation, Zhou An selected tossing objects. The text before him vanished, and he received new information. Tossing objects LV3, strength 2, destruction 1 140,000 as expected. His proficiency had doubled again. Nevertheless, everything before him felt worthwhile. As he lifted the iron pot, a sense of enlightenment washed over him. The formidable attribute of strength 2 made the iron pot feel significantly lighter in his grasp. Information flooded his mind, and after absorbing it all, Zhou An finally understood the effects of his latest choice. Tossing objects, as the name suggests, was a powerful skill capable of tossing anything out of course. It had its limitations that if the opponent's strength is overwhelmingly superior, it is indeed impossible to overturn them. However, it currently appears that one could easily contend with a guardian of the beast sect on par with the skills of a master butcher wielding a cleaver. Once one enters the cauldron, Everything is dictated by their command. The damage inflicted during the overturning process, denoted as a 1 in destruction, is formidable. The chi within one's body envelopes the iron pot, possessing a potent lethality. I wonder if it can grow any further. Zhou An suppressed the urge to test his skills. He certainly could not disrupt the items within his home, as that would be quite wasteful. Now he wished to ascertain whether the proficiency in overturning objects could continue to escalate after reaching the 3rd level. With this thought in mind, he took some vegetables and placed them into the pot, attempting to practice overturning once again. Yet, the outcome was evident. His proficiency did not increase, not even by the slightest margin. I've hit a bottleneck. I need to find an opportunity to resolve this. Much like the master butcher's technique. With the illustrious example of the butcher's skill before him, Zhou An was well aware of how to address the issue that he intended to inquire with Chef Liu when he had the chance, seeking details about the art of overturning. After all, Chef Liu was a professional in this field, and it was he who had previously guided Zhou An in honing his knife skills that the evening wore on. Zhou An gazed out the window at the luminous moon hanging high in the sky, and without further thought, he lay down and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, adhering to his usual routine, Zhou An rose early, completed his morning wash, and once again visited the breakfast stall for a meal. After finishing his breakfast, he planned to report for duty, as he had ample time to leisurely enjoy his meal. Zhou An frequently dined at this humble stall, and clad in his constable's attire, he naturally drew attention. The stall owner had become familiar with him over time, initially upon recognizing Zhou An as a constable. The owner was cautious and apprehensive of offending him. However, as time passed, he discovered that Zhou An was quite affable and not at all like other constables who sought to exploit their positions. Gradually, they became quite comfortable with one another. The stall owner was an ordinary man, middle-aged, with the marks of time etched upon his face, yet his culinary creations were highly regarded. That it was common to see queues of patrons eagerly awaiting their turn. "Constable Zhou, will it be the usual today?" the stall owner inquired with a smile as he wiped down the table. Zhou An nodded. "Yes, the usual. Just bring it right over." "Certainly." The stall owner stowed away his cloth and turned to prepare the breakfast. Before long, a steamer of buns and a bowl of congee were placed before Zhou An. "Enjoy your meal. Just call if you need anything," the stall owner said with a smile as he departed. Zhou An wasted no time and began to eat. The buns here were thin-skinned and generously filled, with a delightful balance of fat and lean meat that melted in the mouth. Ever since he had acquired qi, Zhou An's appetite had notably increased. Were it not for the decent salary of a constable, he might have found it challenging to sustain himself. Soon enough, he finished his breakfast, after summoning the owner to settle the bill. He prepared to leave. Just then, a group of 5 individuals caught his attention. Approaching him were 5 people, all clad in different attire and wielding various weapons. Some carried swords, others knives, and intriguingly, one brandished a pair of curved hooks. The 5 individuals found a table and requested the owner to serve them food. Having served as a constable for some time, Zhou An recognized that these 5 were unfamiliar faces. Moreover, their accents were not those of Indigne County. Armed as they were undoubtedly people of the martial world. Nevertheless, Zhou An chose not to intervene. Recently, Indigne County had been embroiled in too many disturbances. The Blood Shadow sect, the Beast sect, turning the place into a veritable quagmire. Shaking his head, he secured his weapon at his waist and made his way to the wine, as was customary. After reporting for duty, he set out to patrol the streets alongside Yu Hang. In the afternoon, they shared a meal outside before returning to the yamen, patiently awaiting their next assignment. During the wait, Zhou An took the opportunity to carve a piece of wood. That night, it was their turn to patrol, so they did not return home. When night fell, Zhou An and Yu Hang emerged from the yamen and arrived at the familiar Tsangyan Street. The street was deserted, save for the passing watchman. Enveloped in silence, such was the night in the Great Chu kingdom. Beyond the crafting of effigies, there were few activities to be found. The two walked slowly down the street, exchanging idle chatter from time to time. "The comprehensive examination is approaching. Are you prepared?" Zhou An inquired. Yu Hang, brimming with confidence, replied, "Rest assured, with the experience from those 2 previous attempts, this time will undoubtedly be a success." The ambition to serve as an official and govern a region had always been Yu Hang's dream. Discussing this topic, he spoke at length, and the two strolled from one end of the street to the other before turning back. They would not rest this night. After several back and forths, Yu Hang continued, "Once I pass the exam, and I am assigned a position, old Zhou, you should come join me. I will set you up as a head constable." Yu Hang spoke with an air of protectiveness. Zhou An was about to tease him when, unexpectedly, his steps came to a halt. Yu Hang stopped as well, puzzled. "What is it?" "I hear sounds of fighting," Zhou An replied, his expression grave as he turned towards the alley on his right. Chapter 27. Alley Combat. Blood Shadow Sect. Yu Hang looked bewildered. Fighting sounds? How could he not hear anything? The area was eerily quiet. He even rubbed his ears, questioning whether Zhou An might be hallucinating. "Old Zhou, perhaps the recent stress has been too much. How about I treat you to a night out to unwind?" "Yu Hang zistet?" Zhou An pointed towards the alley ahead, saying, "We've been there before. This alley is quite deep, and if a fight breaks out at the far end and they attempt to muffle the noise, it would be difficult for the sounds to carry." "How can you hear it?" Yu Hang inquired. Zhou An raised his thumb and gestured to himself. "I possess qi." Upon hearing this, Yu Hang's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been filled with bravado, but now he felt deflated. He almost forgot that Zhou An had already ascended to the ranks of a third-tier master. The qi was something many yearned for. What he could not hear, a third-tier master might very well perceive. "Shall we head to the yamen?" Yu Hang asked. Zhou An shook his head. "By the time we reach the yamen, it will all be over." The sounds of combat were urgent, and it was unlikely to last long. That if they headed to the yamen now, by the time they returned, they might find nothing left. Zhou An harbored suspicions that the assailants were from the Beast sect. He viewed the Beast sect as a significant threat. Having encountered them on several occasions, he had always sought to eradicate them, and they had managed to remain well hidden. Nevertheless, this matter had been a thorn in his side. Quite frankly, no matter how well one concealed their actions, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Should the day come when they were discovered, the Beast sect might resort to dark tactics. And in the end, only he would suffer the consequences. "You go to the town guard, and I will keep watch here," Zhou An instructed. Upon hearing this, Yu Hang immediately grew anxious. "That won't do. As your brother, I can't let you stay here alone." The two were childhood friends and served together in the Wyan. Yu Hang believed that, out of loyalty and reason, he could not allow Zhou An to remain here alone. Zhou An said, "Do you not believe in the abilities of a mysterious master? If you stay here, I would be hindered." Yu Hang paused, quickly realizing Zhou An's intent. "You wish to eliminate the threat?" Zhou An nodded, a cold glint in his eyes as he declared, "To live well in this world, one must act decisively. Those who do not provoke me can coexist peacefully. Those who do will leave no trace." Yu Hang's expression grew complex. He felt that his childhood friend seemed to be growing every day. In comparison to Zhou An, he felt he fell short. Now, understanding Zhou An's purpose, Yu Hang replied, "I understand that I will arrive as quickly as possible. Do not act impulsively. Protecting yourself is the most important. Remaining here would only complicate matters for Zhou An." Without further ado, Yu Hang hastily departed the alley. Zhou An unsheathed the long knife at his waist and advanced into the alley. Yu Hang instinctively glanced back, catching sight of Zhou An's silhouette. The moonlight spilled down, casting a silvery sheen on the long knife. The frigid night. Zhou An's presence exuded an aura as chilling as I see. Yu Hang couldn't help but shiver, burying his head and continuing on his way. The alley was shrouded in darkness. Scattered beams of moonlight fell from the sky, lending a touch of warmth. Holding his long knife, Zhou An advanced cautiously. The closer he drew to the depths of the alley, the clearer the sounds of combat became. Ahead lay a corner, shrouded in shadows. Zhou An did not rush forward. Instead, he paused at the edge of the corner, peering around. The qi within him surged, allowing him to see, even in the dim alley, the depths of the alley. A fierce scene of clashing blades unfolded. 5 individuals, each clad in distinct attire and wielding various weapons, were engaged in an assault against another figure. "Is it them?" Zhou An's gaze sharpened. Among the 5, one wielded particularly peculiar weapons, a pair of gleaming silver hooks. Zhou An recognized these weapons. Their owner was indeed one of the 5 martial artists he had encountered that morning. I didn't expect to meet them so soon, and they truly are 5 formidable opponents. Observing the combat, Zhou An noted how seamlessly the 5 coordinated their attacks and defenses, their techniques flowing with remarkable fluidity. The individual under siege was clad in black and masked, rendering their features indistinguishable. Even their hair was wrapped in black cloth. This masked figure wielded an ordinary long knife, each strike capable of repelling an attacker. Yet, this black-clad individual was unable to break through the 5's encirclement, as their assault and defense were intricately interconnected. Every time the cloaked figure wielded his blade, the man with the twin hooks stood like an impenetrable wall. The hooks were wielded with such finesse that they consistently found the weakest points of the long knife. That was truly spectacular, Zhou An observed quietly from the sidelines. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This was not the time to rush in. It was prudent to let the battle reach a conclusion before casting his net like a fisherman. As for whether the Enigma Bureau would arrive during this wait, he secretly hoped for it, and if they showed up, he would not need to intervene, as they would handle the situation. His primary concern was not to let the valuable intelligence slip away. If the Enigma Bureau did not arrive in time, he would act first, attempting to extract some information before eliminating these foes. The intelligence he gathered would be discreetly delivered to the Enigma Bureau, allowing him to eliminate a looming threat with their assistance. That if the Enigma Bureau arrived beforehand and could directly obtain the information, it would be a fortuitous turn of events. With this thought, Zhou An patiently awaited the outcome. The battle remained in a stalemate until the man with the hooks spoke. "If you surrender the items from the Blood Shadow sect, we will spare your life. We are all of the same sect. Why must we fight to the death?" His words revealed crucial information. The Blood Shadow sect? Upon hearing this, Zhou An realized the nature of the confrontation before him. Both parties were likely members of the Blood Shadow sect. The man who was outnumbered 5-1 seemed to possess something of great importance from the sect, prompting this relentless pursuit. Reflecting on the corpses he had previously discovered from the Blood Shadow sect, Zhou An uncovered a critical insight. That body must have been slain by the man wielding the long knife, likely in an attempt to reclaim the stolen item, only to be outmaneuvered and killed. With this information sorted in his mind, Zhou An felt a clarity wash over him. That moment, the besieged cloaked figure spoke. "5 little brats, do you dare to attack me? I am an elder of the Blood Shadow sect. Can you bear the consequences of such audacity?" His voice was hoarse, laced with disdain. Zhou An was taken aback. Not only had he not anticipated that the opponent was an elder, but the voice also struck a chord of familiarity. Chapter 28. Clash of Blades. He was certain he had never heard such a tone before, yet the manner of speaking felt oddly recognizable, a dissonance that puzzled him. Setting that thought aside for now, he continued to observe the alleyway's unfolding drama. After the cloaked figure's proclamation, the man with the hooks displayed a scornful smile. "An elder? Indeed, you are an elder of the Blood Shadow sect, and if your status still held weight, I would have to pay my respects. But times have changed. You are nothing but a rat in the street now. We are aware of your exquisite swordsmanship, your ability to wield your blade with effortless grace, yet our formation effectively counters you. Once again, I urge you to hand over the stolen items, so we may return to report, and we will grant you a path to safety." With this, the man with the hooks signaled to the other 4, who began to close in. The cloaked figure burst into laughter. "5 worthless fools. How could you possibly threaten me?" The man with the hooks retorted with a cold smirk. "Then I shall not hold back. Attack." With that, the 4 assailants launched a renewed assault. This time, their attacks were even more ferocious. The cloaked figure's long knife danced through the air, blocking their every strike, but he could no longer mount a counterattack. The man wielding the hooks had joined the fray, his movements fluid and precise, targeting the long knife's most vulnerable points. That if the other 4 were the aggressive assault, the hooks were akin to venomous serpents, striking at weaknesses. Swish! The weapons sliced through the night, leaving several wounds on the cloaked figure. With the wall at his back, he had nowhere to evade. 5 blades, propelled by a chilling wind, converged from all directions, sealing every escape route. The man with the hooks gleamed with delight. They did not intend to kill the cloaked figure. Rather, they sought to incapacitate him before extracting information about the stolen items. Should this onslaught succeed, the cloaked figure would be rendered powerless, allowing them to act with impunity. Just as the blades were about to connect, the cloaked figure stirred, that eye in his hands. The long knife appeared ordinary. Yet as he swung it horizontally, a formidable aura filled the alley. "A blade strikes against injustice," he roared, the knife's light cascading down like a divine decree, enveloping the entire passage in an instant. "Even the spirits tremble," he exclaimed, his wrist flicking as all the blade lights began to converge. The brilliance of the blades passed through, soundlessly silencing the 5 adversaries, who froze in place. The gust of wind swept through, chilling as water. The 5 figures bore countless crimson lines, as if painted with vermilion ink, blood spilling forth as they collapsed, lifeless that in the blink of an eye, the once vibrant 5 had become mere corpses. Zhou An, who had been observing from the shadows, felt his brow twitch as he beheld the cloaked figure's swordplay. A master, with his own swordsmanship having reached the 3rd tier, he could now perceive the intricacies at play. This cloaked figure wielded not only the ability to manifest blade light, but also to control its trajectory. With the first strike, the blade light spread outward. With the second, after reversing the long knife, the light seemed to draw together, creating devastating force. This level of control could only be described as effortless grace and unyielding strength. Zhou An suddenly realized something. This fellow seems to be just a shade stronger than me. Though he too could wield his blade with ease at level 3, it still felt somewhat awkward. To achieve the same mastery of blade light as the cloaked figure was not yet within his grasp. Nevertheless, it was not a significant concern. Zhou An watched as the cloaked figure swayed unsteadily, his eyes gleaming. The 2 recent strikes seemed to have taken a tremendous toll. The cloaked figure leaned against the wall, gradually regaining his balance, his heaving chest betraying his labored breaths. Zhou An believed himself neither a villain nor a paragon of virtue. He had come prepared, much like a mantis stalking a cicada, and now it seemed the time had come. "Huh!" The cloaked figure exhaled, stabilizing himself. Preparing to depart, but he seemed indifferent to the corpses on the ground. Yet, as he took a few steps, a gust of wind heralded a new presence. The cloaked figure instinctively looked up to see a man clad in azure at the alley's corner. The sudden appearance left him momentarily stunned. Zhou An, brandishing his long knife, approached slowly. "I'm afraid you cannot leave." The chi within him surged, enveloping his entire being in an instant. The cloaked figure had no intention of conversing, nor of attacking. Instead, he braced against the wall, preparing to flee. However, before he could act, Zhou An had already swung his long knife. The cloaked figure had not planned to look back, yet as the blade sliced through the air, a powerful sense of danger surged within him. This instinct, honed through life and death experiences, had saved him before, and he acted without hesitation. The cloaked figure instinctively dodged to the side, witnessing a white blade light skim past him, leaving deep gashes in the wall behind that a mere gust had caused the wall to crumble. Blade light forming a line. "How could you possess such skill?" the cloaked figure rasped. Zhou An raised an eyebrow. "It seems you recognize me." The cloaked figure's words were laden with surprise. If he were unfamiliar, he would not have spoken thus. Only someone who knew him, perceiving him as an ordinary individual, could react in such a manner upon witnessing his display. The cloaked figure fell silent. "If you choose not to speak, I shall take it as acquiescence," Zhou An declared, raising his long knife. Once more did I tee that moment. The cloaked figure abruptly lifted his left hand. "Hold on. If I go to find you, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer." How does that sound? His tone implied a willingness to concede. Zhou An shook his head. "I choose to strike you first." With that declaration, his aura surged to its zenith that he twirled the long knife, executing a horizontal slash. The prowess of his butcher's knife technique, enhanced with speed and precision, manifested vividly. Each strike was delivered with full force, offering no room for retreat. Over 30 blade lights soared into the air, coalescing like glimmering silver frost. The cloaked figure's eyes widened in disbelief. So many? But before he could finish his thought, the blade lights were upon him. With no avenue for escape, he could only raise his long knife. Similar blade lights materialized in the alley. The clash of their blades rang out, filling the passage with the sound of combat. Chapter 29. The identity of the masked man revealed. The cacophony of blades striking echoed through the night like the mournful cries of a night owl. Neither party gained an advantage. Zhou An had no intention of halting. His earlier strikes had merely been a test. The long knife in his hand created afterimages in the air, each slash quicker than the last. The dazzling array of blade lights illuminated the alley, and the cloaked figure ceased his words that I in a true contest of masters. Speaking would only distract from the task at hand, that I in the face of life and death. Every moment was fleeting. The two displayed strikingly similar movements, continuously unleashing their long knives, the sound of clashing blades resounding in a relentless rhythm. Zhou An sensed the qi within him rapidly depleting. However, ever since the qi within him transformed into the thickness of two thumbs, there has been a significant alteration in both recovery and consumption. Currently, he is still able to endure. The masked figure, on the other hand, is quite different. The eyes exposed to the light have gradually developed bloodshot veins that are in his heart. He curses Zhou An for his shamelessness. Just moments ago, he had exerted his utmost skills to deal with those 5 individuals, resulting in excessive depletion of his energy. Now, faced with Zhou An, he finds himself somewhat exhausted. The blood vessels in his eyes are increasing in number, and the masked man realizes that if this continues, he will not be able to hold out much longer. I cannot continue. In this scenario, it is evident that Zhou An intends to incapacitate him before relenting. This is not the time for words. And moreover, his current condition is not suitable for further conflict, that in an instant, the masked figure has already made up his mind that if this goes on, he will truly meet his end, perhaps in his prime. He could have engaged Zhou An in a fair match, but now is not that time. Having made his decision, the masked man lowers his long knife and, with his left hand, grasps the cloth that covers his face and tears it away. In that moment, the true visage of the masked man is revealed. An aged face, a head full of gray hair, and eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Zhou An's long knife remains poised, but this time it does not unleash a blade's radiance. Instead, it halts at the masked man's throat. I must say, your voice is rather familiar. It turns out to be you. Although we have a decent rapport, and you have taught me quite a bit, there is no room for retreat in this matter. Old Lu, I am still giving you a chance to speak. The figure standing before him is none other than Chef Lu, who had taken a leave of absence to return home. Zhou An recalls the day he visited the kitchen and did not see Chef Lu. It was only later that Lu hurried in, after which they discovered the male corpse of the Blood Shadow sect. It was evident that Lu was responsible for that death. Feeling the chill at his throat, Chef Lu bitterly smiles and says, I never expected it to be you, a mere constable, who turns out to be a third-rate master. Wielding a blade, no less if I am not mistaken, the mysterious expert must be you. Compared to Zhou An, Chef Lu's astonishment is far greater. Their time together has not been short, since Zhou An began assisting in the kitchen. Their exchanges have increased. Moreover, Chef Lu has always held Zhou An in high regard, not for any particular reason, but for Zhou An's patience and diligence. During the process of learning swordsmanship, Lu would casually offer pointers. Yet Zhou An would diligently return every day to practice. Such earnestness is rare among the youth of today. Lu had thought Zhou An would merely be diligent, yet he never anticipated that Zhou An had already ascended to the level of a third-rate master. Connecting this to the recent appearance of the mysterious expert, who also possesses exceptional sword skills, Zhou An's current self and the shadow of that expert seem to intertwine. Lu, not being a fool, naturally deduces the truth. The Yamen and the Town Ghost Bureau are investigating daily, yet they never suspected that a mere constable could be the mysterious expert. What is his motive? Is there some secret hidden within this small and Ding county? Unbeknownst to him, Chef Lu finds Zhou An increasingly enigmatic. Zhou An can discern the changes in Lu's expression, understanding that it is a natural reaction. Imagine a common person suddenly becoming a renowned, mysterious expert. Anyone would react similarly. But now is not the time for Lu to be astonished. Old Lu, speak up, Zhou An states calmly. Chef Lu opens his mouth, preparing to say something, when suddenly a series of footsteps resound. Numerous, not just one person's. Zhou An realizes that Yu Hang must have brought the Town Ghost Bureau personnel. Chef Lu, also a skilled individual, hears it clearly and hastily exclaims, Zhou An, come with me. We must discuss this in a secure location. Our identities cannot be exposed. Zhou An contemplates briefly, then moves his long knife aside. Lead the way. Chef Lu refrains from further chatter, swiftly scaling the wall, with Zhou An following closely behind. They navigate through the alley, traveling a considerable distance until they reach a secluded street. During this time, Chef Lu adeptly clears any traces behind them, ensuring the town Ghost Bureau personnel cannot pursue. Once everything is in order, they finally halt in the quiet alley. Can we talk now? Zhou An places the long knife against Chef Lu's throat. Feeling the cold steel at his neck, Chef Lu helplessly says, Zhou An, we don't need to resort to such measures. We can converse without the blade at my throat. Isn't this a fitting atmosphere? Besides, for a master like you, it's only prudent to have the knife drawn. Zhou An replies with a smile. The look of helplessness in Chef Lu's eyes deepens. He senses that this young man is entirely unyielding. However, given that the atmosphere has escalated to this point, he can only proceed. By the way, do you have any grievances with the Blood Shadow sect? Before speaking, Chef Lu inquires. Zhou An shakes his head. I bear no grievances with the Blood Shadow sect. I merely wish to understand matters concerning the beast cult, as there should be individuals from the Blood Shadow sect involved. Chef Lu is momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovers, exclaiming in astonishment, You intend to confront the beast cult? Sort of. Zhou An replies. But don't just ask me. Share what you know. He has conflicts with the beast cult. Although he has concealed his identity, there is no wall that does not leak. Should the beast cult catch wind of any clues, he might very well fall victim to their schemes. Thus, Zhou An opts for a proactive approach. To eradicate the root of the problem is to prevent future troubles. Now is the time to eliminate those hazards. Chef Lu ponders for a moment. That makes sense. You've slain a few of their members. Their nature is indeed one of retaliation. As for me, you just heard my predicament. I am an elder of the Blood Shadow sect. I stole a treasure from the Blood Shadow sect, which led me to this plight. Constantly pursued, even here in this small place, I remain hunted. If your goal is the beast cult, then our objectives align. Go on, Zhou An expresses interest. While he is not particularly interested in the treasure of the Blood Shadow sect, he is certainly intrigued by the prospect of confronting the beast cult. The beast cult has always been a lurking threat. To live comfortably in this place, it is essential to eliminate that threat. After Zhou An poses this question, his grip on the knife remains steady, poised against Chef Lu's throat. Chef Lu's eyes brighten slightly. He senses potential for negotiation and states, This matter must begin with the Blood Shadow sect's conspiracy. Are you aware of the grand scheme within the Blood Shadow sect? Zhou An shakes his head, indicating ignorance. The Blood Shadow sect possesses a rather peculiar ability, serving as a supportive skill. Anyone who cultivates this ability can enhance themselves through shadows, Chef Lu explains. This sect is composed of individuals from various corners of the martial world, making its rules rather lax. Originally, this was a good thing, but the sect leader harbors a colossal conspiracy. Within the Blood Shadow sect lies a treasure known as the Shadow Banner, crafted painstakingly by the sect leader over the years. The Shadow Banner's power enables it to control the members of the Blood Shadow sect. Anyone who practices the Blood Shadow sect's techniques inevitably releases a wisp of their shadow into the Shadow Banner, unbeknownst to them, and when the time comes, they will be manipulated. Upon hearing this, Zhou An furrows his brow slightly. What does this have to do with the beast cult? After all that exposition, it merely concerns the Blood Shadow sect without a hint of connection to the beast cult. Zhou An is eager to learn about the beast cult that as for other matters, he is only mildly interested. Don't rush. Let me explain further. Chef Lu gestures for Zhou An not to interrupt and continues. I inadvertently uncovered this information and felt that a man of honor should not be subjugated by others. So I stole the Shadow Banner. Using its power, I freed myself from control, but the Blood Shadow sect's members discovered this and dispatched numerous masters to hunt me down. With no other choice, I could only flee to Indignation County. The leader of the beast cult was once my friend, and I had recommended him to join the Blood Shadow sect. I thought he would protect me, but unexpectedly, he betrayed me. The corpse you discovered not long ago belonged to someone from the Blood Shadow sect he had lured here. Thus, I assert that our goals are aligned, as we both aim to confront the beast cult. After all, It is not gentlemanly to bear a grudge without retribution. I am no gentleman. At this point, Zhou An comprehends the intricacies of the situation. The general outline can be summarized. After fleeing here, he was betrayed and nearly met his demise. Zhou An, you see that our objectives are the same. Lower your knife, and we can discuss in detail how to deal with the Blood Shadow sect. Chef Lu raises a finger, lightly touching the long knife, signaling that it could be lowered. He had expected Zhou An to heed his words. Yet to his surprise, the long knife not only remains unmoved but edges closer to his throat. A chilling sense of danger envelopes Chef Lu. He raises his head, brow furrowing. You still do not trust me? Zhou An offers a smile, raising his other hand and holding up 2 fingers. 2 questions. First, why not hand the shadow banner over to the town ghost bureau? You wander about in fear every day. It would be far better to inform the town ghost bureau of the facts. I believe with their resources, dealing with the Blood Shadow sect would be a trivial matter. Second, since you have already been discovered, why remain here? Do you intend to confront the beast cult alone? The 2 questions leave Chef Lu in silence. Zhou An has thoroughly analyzed everything Chef Lu just mentioned. The 2 questions he posed are indeed substantial inquiries that if the explanation is unclear, Zhou An will have to become a ruthless person. Chef Lu let out a sigh, remaining silent as he gazed up at the bright moon in the sky. This moment, the moon had traversed the alley, and the radiance of the street began to fade into darkness. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged beneath Chef Lu's feet, enveloping him entirely in an instant. Within the shadow, Lu's height surged to an imposing 2 meters, exuding a palpable sense of oppression in his right hand. The shadow coalesced into a long blade. Although the shadow bore no facial features, Zhou An could distinctly feel its gaze upon him. Are you feeling exasperated? Zhou An remarked, unfazed, in a leisurely tone. I have a conjecture, though I am uncertain of its accuracy. Speak, came Chef Lu's voice from within the shadow, resembling a rumbling thunder. Zhou An continued, the Blood Shadow sect does not possess the grand conspiracy you mentioned. You indeed pilfered their treasure. Yet it was offered to the leader of the beast cult. The leader must have placed you within the government for ulterior motives. Your discovery this time was likely mere coincidence, or perhaps the Blood Shadow sect employed some method to ascertain your whereabouts. Chef Lu sighed. Your deductions are remarkably astute. He did not refute Zhou An. Instead, he boldly acknowledged it. Zhou An, I hold great admiration for you. Your earnest attitude is commendable. Join the beast cult and become one of us. Together, we can achieve greater things. In life, apart from fame and fortune, it ultimately boils down to strength. Why joining the beast cult, you shall possess everything. Why settle for being a mere constable? As for our previous misunderstanding, the beast cult can overlook it. I could even secure you a prestigious position. How does the role of protector sound? Protector? Zhou An chuckled at the suggestion. Not long ago, I just eliminated a protector. By the way, you've been talking so much just to wait for the moon to pass. Haven to you? As the words fell, Zhou An's long blade swept toward Chef Lu's neck, a flurry of blade light flashing, striking against the shadow to Zhou An's astonishment. The shadow wavered and effortlessly dissolved the blade's light. It is futile. I awaited this moment. The shadow is merely an aid, enhancing my inherent abilities in the absence of light. I am at my strongest, Chef Lu stated slowly. I shared all this with you to coalesce the shadow, to navigate the martial world. Mere ability is woefully insufficient. Your swordsmanship is formidable, yet it lacks a decisive strike to breach my defenses. I offer you one last opportunity. Join us, and I shall grant you a path to survival, along with wealth and splendor. Chef Lu implored, seemingly admiring Zhou An, wishing to draw him into the beast cult. Yet, he had only spoken half of his intent when Zhou An made an unexpected move. Zhou An sheathed his long blade, turning to dash toward the nearby house in the alley. This scene left Chef Lu astonished. He watched in disbelief as Zhou An kicked open the door of a residence and swiftly entered. Soon after, 2 cries echoed from within, but silence followed shortly thereafter. Moments later, Zhou An emerged from the house, carrying a cast-iron pot. Chapter 31. Upside down, I can also upset shadows. The entire process was remarkably swift. And when Zhou An appeared with the pot, even Chef Lu was taken aback that he had anticipated Zhou An's escape, even bracing himself to take action, but Zhou An's subsequent actions rendered him speechless. "What on earth are you doing with that pot? Seriously, in such a grave situation, why pull this stunt?" Chef Lu's mind was a whirlwind of emotions. That it was all very complicated. At times, he found it hard to decipher Zhou An's intentions, that he was clearly a serious and earnest young man. Yet at other times, he could be exceedingly peculiar, that a master with a blade. Yet he was learning knife skills from a chef. Wasn't that rather absurd? Especially now, brandishing a pot. Did he truly aspire to be a cook? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Chef Lu gritted his teeth and demanded. This was pure insult. Both were prepared for a life-or-death duel, and yet Zhou An brought forth a pot, a blatant display of disrespect towards an opponent. Zhou An dismissed such thoughts, tapping the iron pot, and remarked, "I never imagined what I had witnessed before was genuine. As long as the force is sufficient, striking the neck can indeed render someone unconscious. Thankfully, I can control it effortlessly, so as not to kill anyone. I ask you again, what do you want?" Chef Lu nearly shouted at the top of his lungs. "We are in combat. We are engaged in a battle for our lives. Are you suggesting you intend to cook me a meal to accompany your drink?" Zhou An pondered. "If you could forsake darkness for light, I would indeed cook you a couple of dishes to accompany your drink. Old Lu, this is the realm of the town exorcism division now. No matter how great a storm you stir, it will all be quelled. One must possess a sense of awareness. As a member of the beast cult, even if you establish a grand presence in this remote place, should the town exorcism division truly commence an investigation, no one would escape unscathed." Chef Lu retorted angrily. "It seems you truly will not acquiesce to my request. Very well, though I value talent. You must die." At this juncture, Chef Lu had no intention of persuading further. He valued talent, but that did not render him foolish. If Zhou An refused today, then death was his only fate, and no sooner had the words left his mouth than Chef Lu transformed into a whirlwind. A 2-meter-high shadow charging toward Zhou An, the shadow raised the blade it wielded. The long knife, forged from shadow, appeared exceptionally cold at such towering height. The strike was astonishingly swift. Zhou An sensed numerous shadows converging around him. The shadows coalesced in a blade light, drawing inward like a terrifying meat grinder. Without needing to look, it was evident that if caught by this blade light, one would be reduced to mere pulp in the next moment. "Your attack is indeed formidable, but lacking in defense, it cannot harm me." Chef Lu proclaimed triumphantly that he envisioned Zhou An reduced to a heap of minced flesh while he floated away unscathed. What a pity for such a talent. If only. It cannot be. In the first half of his statement, Chef Lu lamented, but the latter half morphed into astonishment. Before him, Zhou An did not wield his long blade. Instead, he twirled the cast-iron pot, creating an impenetrable defense. The shadows coalescing into blades were all captured within the pot. Holding the pot's handle with one hand, Zhou An's inner energy surged violently. The energy permeated the pot, ensnaring all the shadow blades within. Layer upon layer of shadow blades stacked up within the pot, reaching nearly 2 meters in height. Zhou An resembled a great chef, deftly lifting the pot. The shadow blades, having lost their target, were tossed about chaotically, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. Chef Lu's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him. It was utterly bizarre, simply too bizarre. He had envisioned Zhou An using his long blade to counter his assault, but he never anticipated that Zhou An would employ a mere iron pot to dismantle the shadow blades. That must be the pot. It certainly must be the pot. Chef Lu, concealing his identity, had also been a chef, that he was all too familiar with emotions. Yet that was merely tossing a pot. Never had he heard of a pot being able to nullify shadow blades. What an absurdity! Phew, that was quite challenging. In stark contrast to Chef Lu's astonishment, Zhou An set down the pot and sighed. "My technique is still not fully developed. The skill of upsetting objects had only just reached level 3, remaining in its nascent phase. This recent attempt had granted Zhou an insight into the skill's potency. Unlike the swift precision of the butcher's knife, its destructive power was undeniable, with a damage 1 and strength 2. The combined attack power far surpassed that of the butcher's knife. "You seem quite astonished. But this is not the time for it. Old Lu, fare thee well. A smile graced Zhou An's face as he lowered the iron pot over Chef Lu's head. At that moment, Chef Lu, shrouded in shadow and towering over 2 meters, found Zhou An effortlessly covering his head with the pot. Chef Lu felt a sudden dizziness as his head began to spin. Ultimately finding himself upside down, his head stuck inside the pot in an absurd position, as if he were playing a handstand within it. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt the energy within the pot beginning to swirl. In the next instant, the pot began to rock. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds echoed in his ears, leaving Chef Lu feeling dazed and powerless, as if controlled by an unseen force. That a tremendous destructive force surged from his head, sweeping through his entire body. His form began to disintegrate, flesh and blood separating. In an instant, his bones emerged from the flesh, beginning from his head, layer upon layer of flesh falling to the ground. The exposure of more and more bones intensified Chef Lu's agony. This pain was nothing short of torment. The excruciating sensation of his flesh and blood parting was a torment only he could truly comprehend. Chef Lu realized that this time there would be no burial for him. Yet before his demise, he voiced the lingering doubt within him. I offered you benefits, promised you immense wealth. Why do you not accept? This was his question. Even though there had been past conflicts between the beast cult and Zhou An, he had promised to turn swords into plowshares. Why the refusal? Did he truly harbor such hatred for the beast cult? Was there truly anyone who would turn away from wealth and glory? His query went unanswered, for as soon as he uttered those words, he was reduced to a pile of bones and flesh. Zhou An cast the iron pot aside, gazing at the heap of blood and flesh before him, shaking his head. The power of upsetting objects was indeed formidable, and the death he had witnessed was horrifying. Reflecting on Chef Lu's earlier question, Zhou An looked at the pile of flesh on the ground, his gaze steady as water. Firstly, it is because opposing the town exorcism division is ill-timed. Secondly, I witnessed the death of that little girl with my own eyes. Zhou An recalled the little girl who had been eviscerated in the alley and chose not to speak further. Just then, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. The personnel from the town paranormal division arrived rather swiftly, likely drawn by the sound of the recent commotion. In Chapter 32, Zhou An noted that the clamor from earlier was quite pronounced. It was entirely plausible that the town paranormal division would respond at this juncture. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Zhou An hastily disheveled his hair and clothing, that he grasped a cast-iron pot and made his way back to the initial residence. Returning the pot before retreating to a corner of the alley, where he lay back on the ground, eyes tightly shut. The pot remained impeccably clean, shielded by a protective aura, preventing the remnants of the meat, left by Chef Lu, from adhering to it. As Zhou An settled into position, the footsteps drew nearer, and soon after, he heard Yu Hang's exclamation. Moments later, he felt Yu Hang grip his shoulder, shaking him vigorously. "Old Zhou, are you all right? Old Zhou!" Yu Hang's voice was laced with urgency as he continued to jostle Zhou An. His concern was genuine, that he had rushed to the town paranormal division at breakneck speed, only to arrive at the alley and discover 5 lifeless bodies, with no sign of Zhou, and fearing the worst. He was already on edge, but upon hearing the sounds of a struggle, he hastened to follow the town paranormal division. Finally, he arrived at this alley, upon spotting Zhou and lying against the wall. Yu Hang was overtaken by panic. Their bond, forged through years of childhood camaraderie, made him dread the thought of any misfortune befalling Zhou An. As he was shaken, Zhou An feigned a state of extreme weakness. Gradually opening his eyes and pressing down on Yu Hang's right hand, with a subtle exertion, he discreetly tapped twice. "Old Yu, you finally made it." Yu Hang paused for a moment, recognizing the signal from the tap on his wrist. Instantly comprehending Zhou An's intent. This rascal was merely pretending. As childhood friends, he played along, maintaining an expression of distress while turning to address the figures behind him. "Master Zhang, could you please check on my brother's condition?" Behind Yu Hang stood County Magistrate Zhang and several members of the town paranormal division, surveying their surroundings. Throughout this exchange, Magistrate Zhang's brow remained furrowed, his square face nearly creased with worry. The alley was shrouded in darkness, devoid of moonlight, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to see. However, Magistrate Zhang was not ordinary, that he discerned a pool of scattered meat on the ground, along with knife marks on the wall. This meat was not cleaved by a blade. As the head of Inding County, Magistrate Zhang possessed exceptional capabilities, able to deduce this with a mere glance. The remnants on the ground were unrecognizable. Who could it be? What purpose could such a skilled individual have in concealing their identity? Magistrate Zhang found himself in a quandary. Initially, the beast cult posed a manageable issue, and the emergence of the Blood Shadow sect was not insurmountable. Yet the introduction of another enigmatic master, whose identity remained shrouded in mystery, added layers of complexity that left him with a profound headache. He had been investigating this mysterious figure for quite some time without any success. Contemplating these matters left Magistrate Zhang speechless that moment. He heard Yu Hang's voice, prompting him to shift his focus back to Zhou An. This constable had witnessed the entire affair and might possess valuable insights. After a moment of contemplation, Magistrate Zhang approached Zhou An to assess his condition. You're mostly unscathed, just a few scrapes. You must be Zhou An, correct? Did you witness the entire sequence of events? Zhou An feigned panic. It was the mysterious master who struck. Magistrate Zhang frowned. Please recount the events as they transpired. Zhou An nodded eagerly. I sensed something was amiss. So I instructed Yu Hang to return and report that I remained hidden in the alley, observing as a cloaked figure was besieged by 5 individuals. He recounted the entire incident, making slight alterations along the way. Those 5 were from the Blood Shadow sect, and the cloaked figure was one of their elders. After the cloaked figure eliminated the 5, the mysterious master appeared. They engaged in combat, and when the cloaked figure found himself outmatched, he fled. The mysterious master, upon discovering me, took me along in pursuit. At this point, Zhou An wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. Observing this, Yu Hang inwardly acknowledged Zhou An's acting prowess, that if he weren't privy to the truth, even he might have been deceived. Magistrate Zhang furrowed his brow. Why would the mysterious master take you along? He struggled to comprehend why such a formidable figure would involve a mere constable. Zhou An explained. The mysterious master wished for me to convey a message. He revealed the identity of the cloaked figure and elucidated the sequence of events. Magistrate Zhang pondered. Please elaborate on the events and the identity of the cloaked figure. Zhou An nodded. The cloaked figure is Lu, the cook from the magistrate's office. Originally an elder of the Blood Shadow sect, he allied with the beast cult and absconded with their treasures, hiding here to serve as a spy. The treasures of the Blood Shadow sect. Magistrate Zhang murmured, pacing back and forth in the alley. After a moment, he came to a halt. Continue. Why did he take you with him? He intended to deliver a message, urging me to cease my investigations of him, asserting that he harbored no malice. Zhou An's fabrication was a reflection of his own thoughts, that he sought to present a coherent narrative while simultaneously advising against further inquiry. This approach effectively marginalized his own involvement. It wasn't that he desired to conceal his identity. Rather, in this world, discretion was prudent. Magistrate Zhang remained silent, standing in place as if contemplating something. After a considerable pause, he waved his hand. You may return to rest. We shall handle matters here. Thank you for your efforts. Zhou An said nothing, feigning weakness as he stood with Yu Hang's assistants. The two exchanged no further words and departed the alley. Once they left, only Magistrate Zhang and the members of the town paranormal division remained. One of the officers stepped forward, inquiring, Sir, how do you intend to proceed? Magistrate Zhang cast a glance. For the time being, refrain from investigating the mysterious master. The beast cult's ambitions are considerable. We shall address them first. He had come to a realization. Since the mysterious master had indicated a desire to remain undisturbed, and given the current circumstances suggesting no ill intent, it was prudent to forego the investigation. Resolving the issues with the beast cult was of paramount importance. The members of the town paranormal division appeared perplexed, uncertain of how to proceed given the beast cult's current concealment, making it challenging to ascertain any outcomes. Observing their confusion, Magistrate Zhang's tone turned stern. Contact the Blood Shadow sect. They can locate Lu, which will lead us to the beast cult, that if they refuse to cooperate, we will take stringent measures. Is that clear? The group nodded in understanding, hastily preparing to leave. Gather your things, let's go. Magistrate Zhang waved his sleeve and led the way out of the alley. Chapter 33. Testing New Abilities. Zhou An remained unaware of what transpired afterward, that he had already distanced himself significantly from the alley, supported by Yu Hang. The streets were eerily quiet at night, with only the two of them moving along the path. Yu Hang draped one of Zhou An's arms over his shoulder while the other hand supported Zhou An's back, grumbling. "Can't you manage on your own?" Since exiting the alley, Zhou An had maintained his act of weakness. Even after walking so far, he continued to feign. Zhou An whispered, "The performance must be complete. We are almost home." Yu Hang fell silent, recognizing the truth in Zhou An's words, and shifted the topic, asking quietly, "What are your plans moving forward?" "That is a matter for the town paranormal division. Unrelated to me." Zhou An replied that he spoke honestly. What followed was no longer his concern. He had provided the necessary leads. It was the town paranormal division's responsibility to follow them. Why Yu Hang sighed, feeling an increasing distance between himself and his childhood friend. They had grown up together, playing in the mud, yet now Zhou An had transformed into a mysterious master, while he remained a struggling scholar who failed exams repeatedly. The disparity weighed heavily on him, and the sense of loss had never felt so profound. "Old Zhou, how did you manage to grow so powerful so suddenly?" Yu Hang questioned in disbelief. Zhou An pondered. "Perhaps it is simply the innate talent of a master." Yu Hang remained speechless. He felt that if he could overpower Zhou An, he would have certainly landed a few punches. His question was earnest. Yet Zhou An's response was comical, and no more discussion. The conversation only deepened his gloom. Why Yu Hang lapsed into silence, continuing to assist Zhou An until they reached his residence. After ushering Zhou An into the room, Yu Hang prepared to leave, but before he could take a few steps, Zhou An called out to him. "You should stay here tonight." Zhou An contemplated before speaking. Yu Hang paused, then quickly grasped Zhou An's intent. Throughout this period, he had remained at the magistrate's office, vigilant against the beast cult, having had close encounters with them that nearly cost him his life. If he returned home after delivering Zhou An, he risked encountering danger. Staying with Zhou An was a different matter. Zhou An was now a well-known, mysterious master, and any beast cult members that approached would only be courting death. Given their close relationship, Yu Hang didn't hesitate. There was ample room in Zhou An's home. "Wait, weren't we supposed to be patrolling the streets?" Yu Hang suddenly recalled, realizing that their current task was to patrol, not to inexplicably return home to rest. Zhou An wore an expression of disappointment, as if he were lamenting the failure of iron to become steel. "Zhang Xijin from the town's anomaly office has ordered us to return. What is the point of patrolling now? After this commotion today, if the beast cult dares to show their faces again, they are truly courting death. Let's just rest easy and sleep." Yu Hang thought to himself that there was some truth to that. They were not neglecting their duties. It was the directive of Zhang Xijin, and now they could rightfully slack off, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events. "Then I shall take my leave to rest. To be honest, patrolling at night can be quite exhausting." Yu Hang yawned, uttering a few words before heading to the adjacent room to rest. Zhou An also returned to his chamber, realizing that with Yu Hang present, it was not suitable to practice his skill of butchering like a chef or his dexterous handling of objects. Thus, he temporarily set aside his efforts to improve his proficiency. Lying on his bed, Zhou An gazed at the ceiling, suddenly contemplating that his abilities were still somewhat lacking, that he recognized that he was still deficient in many aspects. Moreover, he had identified a particular weakness of his during the night: speed. When he had dashed to that household to fetch the iron pot and returned, it was solely due to the force of qi within him that had rudely enhanced his speed. To be honest, his speed was not truly remarkable. It was merely faster than that of an average person. The technique of butchering like a chef would grant him a speed increase of 2, which indeed could augment his velocity, but it was not particularly refined that in a life-or-death battle, possessing an excellent agility could turn the tide. "I must ponder and develop an ability related to speed," Zhou An mused. The night was deep and soon passed. Aside from the occasional chirping of birds, the stillness was palpable, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The following day, Zhou An and Yu Hang rose early and made their way to the yamen to report for duty. At their familiar stall, they shared a bowl of noodles. Throughout their meal, they engaged in conversation, deliberately avoiding the events of the previous night and instead discussing matters concerning the upcoming imperial examination. With the annual civil service examination approaching, Yu Hang grew increasingly anxious, having failed twice already. Although he attributed his failures to external circumstances, he could not shake the unease in his heart. Zhou An offered a few words of comfort, and after finishing their meal, the two proceeded to the yamen. After reporting for duty, Yu Hang waited at the entrance for Zhou, and the atmosphere remained tense until their street patrol tasks were completed. They could not afford to slack off. Zhou An sought out the clerk and shared his thoughts. Clerk Su stroked his beard, saying, "You wish to become a cook and no longer patrol the streets? Are you considering abandoning your duties as a constable?" "Not at all. I shall patrol as usual when it is my turn. After this task is complete, I would like to receive a larger stipend," Zhou An replied. Clerk Su squinted his eyes. "Zhou An, I'm aware of last night's incident that I didn't expect Chef Lu to act in such a manner. However, if you intend to juggle multiple responsibilities, it might prove inconvenient." As the Yamen's clerk, he was naturally well informed. Zhou An chuckled. "Clerk Su, we understand the principles involved. A portion of the stipend can be allocated as operational funds for your role." Upon hearing this, Clerk Su was amused. In this world, who could resist the allure of money? After some discussion, they reached an agreement. The county magistrate was currently in seclusion, and Clerk Su was managing all trivial matters, so this small issue was of little concern. Zhou An achieved his objective and left in high spirits, knowing he would have the opportunity to enhance his skills and leisure. The two exited the street and commenced their patrol duties for the day. As they approached the end of their shift, Head Constable Xie suddenly returned, informing Zhou An that there would be no night patrol that evening due to a prior injury. Zhou An thought this was acceptable. It was a good opportunity to rest. Throughout the day, he had heard no unusual sounds or news from the town's anomaly office. None of these matters concerned him. After a day of contemplation, he had devised a method to trigger a new skill. Since it was a life-related skill, it needed to be connected to daily life. Zhou An purchased some ingredients and hurried home to prepare a meal. After hastily consuming his food, he stepped outside. At this hour, the sun had not yet set, and the lingering light illuminated the surroundings. The alley where Zhou An resided was quite secluded, with no one passing by at this time. After ensuring that no one was around, he made his way to the end of the alley. "Let's give it a try," Zhou An thought, slightly bending his legs. Chapter 34. New Skill, Level 3. The chi within him flowed continuously. Zhou An's gaze sharpened as he lifted his left leg and took a step forward in the dark alley. The airflow swirled between his legs as Zhou An's legs crossed. He began to run towards the alley's end. Running was the method he had conceived. The golden finger he possessed was a mini-game created in his past life, which could only draw from life-related skills. When he first developed this game, he was filled with enthusiasm, constantly monitoring various feedback on forums that time. Running was also included as a feature. Moreover, there was an expert on the forum who had successfully leveled up running. Achieving remarkable results, Zhou An realized that he needed both agility and speed. Running was the optimal choice. The chi in his legs flowed ceaselessly, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou An had sprinted from the end of the alley to its middle. However, to his disappointment, no proficiency notification appeared. Zhou An halted, standing in the middle of the alley, furrowing his brow. "It must be that my triggering method is incorrect." He recalled the scene when triggering the skill of flipping the pan. At that time, he had completed all tasks related to cooking before triggering the proficiency of flipping the pan. Now, if he could not trigger proficiency while running, it indicated a flaw in his process. Zhou An paced back and forth in the dark alley, that he carefully reviewed the conditions for triggering the flipping pan skill and finally clarified the sequence that it must be the running posture that was incorrect. To be precise, it was not the running posture itself that was flawed, but rather the breathing technique while running that he had previously trained in running and found it exhausting at first, prompting him to search for advice online. Someone had mentioned that synchronizing breathing with running could alleviate much of the strain. During his earlier test, he had rushed to trigger proficiency and had not paid attention to these details. It now seemed that this aspect had posed an issue. With this in mind, Zhou An returned to the corner and ran again. This time, he focused on his breathing, adjusting it to an optimal state, completing the entire alley run. Yet again, proficiency did not trigger. Zhou An realized that his control of breathing was still lacking. As he felt discomfort during the run, he returned to the end of the alley and began anew. While running, he adjusted his breathing once more. After running back and forth for about 10 times, Zhou An finally perfected his breathing control. Throughout the run, not a single breath was out of sync. When Zhou An completed the alley run once more, the proficiency notification finally appeared before him. Running LV1, 10,000. Finally, it worked. Seeing the words materialize before him, Zhou An felt a surge of joy. The ability to trigger it meant he could continue to grind. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to dedicate the night to improving his running skill. The skills of flipping objects and butchering like a chef had both reached level 3. But their progress had noticeably slowed. Running, having just begun at level 1, offered quick advancement. He would focus on raising this skill first, providing himself with a means of self-preservation. With this thought, Zhou An resumed his running. Little did he know, once he took running seriously, he discovered the depth of its intricacies. By controlling his breathing, he achieved a smooth rhythm that as he ran, his proficiency steadily increased. After a prolonged session of running, his legs naturally grew sore, but the chi flowing within him quickly dissipated the fatigue. Originally, Zhou An had planned to sleep for an hour and a half, but with the increased chi in his body, that duration was more than sufficient. However, with the newfound ability, he felt an even greater urge to continue grinding. Maintaining this excitement, he ran throughout the entire night. That it was not until the faint light of dawn broke and the crowing of roosters echoed from all directions that Zhou An emerged from his state of exhilaration. Before him appeared a line of text. Running LV2, speed 20,000. Just as he had leveled up his knife skills during that initial night, he had progressed a level in one evening. However, the further he advanced, the harder it became to gain proficiency. After achieving a speed increase, he was no longer limited to the technique of butchering like a chef. As long as he ran, he could gain an additional speed boost. Zhou An tested this by lifting his foot to run to the left, swiftly transforming into a fleeting shadow. The chi within him flowed seamlessly, and he naturally followed the rhythm of breathing while running. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. With his speed, my trump card has grown stronger. Elated by his new skill, Zhou An prepared to head to the yamen after completing his morning routine. Upon arriving at the yamen to report for duty, Zhou An waited outside as usual for Yu Hang to join him for their patrol. That day, as with others, nothing unusual occurred. Everything was eerily quiet. With no signs of movement, days passed and life continued as normal. Zhou An's routine became increasingly structured. Due to the daily patrols, he could not practice flipping objects in the kitchen, with 3 skills to improve. He decided to prioritize that he temporarily set aside butchering like a chef and flipping objects. Proficiency, after all, became increasingly difficult to attain, and he needed swift progress. Thus, he focused all his efforts on running. Over the past few days, Zhou An's life had taken on a regular rhythm. It might seem monotonous, but he found joy in it. Each morning he rose early to run, patrolling after his exercise, and on nights without patrols, he continued running. He repeated this cycle day after day. Although proficiency grew slower as he progressed, as long as it increased, Zhou An did not feel fatigued. During this time, he could sense Yu Hang's mounting tension. As the imperial examination drew nearer, Yu Hang's mentality deteriorated increasingly. His previous 2 failures were closely tied to his mindset. Despite Zhou An's repeated attempts to console him, Yu Hang merely acknowledged his words without demonstrating any tangible improvement. Today, I've reached level 3, he declared in the morning. Zhou An stood outside, gazing at the text before him. Running LV2, speed 119858, 2000. After countless days and nights, he had devoted every spare moment to running, showcasing an extraordinary level of dedication. This life skill minigame operated on a simple principle. Diligent effort would inevitably yield rewards. Given Zhou An's intense commitment over such an extended period, he was finally on the brink of a significant transformation in his running ability. Begin! The quiet morning alley echoed only with Zhou An's footsteps. Should an outsider have witnessed him, they would have noted his remarkable speed and the almost inaudible sound of his footfalls in the profound stillness. One might scarcely hear him at all to achieve a proficiency of level 3 today. He had risen early, so immersed was he in his running that he lost track of time. As the sounds of townsfolk approached from the street, Zhou An paused at the entrance, exhaling deeply. A line of text materialized before him. Chapter 35, like a startled swan, akin to a soaring dragon. Please select a direction. The familiar words resurfaced, and Zhou An patiently awaited their evolution. Moments later, the existing text dissipated, revealing new options. Diamond legs, strength 1, destruction 1. Dragon steps, speed 1, evasion 1. Two choices appeared before him, leading down entirely divergent paths. Point 1 option, diamond legs, granted an increase in both strength and destruction. It was evident from the description that his running had culminated in the development of a formidable leg technique, one that not only augmented his power, but also his destructive capability. Such enhancement had previously enabled him to inflict severe damage upon Lu the chef. Naturally, the power of diamond legs needed no further elaboration. However, it lacked any speed, none whatsoever. The second option, dragon steps, represented a genuine evasion technique, enhancing both speed and evasion. Zhou An pondered these two choices for an extended period before ultimately opting for dragon steps. His rationale was straightforward. Firstly, he desired to build upon his existing speed increase, aligning with the rules of proficiency. Secondly, he genuinely required an evasion technique. His offensive capabilities, aside from the butchering knife and the leg technique, were already sufficient. Acquiring an evasion technique would provide him with an additional tactical advantage. In light of this reasoning, Zhou An chose dragon steps. Upon finalizing his selection, the text before him transformed. Dragon steps LV3, speed 2, evasion 1 140,000. An influx of information surged into his mind, amplifying the flow of energy within him. What had once been the thickness of 2 fingers now expanded to 3, that though seemingly minor. This transformation promised a tangible qualitative change. Zhou An closed his eyes to absorb the information thoroughly before reopening them. Now adept in the nuances of dragon steps, the essence of dragon steps could be distilled into 8 characters, like a startled swan, akin to a soaring dragon. By mastering the subtle fluctuations of energy, one could achieve remarkable evasion capabilities, and the speed increase was not to be underestimated. To illustrate, if Zhou An faced away from an adversary, and they hurled a concealed weapon at him, he need not turn around as the projectile neared. He could sense its presence through the alteration in air currents, allowing him to deftly evade its trajectory. "Let me try," Zhou An muttered, bending down to pick up a stone from the ground and casually throwing it against the wall behind him without looking. The stone struck the wall and ricocheted back toward his back. As the energy within Zhou An flowed, he perceived the stone's approach through the vibrations it created in the air. With a slight sidestep, he narrowly avoided the incoming projectile. The entire process was remarkably intricate. Zhou An could sense the minute changes and respond with the most suitable movements, all executed with effortless grace. Like a startled swan, akin to a soaring dragon. These 8 characters were brought to life in the most exquisite manner. What an exceptional skill, Zhou An mused. However, the time spent on this testing and decision-making had been substantial. He surmised that it was nearly time for the morning roll call. Without lingering further, he returned home to freshen up, had breakfast outside, and made his way back to the magistrate's office as usual. The office maintained its routine of street patrols without any disruption. After completing the roll call, Zhou An and Yu Hang resumed their patrol. During midday, they paused for a meal. Recently, Yu Hang's spirits had been low, becoming increasingly subdued as the examination approached. Zhou An recognized his childhood friend's deteriorating mindset. He had offered as much encouragement as he could, leaving Yu Hang to navigate his own emotional landscape. A successful adjustment could see him soaring to great heights in the examination. A failure to do so would mean waiting for another year. "Don't overthink it," Zhou An said, patting Yu Hang's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Yu Hang took a bite of his meal, half laughing, half crying. "Old Zhou, I wish I could, but it keeps swirling in my mind." "Fine, no more consolation. I'll take my time. Some matters cannot simply be dismissed by ignoring them." Upon hearing this, Zhou An ceased his attempts at comfort. After finishing their meal and taking a brief stroll, they continued their patrol until it was nearly time to return. "How about we skip the night patrol today and grab something to eat instead?" Zhou An suggested. Noticing Yu Hang's lingering gloom, Yu Hang agreed. acknowledging that his recent anxiety warranted a moment of relaxation. Moreover, being with Zhou An felt safe. After all, with a mysterious expert by their side, anyone from the beast cult would face dire consequences. Spending every night in the magistrate's office had become rather tedious. With this in mind, Yuhang nodded in agreement. Let's go buy some ingredients. With no night patrol in sight, the two of them planned to purchase a few small dishes for a hearty meal. They walked shoulder to shoulder, exchanging jovial greetings with passing constables, ready to depart. However, before they could step outside, they were halted by the entrance of Captain Xie. There's been a sudden development. Do not leave just yet. Wait inside the office. I'll be there shortly, Captain Xie instructed before hastening towards the back courtyard. His footsteps were swift and urgent. The courtyard was where the county magistrate resided. Recently, the magistrate had been secluded, addressing matters of selection, and Zhou An had yet to see him. Captain Xie's hurried departure indicated that something significant was afoot, and only the magistrate could make the final call. The Yuhang nudged Zhou An with his elbow, whispering, "Old Zhou, something big is definitely happening." Zhou An replied with a hint of sarcasm. One could discern that with a mere sniff, it seems our dinner plans are dashed. With Captain Xie blocking their way, the two men abandoned their dining intentions and returned to their quarters. Inside the room, they found it filled with constables, all engaged in animated discussions. They, too, had received news from Captain Xie. Gatherings of all constables typically signified important matters, and curiosity permeated the air. Zhou An speculated that it might be related to the beast cult. Given the recent period of tranquility, he found it hard to believe that the town demon subjugation department had not taken steps to investigate and address the beast cult. What seemed like calm on the surface was likely a turbulent undercurrent. The sudden assembly of all constables suggested that these undercurrents had reached a boiling point, that he waited patiently. After approximately half an hour, Captain Xie's voice resonated from outside. "Everyone, come out. There is an urgent matter at hand." Upon hearing his command, the constables promptly ceased their chatter, filing out of the room and into the courtyard. Chapter 36. The Old Lair of the Beast Cult. Captain Xie stood in the center of the courtyard, wielding a long blade. Once all the constables had assembled, he confirmed their numbers before producing a map from his pocket. "Go find me a table," he instructed casually to one of the constables. The constable, quick to comply, hurried to retrieve a table and placed it on the ground. Captain Xie unfurled the map on the table, pointing to a specific location. "This is Yun Mountain. A small temple atop Yun Mountain is the lair of the beast cult. Recently, the town demon subjugation department has collaborated with the Blood Shadow sect, utilizing artifacts lost by the Blood Shadow sect to locate the lair of the beast cult. Now is the time to launch a full-scale assault." After explaining the situation, Captain Xie drew a circle around the small temple on the map. "The beast cult will be handled by the town demon subjugation department. Our role is merely to assist in surrounding the area. If any stray fish slip through the net, we shall eliminate them. Do you understand?" The overall situation was made clear, and the constables exchanged glances, all indicating their comprehension. The essence of the briefing was straightforward. The town demon subjugation department would take the lead while they were tasked with perimeter security. Any potential loose ends were to be intercepted or dealt with decisively. One particularly astute constable, ever the opportunist, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Boss, shouldn't we take this more seriously?" Typically, this constable was known for his cunning antics, adept at ingratiating himself with others, and often seeking shortcuts. In this moment, he attempted to lighten the mood with a touch of humor. However, he was caught off guard when Captain Xie's tone turned sharp. "If you still value your position, take this matter seriously. This is no trivial affair." Captain Xie spoke sternly. "Execute first, report later. The imperial authority grants this privilege. Anyone who obstructs the operations of the Zhongguo division and refuses to cooperate will have to consider the fate of their heads." A chilling aura emanated from Captain Xie, causing the clever constable to shudder. It was then he remembered that this seemingly unremarkable captain had once fought fiercely against water bandits on a grand vessel and had emerged unscathed. "I dare not. I dare not. I will certainly complete the task." The constable quickly lowered his head, hastily apologizing. Captain Xie snorted coldly, directing his gaze towards the others. "Is there anyone else with dissenting opinions? Feel free to voice them." With such words spoken, no one dared to object. Zhou An contemplated Captain Xie's words. Indeed, he had to go this time. Setting aside all else, if everyone was taking action, one could not afford to remain idle, especially when it concerned the beast cult. Observing it with his own eyes would surely bring him some peace of mind. Should the Zhengui division eradicate the beast cult, he would eliminate a significant threat, allowing him to focus on honing his skills with greater tranquility. Noting the silence, Captain Xie waved his hand. Change into plain clothes, disperse, and then regroup at the foot of Yun Mountain. This operation required utmost secrecy. Therefore, they all needed to don ordinary attire and disperse, ultimately converging at the base of Yun Mountain to minimize exposure and ensure the beast cult remained unaware. Zhou An and Yu Hang changed into their everyday garments, rather than leaving immediately. They waited until others had departed before leisurely stepping outside. Following Captain Xie's advice, they took their time, as if they were regular townsfolk on a journey, striving for realism. The journey from Anding County to Yun Mountain at their pace would take nearly an hour. Fortunately, they had set out early enough that the sun had yet to set by the time they reached the mountain's base. Yun Mountain, true to its name, was not particularly high, yet the thick fog veiled its summit, rendering it ethereal, as if a celestial being was raising an admonishing finger. This was how Zhou An perceived it, that he acknowledged that his metaphor was somewhat peculiar, yet it vividly encapsulated the scene. Yu Hang nudged Zhou An, remarking, "Old Zhou, doesn't it resemble your state upon waking in the morning?" Zhou An paused momentarily, quickly grasping the jest that he feigned disappointment. "It does bear resemblance, but this mountain is too low to be truly comparable." Yu Hang cast a disdainful glance at Zhou An, feeling that he had put on an invisible facade. The constables had gathered, albeit in small clusters. Captain Xie was among them. Zhou An scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of the Zhengui division. He suspected they had arrived long before or were already ascending the mountain. Captain Xie merely paused briefly before gesturing for the constables to proceed up the mountain. "That I end this era, aside from those fond of composing poetry and prose." Few had the leisure to explore the mountains. The common folk, burdened by the struggle for survival, rarely ventured out, regardless of the breathtaking beauty of Yun Mountain. The path grew increasingly steep, yet the constables possessed some martial skills. And during this time, Captain Xie had been imparting his techniques at noon. Thus, they found the ascent manageable. On the way up, Zhou An noticed traces of recent passage, further confirming his suspicion that the Zhengui division had indeed arrived earlier. As they climbed, no one paused to admire the so-called scenery. Upon reaching the summit, the fog thickened, resembling a layer of white frost. Visibility was limited, but faint outlines of a structure could be discerned ahead. Additionally, Zhou An spotted Zhang Xijun that as he had surmised, Zhang Xijun and his men had already laid an ambush nearby. Dozens of Zhengui division members were concealed, waiting. Captain Xie remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Those who managed to rise to such positions were certainly not insignificant figures. Captain Xie's emergence from the tumult of the martial world was not merely a testament to his superior martial prowess. His intellect was equally formidable. At such a moment, it was best not to inquire too much. They were simply tasked with coordination. Asking too many questions could lead to complications and potentially shift blame onto themselves that he needed only to focus on his responsibilities. Zhang Xijun signaled, "In a moment, we will charge in and eliminate them. Captain Xie, you must ensure that no one escapes." With knowledge of the enemy's lair and sufficient evidence, the Zhengui division would not hold back. Execute first. Report later. The imperial authority grants this privilege. This phrase was not a mere formality. It represented the rights bestowed upon the Zhengui division by the Great Chu Empire. Captain Xie nodded in agreement, assuring them he would do his utmost to prevent any escape. "Charge!" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xijun waved his hand and shouted, "I end the next instant." All members of the Zhengui division surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Racing towards the small temple, that it was Zhou An's first encounter with the Zhengui division in action, and witnessing this scene raised his eyebrows in surprise. Soon, cries of battle erupted from within the temple. In but an instant, both sides clashed. The forest reverberated with the sound of combat, the fog dispersing, and birds took flight in alarm. Chapter 37. Recognized. The battle unfolded with astonishing swiftness, catching all by surprise. The shouts of conflict echoed throughout the forest. It was not merely the cries of battle. The sounds of clashing weapons rose and fell, resonating like thunder, although the precise scene remained unseen. The cacophony alone painted a vivid picture of flashing blades and swords. Typically, the constables of Anding County dealt with mundane affairs. The most formidable encounters involved skirmishes with petty thieves, making such scenes rare. The din of battle enveloped them, and some even caught a whiff of blood. This is the Zhengui division, Yu Hang sighed. Though the imperial authority grants them privilege, they constantly tread the razor's edge of danger. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. Execute first, report later. The imperial authority grants this privilege. While this sounded formidable, such power came at a cost, whether dealing with the bizarre or engaging with rogue elements. The Zhengui division always danced along the precipice of peril. Captain Xie observed the cluster of constables behind him, particularly noting a few whose faces had turned pale, and he discreetly shook his head. These fellows have seen too little bloodshed. They lack the necessary resolve. Yet, despite his thoughts, he could not afford to dwell on them. He had to focus on the task at hand. Surround them. If even one escapes today, I will hold you accountable, Captain Xie commanded sharply. The pale-faced constables, upon hearing this, finally came to their senses. They dared not speak further, quickly dispersing to encircle the small temple. Zhou An and Yu Hang moved closer, with Zhou An silently standing guard in a corner. Listening to the sounds of battle within the temple, Yu Hang remained silent as well, staying beside Zhou, and as the fighting intensified, occasional screams pierced the air, and the scent of blood grew stronger. When the sounds of combat reached their peak, they gradually waned. It must be nearing its conclusion, Zhou An thought. With meticulous preparation, the Zhengui division should find it effortless to subdue the beast cult. Just as Zhou An contemplated this, the clamor of battle abruptly ceased. Several constables displayed expressions of delight. Before their arrival, they had not anticipated such fierce combat, even praying that no one would escape. Now it seemed that no one had fled, and they could accomplish their task smoothly. However, unlike the constable's joy, Zhou An sensed something amiss. The sounds of combat had indeed ceased, yet none of the Zhengui division members emerged. Typically at this juncture, Zhang Sijuan would bring his men out. Something's off. Be cautious, old Zhou. Yu Hang also noticed the anomaly and whispered a warning. Zhou An nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a voice resonated from within the walls. I never imagined that after years of effort, I would fall to your hands. Zhengui division, I will not share the heavens with you. Today, you outnumber me. I shall return to settle the score another day. As the last words fell, a figure soared into the sky. Zhou An looked up and beheld the figure in midair. It was a middle-aged man, his body covered in thick golden hair, particularly his hands, where the nails glimmered ominously. The man's face bore a pattern of yellow and white, resembling that of a tiger. The beast cult derived its power from the ferocity of wild beasts. Upon witnessing this, Zhou An realized that this so-called leader of the beast cult had likely acquired the strength of a tiger. The speed was astonishing, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to react. The leader of the beast cult hovered in the air, surveying the encircled constables with a look of disdain. With this motley crew of clods, you think you can trap me? His gaze swept over the constables, relishing their panic. However, when his eyes landed on Zhou An, they widened in shock. At that instant, Zhou An and the leader of the beast cult locked eyes. He could feel the weight of the leader's gaze, which bore astonishment, fury, and an overwhelming aura of malice. He has recognized my identity. Zhou An was certain that the individual had discerned who he was and knew he had slain members of the beast cult. While he was uncertain of the method employed in such a world, it was not unusual for unique means to exist at that moment. Zhang Sijuan also soared into the air, blood and killing intent radiating from him as he approached the leader of the beast cult. The leader's speed was incredibly swift, and the only one capable of pursuing him was Zhang Sijuan. In midair, Zhang Sijuan shouted to Captain Xie, "What are you still hiding for? Act quickly, or he will escape, and we will never know peace again." Captain Xie, who had been standing in the shadows, sighed upon hearing this, gripped his long knife, and pursued the leader of the beast cult. The two followed closely behind the leader. Growing ever more distant, the constables, witnessing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they did not pursue. All would be well. Zhou An gazed at the figure of Captain Xie, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a brief moment, his expression sharpened with intensity. "Old you, exercise caution. Do not overexert yourself." Zhou An advised earnestly that Wei Yuhang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a swift realization. "Are you planning to go?" Zhou An nodded in affirmation. Yuhang opened his mouth, seemingly to protest, but was promptly interrupted by Zhou An's steady voice. "The gaze of the beast sex leader indicates he has discerned my identity through some unknown, arcane method. Should he elude capture, I shall be the first to suffer his wrath." He had already contemplated this decision swiftly. He must act. The beast sex leader must perish to alleviate the profound anxiety weighing upon him. As the saying goes, the prerequisite for progress is the eradication of all potential threats. The beast sex leader was aware of him and their past grievances. Death was the only fate that awaited the beast sex leader. Yuhang understood Zhou An's intentions, yet felt powerless to assist, merely saying, "Be careful if things go awry. We shall withdraw from Anding County." Zhou An nodded, refraining from further discussion as he made his way toward the nearby thicket. Several constables observed this with confusion, uncertain of Zhou An's motivations for departing. Before they could voice their inquiries, Yuhang interjected, "Old Zhou is merely anxious. He needs to relieve himself." Yuhang provided a vague explanation, which inadvertently lent it a sense of authenticity. The constables, hearing this, dismissed any suspicions. After all, every constable was on edge, and Zhou An's reaction was entirely understandable. Once in the woods, Zhou An ensured he was unseen before pursuing the direction in which Captain Xie had vanished. The chi within him surged violently, coursing into his legs as he executed the dragon swim technique with remarkable finesse. Graceful as a startled swan, fluid as a swimming dragon, Zhou An transformed into a fleeting shadow, outpacing even the beast sex leader. His aura intensified, and as he disappeared from the thicket's edge, the murderous intent surrounding him thickened like water. Chapter 38. The battle begins. The cold night felt like frost. The moon hung like a crescent hooked at this moment. Three figures were locked in a relentless pursuit across the vast wilderness. The beast sex leader sprinted ahead, his speed formidable, darting past a series of phantoms. Close behind were Zhang Xixian and Captain Xie, both straining to close the gap. The distance between the two parties gradually diminished. The beast sex leader was clad in golden fur, reminiscent of a tiger prowling through the open fields. He glanced back, his fangs bared, a chilling voice escaping his lips. "To annihilate utterly, such is the style of the Jingui division. Not even a sliver of mercy for the living." No response came. Zhang Xixian and Captain Xie had their hands firmly on their blades, icy determination gleaming in their eyes. Today, the beast sect must be eradicated completely. Only the leader remained, and he had to be brought to justice. Only then could this matter reach a satisfactory conclusion. Otherwise, future troubles would be inevitable. The distance continued to shrink between them. All three were masters of their craft, pushing their speeds to the limit. Yet the beast sex leader always seemed a fraction too slow, making it only a matter of time before he would be overtaken. Realizing the futility of his situation, the beast sex leader suddenly halted. In that instant, Zhang Xixian and Captain Xie came to a simultaneous stop, maintaining a wary distance as they prepared for any eventuality. The golden fur on the beast sex leader quivered, the yellow-white patterns twisting ominously. "It appears that today, one of us is destined to fall." He cast his gaze behind Zhang Xixian, where nothing but emptiness lay, a desolate expanse. They were now far removed from the small temple. Zhang Xixian spoke coldly. "If you lay down your weapons and surrender, perhaps your death will be a merciful one." He knew the futility of his words, but felt compelled to say something in this tense moment. The beast sex leader erupted into laughter. "Had your subordinates still been present, I might have considered surrendering, but with only the two of you, it is laughably insufficient." He had never anticipated that his adversaries would ally with the Blood Shadow sect to obliterate the beast sect. The battle had unfolded too suddenly. Many of the beast sect's members had been caught off guard, resting when the ambush struck. The entire affair transpired with alarming swiftness, with some not even realizing what had happened before their throats were slit. In the end, not a single member of the Zhengui division had perished, while the rest of the beast sect had been utterly annihilated. The beast sect's leader, witnessing the remnants of the Zhengui division, had chosen to flee. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, especially with Zhang Xixian and Captain Xie present. Remaining was tantamount to sealing his own doom. He fled, yet he had not anticipated the relentless pursuit that followed, nor the distance they would travel. Now, the beast sect's leader felt a flicker of hope for revenge. Dark shadows swirled beneath him, coiling like a restless tide. Soon, these shadows enveloped him entirely, within this shroud of darkness. The beast sect's leader's aura turned frigid and menacing. His height stretched from a mere 1 meter 80 to an imposing 5 meters, as if he were a monstrous titan. Dark shadows coalesced into claws upon his hands, consuming the moonlight that dared to touch them. He was not merely the leader of the beast sect. He had once been a member of the Blood Shadow sect. Today, let you become the ghosts of the underworld, the beast sect's leader declared, launching himself toward Zhang Xixian like a flash of lightning. His speed doubled compared to before. Zhang Xixian blinked, only to find the beast sect's leader before him, claws poised to cleave him in twain. In that critical moment, a gleaming arc of light erupted that a long blade sliced through the air between them, perfectly positioned to intercept the beast sect's claws. Captain Xie struck in the nick of time, feeling the overwhelming force resonate through the blade as he staggered back several steps. Zhang Xixian, too, sprang into action. His technique differed entirely from Captain Xie's. It was broad and sweeping, as if cleaving mountains and rending the earth. Each slash bore immense power. Seizing the opportunity, while Captain Xie held the beast sect's leader at bay, Zhang Xixian unleashed a devastating strike. The blade's radiance flared, illuminating the surroundings. The shadows enveloping the beast sect's leader met the blade's light, only to be devoured by it. Yet, this approach was not without consequences. The beast sect's leader staggered back, his claws grazing together, his gaze narrowing at Captain Xie with a mocking glint. Qian Mian Dao Xie Feng, a figure of repute, reduced to serving the court as a lackey. Once you single-handedly battled the water bandits, sinking their ships one after another, yet now you've been dulled by the court, Captain Xie replied. His expression calm, though the scar on his face twisted slightly. I am no longer the Qian Mian Dao Xie Feng of old. The end of the rivers leads to the court. Aligning with the court is far preferable to a life of hardship. You, however, remain oblivious. Haha, the beast sect's leader scoffed coldly. How delightful. 2 masters come to confront me. I am truly honored. If I do not unveil my hidden cards, it seems I cannot hope to vanquish you. No further words were exchanged. Zhang Xixian and Captain Xie unleashed their assaults simultaneously. One wielded a blade with devastating might, while the other struck with the swiftness of lightning. Their techniques intertwined, forming a dense web of blades, each strike infused with formidable destructive power. Had Zhou An arrived at that moment, he would have realized that Captain Xie, too, had concealed his true strength. That in the past, while teaching, Captain Xie had merely cut through the air with a flash of light. But now he effortlessly crafted a blade net. This world was not solely inhabited by those adept at hiding their talents. The blade net was woven by Captain Xie, while the overwhelming brilliance of the blade above was the work of Zhang Xixian. In the blink of an eye, the beast sect's leader found himself ensnared within the blade net, which contracted violently, threatening to shred him into pieces upon contact. At that critical juncture, the beast sect's leader produced a small object and tossed it into the sky. It was a beautifully crafted box, adorned with intricate carvings. That as the box ascended, its lid burst open, releasing a massive shadow that enveloped the beast sect's leader. That a muffled groan of agony escaped him as the blade net passed through, dissipating effortlessly. The sounds of his suffering intensified, accompanied by the swelling of his form. That in the blink of an eye, he had grown from 5 meters to 8. That Zhang Xixian's expression shifted dramatically. It's the Blood Shadow sect's treasure. The shadow box. Captain Xie, too, appeared pale, as if he had recognized the name. We cannot fight this. We must retreat. Both knew the significance of the Blood Shadow sect's treasure. They were aware that the item stolen by Lu the cook had been surrendered to the beast sect's leader. The shadow box contained the essence of every individual who had joined the Blood Shadow sect, But contrary to Lu's fabricated tales, it lacked the power to control others. Its sole effect was to temporarily amplify the abilities of those shadows released from it, representing the Blood Shadow sect's hidden prowess. When the Blood Shadow sect faced dire straits, the Shadow Box became their trump card. Once activated, the shadows would be expended, leaving only the possibility of gradual accumulation. At present, the Beast sect's leader had employed the Shadow Box, his form now towering at 7 meters, his aura thickening ominously. Captain Xie and Zhang Xixian understood that their prospects were grim. Hearing Captain Xie's words, Zhang Xixian recognized the wavering resolve in his companion, that in this moment, if either of them faltered, their demise would be all but assured. Old Xie, should we survive this, I will ensure your induction into the Zhengui division, Zhang Xixian asserted earnestly. A year ago, you participated in the Zhengui division's evaluations. Your fate now rests upon our success. If this endeavor succeeds, it shall be a great achievement. I would risk my very life to see you become a member of Anding County. Captain Xie furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, he had indeed contemplated retreat. The figure before him had become exceedingly perilous. He is desperate to preserve his life, a sentiment that resonates with any ordinary person. Yet the words of Zhang Xixian have sparked a different line of contemplation within him. Indeed, as Zhang Xixian mentioned, Captain Xie had previously participated in the assessments of the town ghost division, that he harbors a profound desire to join this esteemed organization. After all, within the borders of the Great Chu kingdom, no wandering hero can refuse an invitation from the town ghost division. That could be succinctly stated. While everyone condemns the town ghost division, everyone secretly yearns to become a part of it. Power, status, and prestige. Captain Xie, being a man of the common folk, craves these as well. The assessments for the town ghost division are exceedingly rigorous, one criterion being one's lineage. While it is not necessary to possess lofty status or a prestigious background, a pristine lineage is imperative, often scrutinized back through 3 generations. That in his youth, Captain Xie had engaged in numerous questionable activities and had even served time in prison. Consequently, when the examiners discovered this, they subjected him to relentless scrutiny. Unyielding, he retaliated with a couple of slaps, thereby forfeiting any chance of entering the town ghost division. Resigned, he settled in Anding County, taking on the role of a captain. Now, with renewed opportunity, Captain Xie feels a surge of ambition that he retrieves 2 elixirs from his pocket, tossing one to Zhang Xixian. These 2 pills, crafted from the alchemical arts of the rogue sect, are my treasures for survival. They can enhance our combat prowess by 50%, but at the cost of 7 days of weakness. After traversing the martial world for so many years, he possesses his own means of self-preservation. The fact that he is willing to part with these elixirs signifies the gravity of his gamble. Without a shred of hesitation, Zhang Xixian consumes the elixir alongside Captain X, at such a critical juncture. Only unconditional trust in one another can offer a glimmer of hope. Upon ingesting the elixirs, their internal energy begins to swell, and in an instant, their presence becomes imposing to that moment. The Beast sect leader, who had been wailing in agony, finally regains his composure. Cloaked in shadows, he towers at over 8 meters, his claws nearly 2 meters long, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Beast sect leader roars, his voice akin to a beast's growl. His enormous claws descend upon Zhang Xixian and Captain Xie in a vicious onslaught. With their enhanced strength from the elixirs, both men brandish their long swords. One strikes with unparalleled speed, while the other delivers formidable power. Together, they barely manage to counter the impending claw strike. However, they do not emerge unscathed. Despite their newfound strength, both men turn pale, blood trickling from their lips. No one can stand in my way, the Beast sect leader bellows. His claws summon a tempest, each strike capable of rending mountains and splitting stones. That a fierce determination ignites in Zhang Xixian's eyes. Cover me! At that moment, Captain Xie watches as Zhang Xixian swiftly ascends into the air, raising his long sword high. Although perplexed by Zhang's intentions, Captain Xie relentlessly swings his sword, creating a flurry of afterimages. The brilliant blade light intertwines, forming an even denser net of sharpness than before. Seizing the opportunity while the Beast sect leader is momentarily ensnared, Zhang Xixian leaps above him, slashing downwards with his long sword. The blade emits a radiant arc, striking the beast sect leader's neck. A fissure appears, and the shadows begin to dissipate. A gaping wound stretches from his neck down to the left ribcage. Ah! The beast sect leader howls in a pitiful rage, the shadows enveloping his injury as his claws lash out violently at Zhang Xixian. In that perilous moment, Zhang Xixian raises his long sword in defense, absorbing immense force. The blade shatters into fragments, while Zhang Xixian is hurled backward, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. "You dare hurt me! You will all perish!" Enraged by his injury, the beast sect leader lunges again, targeting Captain Xie. Desperately, Captain Xie swings his long sword, attempting to erect a barrier against the beast sect leader's assault. However, the sword net disintegrates upon contact with the claws. Left with no choice, he discards his sword and rushes to Zhang Xixian's side. "As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood," Captain Xie reassures him, without waiting for Zhang Xixian to protest. He hoists him up and flees toward the dense woods. Captain Xie genuinely aspires to join the town ghost division, even revealing his trump card. Yet it is evident that they are outmatched. Preserving their strength for another day seems the wiser course. Zhang Xixian yearns to struggle, but each attempt to speak results in further bloodshed. Captain Xie manages to carry Zhang Xixian through the trees, vanishing into the depths of the forest. "You will all die," the beast sect leader, witnessing this, sneers coldly, his towering shadow pursuing the two relentlessly. His intent is clear. Not only does he wish to eliminate these two, but he also aims to slaughter every member of the town ghost division. In this moment of opportunity, he plans to massacre the entire Anding County to avenge today's grievances. The roles have reversed. Captain Xie and Zhang Xixian flee for their lives while the beast sect leader closes in with relentless speed. Any foliage that obstructs his path is reduced to splinters under his claws. The distance between them diminishes, and Captain Xie feels a surge of desperation. Escape seems impossible. The situation suggests he may indeed perish here today. Even with the enhancement from the elixirs, they cannot create a sufficient gap. Death is imminent, merely delayed. Yet, Captain Xie refuses to relinquish even the slightest chance of survival and continues to flee. 100 meters. 50 meters, 10 meters. As the distance shrinks to less than 10 meters, Captain Xie can feel the gust of wind from the beast sect leader's approach. Gritting his teeth, he turns to Zhang Xixian and sets him down. "Let us fight with all we have." Faced with the reality of their situation, he resolves to make a final stand. However, in that instant, he freezes in disbelief. The beast sect leader has unexpectedly halted, his gaze drifting past Captain Xie to something behind him. Chapter 40. A wooden pot. Captain Xie stands dumbfounded. He cannot comprehend why the beast sect leader has ceased his pursuit, as he is already in a dire predicament. Yet, he can feel the intensity of the beast sect leader's gaze, compelling him to instinctively glance over his shoulder. As his eyes fall upon the shadowy depths of the forest, his pupils constrict slightly. There, emerging from the darkness, is a figure drawing closer. Initially indistinct, the figure becomes recognizable as it approaches. Zhou An. The newcomer is none other than Zhou An. Captain Xie is unfamiliar with this young constable, but since the incident involving Chef Liu, he has remembered the name. Zhang Xixian, equally shocked, though grievously injured, remains conscious. He stares at the slowly advancing Zhou An, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. How could it be him? Was he not supposed to be guarding the small temple? What brings him here now? At this moment, both men are engulfed in confusion, particularly regarding Zhou An's attire. Aside from his ordinary clothing and a long knife at his waist, he appears to be carrying a wooden pot on his back. The wood looks freshly cut, as if it were just hewn from a tree that a pot. What could that possibly mean? In contrast to the two men's bewilderment, the beast sect leader senses an unmistakable threat emanating from Zhou An. This is an instinct honed through his connection with beasts. Having merged with the essence of wild creatures, his sixth sense has sharpened, serving as a vital means of survival, that he places great faith in this instinct and refrains from launching a rash attack. "Zhou An, what brings you here?" Captain Xie bellows. "Leave!" Despite his desire for self-preservation, he does not wish to burden others. It was his actions during the night raid against the water bandits that caused the demise of an innocent family. Zhang Xixian also wishes to speak, but finds it impossible. Any attempt results in more blood spilling from his lips. Zhou An offers no response, instead approaching Captain Xie with measured steps. Remembering that he had forgotten to bring a metal pot, he had fashioned a wooden one using his knife. The skill of object manipulation only requires a pot. Even one made of paper suffices. This time, he arrives in peak condition. Concerns about revealing his identity have become secondary. The paramount objective is to eliminate the threat posed by the beast sect leader. Allowing him to escape to later seek revenge would be foolish. Better to confront the danger now. Even at the risk of exposure, one must eradicate the root of a problem. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. It really is you, the beast sect leader hisses, licking his lips coldly. You are the one who killed Lu Xing. Before his death, Lu Xing left a mark on you. I sensed it just now. Lu Xing, the very chef Lu himself. The revelation sends shockwaves through the air, even amidst the blood pooling from his mouth. Zhang Xixian manages to utter, "You are the mysterious master." If Zhang Xixian still cannot grasp the gravity of the situation at this point, he would be nothing short of a fool. Yet, he remains baffled. How could Zhou An possibly be the mysterious master? During that time, he had conducted inquiries, even listening to the opinions of his subordinates, initiating investigations from within. Yet, every lead had proven fruitless, as all those he investigated were of impeccable character. With no irregularities, Zhou An, too, had been scrutinized. He was a native of Anding County. How could he possibly be the mysterious master? Yet now, this scene has shattered his expectations. Captain Xie's mouth twitches in disbelief. He thought he was adept at concealing his identity, only to discover that someone else was even more skilled. This fellow, who usually appears as an ordinary person, has suddenly transformed into a mysterious master at a critical moment. It feels as if a true expert has been observing him from the sidelines, only to step in and demonstrate what genuine prowess looks like after he has failed to impress. Can one feign greatness? Certainly. Even Captain Xie, the seasoned warrior from the night raid against the water bandits, feels outshone by Zhou and removed the pot from his back with his left hand, balancing it in his grip to gauge its weight, while his right hand unsheathed a long knife. This peculiar attire appeared rather strange at first glance, yet to the onlookers, it lost its oddity and instead exuded an air of sophistication. Such is human nature. We often view the world through a lens of bias. Had they been unaware of Zhou An's identity as a mysterious master, they would have undoubtedly deemed his appearance ludicrous. However, once they recognized him as such, his ensemble transformed into a statement of individuality. Zhou An paid no heed to the thoughts of Captain Xie and Magistrate Zhang. His gaze remained calm as he addressed the beast cult's leader, declaring, "It is time to put an end to this." All trouble stemmed from the beast cult, and it was fitting that they should conclude with it. Now, the cult was left with but its leader. Once he was eliminated, there would be no further threats. Ha ha! The leader of the beast cult laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is time to end it. All of this is your doing, that if Lu Xing had not escaped your clutches, my spies would have remained embedded within the precinct, and I would not be facing this outcome today. Since you have come, then let us all perish." His hatred was palpable. If he were to list those he despised most, beyond the Zhonggui division, Zhou An would top the list. Lu the cook had been a significant piece in his grand scheme, an informant within the precinct that as long as Lu was alive, he would be privy to any developments. Yet with Lu's demise, all his plans lay in ruins that he felt as blind as a bat. The current situation was largely attributable to Zhou, and a shadow surged forward. The beast cult leader's claws imbued with lethal intent, lunging at Zhou and with astonishing speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. "Be careful," Captain Xie shouted, fully aware of the leader's formidable power. The assault was exceedingly fierce. Even if he and Magistrate Zhang combined their efforts, they would be utterly incapable of thwarting it. Moreover, they were both under the influence of medicinal enhancements. Yet, Zhou An remained utterly still, leading Xie to believe he had grown overconfident, prompting his urgent warning. Just as he uttered the final syllable, the leader's claws were already poised at Zhou An's brow, mere inches from piercing him. Captain Xie even began to doubt his judgment, wondering if Zhou An truly was the enigmatic master he had believed him to be. But in the next moment, he realized he had not been mistaken. As the claws were about to penetrate, Zhou An seemed to predict his opponent's movements, deftly shifting his left foot. The claws sliced through the air, and silence enveloped the scene. Excellent! What remarkable agility! Magistrate Zhang, blood spilling from his mouth, exclaimed. Captain Xie's eyes widened in astonishment. Both men, warriors by nature, were deeply enamored with martial prowess. Witnessing Zhou An's grace, they couldn't help but vocalize their admiration that he moved like a startled swan, akin to a gliding dragon. These 8 words epitomized Zhou An's display of skill. The beast cult leader, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his senses and unleashed a flurry of claws, his assault relentless like a tempest. Chapter 41. 8 meters, I still rock at the shadows of his claws formed an impenetrable web as he swung them in a myriad of phantoms, attempting to seal off Zhou An's escape. Yet, the ensuing scene left him utterly dumbfounded. The claws descended like a torrential storm, dense and overwhelming. Zhou An's footwork was slightly off-kilter, as if he were dancing, evading each claw by the narrowest of margins that it was akin to performing a ballet on the edge of a blade. Each step executed with utmost precision. This moment, the arena was silent, save for the rush of wind through the trees. Captain Xie and Magistrate Zhang gaped, at a loss for words to convey their emotions. Their earlier praise of Zhou An's agility seemed woefully inadequate. It was not just impressive, it was extraordinary. With each successive strike, the beast cult leader's astonishment grew, after unleashing over 100 claws. He finally halted, retreating rapidly, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his expression unreadable. His frantic movements revealed his growing panic. It is my turn now, Zhou An said with a faint smile. The long knife shimmered like a dragon, casting a cascade of glimmering light. The blade's brilliance enveloped the beast cult leader in a dense array of luminous strands. The leader shrieked in agony as the shadows enveloping him began to dissolve under the relentless assault of Zhou An's strikes. Yet they swiftly reformed. With each elevation of his knife, Zhou An unleashed a torrent of dazzling light, executing the technique of slicing with remarkable finesse. Not enough, far from enough. The leader's voice boomed with arrogance. Your attacks lack the potency needed to truly harm me. While you may be a master of technique, you are not one who specializes in countering my abilities. Standing at a towering height of 8 meters, he radiated an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The claws he brandished glimmered ominously in the moonlight. Zhou An's prior attacks had given him a renewed sense of confidence. The leader calculated the force of Zhou An's strikes, understanding that even if they could breach his defenses, they would not be sufficient to bring about his demise, that he possessed formidable regenerative capabilities and had no intention of heeding defenses. All he desired now was to unleash a frenzied assault. Are you not capable of dodging? Is your agility not unparalleled? The leader taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. Your energy will eventually dwindle. Once your reserves are exhausted, how will you evade my onslaught? The scornful tone in the leader's voice was palpable. What can a mysterious master do against me? Captain Xie and Magistrate Zhang exchanged glances, both recognizing the underlying issue. Zhou An's knife was swift, his strikes potent, yet there remained an elusive quality lacking, that he could penetrate defenses but could not inflict fatal damage. Should the beast cult leader adopt a reckless offensive strategy? Exchanging injuries for injuries, Zhou An might falter. After all, the leader was endowed with the strength of a beast, bolstered by the treasures of the Blood Shadow sect. With both advantages combined, his energy reserves were vast. A strategy focused on attrition would place Zhou An in peril. Go help him. Magistrate Zhang wiped the blood from his lips, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise to this moment. They were all in the same boat, with Zhou An being their only hope that if he fell, they would share the same fate. Captain Xie nodded, glancing at the shattered blades strewn about. Back when I fought the water bandits at night, my knives were shattered, and I had to wield my hands as blades. It seems I must reprise that role today. He stood up, drawing closer alongside Magistrate Zhang, ready to assist. Zhou An, do not panic. We are here to support you, Magistrate Zhang shouted. His words, however, went unanswered. Zhou An merely turned his head, casting a curious glance at Zhang, his expression laden with confusion and disbelief. Both Zhang and Captain Xie were taken aback, unable to comprehend why Zhou An regarded them in such a manner. Yet in the next moment, understanding dawned upon them. Why should I be anxious? Zhou An mused softly, grasping the wooden pot in his left hand. It is he who should be trembling. Under their watchful gaze, Zhou An flipped the wooden pot as the beast cult leader's claws swept toward him. He deftly evaded, pressing the pot against the claws. Energy surged within him, enveloping the pot, with a vigorous flick of his wrist. Zhou An flipped the pot back. This reversal was not merely a pot. It also turned the beast cult leader's body upside down. The leader felt a sudden dizziness, soon realizing that his perspective had inverted. His hands felt as though they were glued to the pot, despite his immense effort to shake free. And then, Zhou An began to rock the pot. The unique destructive properties of the pot's motion took effect. Pain radiated from his claws, spreading throughout his entire being. The shadows enveloping the beast cult leader began to unravel. This, Captain Xie found himself at a loss for words. Magistrate Zhang was equally silent. As they beheld the scene before them, their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. The 8-meter-tall beast cult leader was being tossed about by a mere pot. More importantly, Zhou An resembled a chef, while the leader appeared to be a mere dish. Zhou An's expression was profoundly serious. The small wooden pot juxtaposed against the towering black shadow created a striking contrast. Zhang and Captain Xie felt as though they were witnessing a revelation. Never before had they seen a pot engaged in combat, let alone in a life-and-death struggle. Did it not seem absurd? Yet, under the lens of the mysterious master, Zhang and Captain Xie found it quite normal. Masters possessed their own unique flair. Captain Xie chuckled. Magistrate Zhang nodded solemnly. Let us not merely refer to him as tossing a pot. He struggled to articulate further. Both men felt on the brink of collapse, grappling with existential doubts. The beast cult leader's anguished cries only amplified their incredulity. Zhou An, however, was unfazed by their thoughts. He was entirely focused on ensuring the beast cult leader's demise. The cries gradually diminished, giving way to pleas for mercy. Spare me! Spare me! I will teach you the ways of the beasts. I will impart the secrets of the Blood Shadow sect. With your abilities, you can surely advance further. Please spare me. I do not wish to die. Faced with the specter of death, the beast cult leader finally succumbed to fear, pleading for his life. Zhou An remained impassive, silently continuing to rock the pot. The cries faded into nothingness, the towering black shadow slowly contracting, disintegrating. The beast cult leader's flesh began to separate. Before long, he was reduced to a puddle of shredded meat, cast aside by Zhou An. Spare you. If you survive, I shall not. Zhou An casually discarded the wooden pot, turning to gaze at Captain Xie and Magistrate Zhang. The two men felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively taking a step back. Captain Xie swallowed hard, urging, Zhou An, you are still young. Do not tread the path of crime. Chapter 42. Captain Xie's Ascendancy, after uttering these words. An eerie silence enveloped the scene that he wished he could slap himself for speaking such a line. How could he have uttered such a thing? Was he not compelling another to embrace a life of crime? Others had no intention of doing so, but your words have inadvertently served as a reminder that I in truth. This was the very thought that occupied Captain Xie's mind. After all, the reason the mysterious master is deemed enigmatic lies in their desire to conceal their identity. Yet now, with identities laid bare, only he and County Magistrate Zhang remained in the entire venue. Should they silence the two of them, the mysterious master would once again become shrouded in mystery. Zhang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, noting the unusual quantity he had coughed up that day. Zhou An, rest assured, we bear no ill will towards you and will not take any action against you. There are many masters in this world. It is unreasonable to assume that every new contender would be targeted. He felt compelled to voice that he found himself utterly perplexed, much like how he could not fathom Zhou An's choice to confront him with a cooking pot. Zhou An spoke with a calm demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly approached Zhang and Captain Xie. Why would I commit a crime? The moment the words left his lips, Zhang and the others exchanged glances, pondering the absurdity of the question. Indeed, why would he commit a crime? It was merely that the preceding scene had been so wild that they had hastily assigned labels. Zhou An continued. However, "You must not disclose this matter." In truth, he had anticipated such a scenario before his arrival that he was determined to eliminate the beast's sex leader. If the leader were to escape, it would spell endless trouble. The cost of this endeavor, however, would inevitably be the exposure of his identity. Yet, he was indifferent to this. Through recent observations, he had discerned that the town anomaly bureau of the Great Chu kingdom bore little malice towards the scattered masters in the martial world. As long as one did not stir trouble, they were free to engage as they pleased. Those who did create disturbances were certain to be targeted. Zhou An had no intention of causing trouble. He merely sought to quietly enhance his skills. He held no direct conflict with the town anomaly bureau. That is certainly the case. "We respect the freedom of every martial artist," Zhang asserted solemnly. The Great Chu kingdom had only been established for a decade. Prior to its founding, it had endured turmoil and hardship. Following its establishment, the emperor, wielding an iron fist, had governed it to its current state. However, compared to neighboring nations, the Great Chu kingdom was still in its infancy. It sought to promote the civil examination system, foster the presence of scholars, emphasize martial might, and construct defensive walls for the nation that by reducing taxes, it aimed to alleviate the suffering of the populace. These measures, implemented concurrently, had gradually stabilized the kingdom over the span of a decade. The emperor also had his own perspective on martial artists, as long as they did not violate the laws of the Great Chu kingdom. They were permitted to engage in their disputes freely, fostering a sort of laissez-faire environment. The emperor was astute. He understood that to develop swiftly, it was crucial to learn from one another and to make sacrifices. He prioritized the civil examination and military strength over the martial world, planning to consolidate his power once the foundations were laid. As for the scattered martial artists, the emperor was even more lenient. Provided they registered with the town anomaly bureau, they could live as they wished, with no imminent changes anticipated. That if the Great Chu kingdom were to flourish in the future, changes might arise, but that would be a matter for a distant time. Thus, Zhang bore no animosity, that he even believed that the emergence of a master within Inding County would ultimately be beneficial to them. "It's nothing serious. Let us return for now. You need not worry. We will never reveal your identity, and you can continue living your life," Zhang reassured him. "However, once we return, do find time to register at the town anomaly bureau. We can do so discreetly." Zhou An nodded in agreement. He said nothing further and departed alone. After his exit, Zhang and Captain Xie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Xie wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "The pressure Zhou An faces is far greater than what I encountered during my night battles against the water bandits." Pressure, apart from stemming from strength, was largely derived from the inscrutable nature of the situation. Zhang did not wish to dwell on this topic any longer. "Let us return and discuss it further. What you promised me?" Captain Xie inquired. Zhang patted Captain Xie on the shoulder. "With this achievement, your entry into the town anomaly bureau is nearly assured that I will do everything in my power to ensure your admission." The two ceased further conversation and proceeded on their way back. Thereafter, everything unfolded according to plan. Captain Xie and Zhang did not disclose Zhou An's identity. They dispatched individuals to complete all subsequent tasks before finally departing from Yunshan, with the threat of the beast sect eliminated. Yu Hang was no longer required to remain at the government office. He returned home alongside Zhou An, exchanging greetings before entering. Zhou An, too, returned to his abode, stretching his wrists, opting not to sleep immediately. One must never become complacent in their training. Complacency leads to laziness. Zhou An yawned and made his way to the kitchen, deciding to practice his skills with the cleaver and the pot for a while. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of clanging and chopping. The next day, Zhou An rose early. Initially, he had arranged his schedule quite reasonably, intending to increase his proficiency through a morning run. However, today he decided to try something different that he anticipated. After reaching the third level of the Yulong step, he found that running no longer contributed to his progress, that he required the corresponding insights to advance. Unlike his previous skills with the pot and knife, which had improved through alternative methods, running yielded no results after a brief attempt. Contemplating how to enhance his running proficiency, he realized time was slipping away, and he could not linger. After breakfast, he headed to the government office for roll call. His evening of practice had borne fruit, as all three skills had reached level 3. Any increase was beneficial. Starting today, there would be no need for paired patrols. With the beast sect dealt with, the constables had become rather lackadaisical. Zhou An, however, did not share in their lethargy that he had an arrangement with Master Su. So he made his way to the kitchen to prepare lunch, that he chopped the vegetables and set them aside before delving into wood carving. The kitchen was now solely his domain. He could do as he pleased. After carving for quite some time and gaining significant proficiency, he finally set about preparing lunch, all the while practicing his skills with the pot. The morning passed in this manner, and after finishing lunch, Zhou An left the kitchen that he returned to his room, intending to relax. During this time, he had not seen Captain Xie. Zhou An speculated that it must be related to the town anomaly bureau. He chose not to dwell on it, as it had nothing to do with him, that he planned to visit the town anomaly bureau to discreetly register with Zhang. Time passed swiftly until, just before the end of his shift, Master Su unexpectedly entered the room. Captain Xie has been promoted to the town anomaly bureau. Now, with a vacancy for the captaincy, those interested may come and register with me. Chapter 43. Transformation of the Yulong Steppe. The moment these words were spoken, the room fell into silence. Master Su retained his usual astute demeanor, and after delivering this news, he stroked his beard and departed. Once Master Su left, the previously quiet county office erupted into a frenzy. The constables began animatedly discussing the matter, their focus solely on this development. They were indifferent to Captain Xie's promotion. That was not their concern. What mattered most was the vacancy for the captaincy. A county office cannot be without a captain. The current vacancy indicated that candidates would be selected from among them first. Being chosen not only meant an increase in salary, but also authority over all constables. Even in the streets, they could reap greater rewards. The constables were exhilarated, with some already preparing to submit their names. Zhou An, however, felt little enthusiasm. Whether or not he became captain held no significance for him. He merely desired a modest salary, a minor position, and a semblance of security. What was paramount was his proficiency training that in these times, it was wiser to remain low-key, despite the fact that he had recently attracted considerable attention. You should head home today. I have some matters to attend to. Zhou An informed Yu Hang before departing alone. Yu Hang, feeling increasingly anxious as the civil examination approached, merely nodded in agreement without saying much. After leaving the government office, Zhou An made his way directly to the town anomaly bureau. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he encountered Captain Xie, who was dressed in the bureau's attire. Captain Xie spotted Zhou An and promptly approached him. "Greetings, Captain Xie," Zhou An said with a smile. Captain Xie waved his hands dismissively. "Brother Zhou, you flatter me. It is your intervention that saved my life that in the future, if we meet again and you hold me in regard, simply call me Brother Xie." Those who navigate the martial world must possess a modicum of wit. In Captain Xie's eyes, Zhou An's future was boundless. Although he currently resided in the small Inding County, he might one day achieve great heights. Not one to curry favor, he at least recognized the importance of not offending him. "Are you here to register?" "Brother Zhou, come with me. I will vouch for you as my friend, allowing you to register discreetly." Aware of Zhou An's desire to keep his identity concealed, Captain Xie patted his chest in assurance, leading Zhou An to register subtly. Zhou An clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Xie. I will remember this favor. Let us share a meal together when time permits." Navigating the martial world entails not only strength, but also understanding the nuances of human relationships. When others greet you warmly, it is only fitting to reciprocate with courtesy. Reputation is a mutual exchange. "Follow me, Brother Zhou." Captain Xie led the way. It was Zhou An's first visit to the town anomaly bureau. He quickly noticed that its layout differed significantly from that of the county office, that if the constables there resembled dried-up, salted fish, the personnel at the town anomaly bureau were akin to industrious ants. Every member of the bureau seemed to be in a hurry. Moreover, Zhou An observed that these individuals possessed considerable skill, far surpassing the lackluster constables at the county office. We are still addressing the aftermath of the beast sect incident, which is why everyone is so busy, Captain Xie explained as he guided Zhou into a secluded room. "Lord Zhang is inside. You may enter directly." With that, Captain Xie departed. Zhou An, devoid of hesitation, rapped on the door and pushed it open. The room behind the door was modest in size, yet its layout was exquisite, with the furniture arranged in a manner that exuded taste at that moment. Zhang Zijian was engrossed in writing at his desk. The recent matters concerning the beast cult had nearly reached their conclusion, requiring the submission of extensive documentation. The process was exceedingly intricate, and he had already worked through the night. Upon hearing the door creak, Zhang Zijian lifted his head. When he saw it was Zhou An who had entered, he set down his brush and gestured for him to take a seat. "I trust your injuries have improved, Master Zhang," Zhou An inquired. Zhang Zijian brewed a pot of tea for Zhou An and placed the cup before him. "It is better now. The town's anomaly office possesses a number of medicinal pills, and I have recovered sufficiently, though I still require some rest." Zhou An took a sip, savoring the robust aroma of the fine tea. Zhang Zijian was well aware of Zhou An's purpose for visiting and produced a ledger. "I have meticulously recorded everything. Peruse it and let me know if anything appears amiss." Zhou An accepted the document and flipped through its pages that contained various details about him, along with an appraisal. A top-tier expert among third-rate practitioners. "There are no significant issues," Zhou An replied, "but these records are not something an ordinary person could easily uncover." "Are they?" Zhang Zijian nodded in affirmation. "Even if they did, it is unlikely anyone would dare to disturb you. Rest assured, this is the law of Chu. The purpose of registration is to ensure that they can be located should any disturbances arise." Zhou An understood, likening it to the concept of filing records in his previous life. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With the matter resolved and the information duly recorded, Zhou An was eager to return and enhance his skills. Wishing not to linger. "Wait, brother Zhou," Zhang Zijian suddenly called out, seemingly casually inquiring. "I have heard that the magistrate's office is currently seeking captains. Are you interested?" Zhou An furrowed his brow slightly. "Your information is quite astute, Master Zhang. Captain Xie just joined the town's anomaly office. The magistrate's office will undoubtedly recruit new captains, given the need to manage so many constables. However, I have no interest in the position. I am not one for lofty ambitions, and simply desire a bit of freedom." He genuinely felt no inclination whatsoever. Becoming a captain would only lead to more responsibilities, impeding his skill development. With such thoughts in mind, who would choose to become a captain? Zhou An was intent on first finding a different method to cultivate his proficiency in the dragon's dance, then arranging his time to enhance the proficiency of 3 skills or develop new ones. Zhang Zijian, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. Zhou An's frown deepened. He sensed that the other had something more to say. "Brother Zhou, the truth is, I would like you to join the town's anomaly office." Zhang Zijian broached the subject, eager to continue. Zhou An immediately raised his hand, halting Zhang Zijian's forthcoming words. "Master Zhang, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am indeed a person who dislikes constraints. To attain something, one must first sacrifice something else. The privileges, wealth, and status gained within the town's anomaly office were hard-won, often at the cost of one's life. And such a position would impose significant restrictions that if he truly joined, he would lose the opportunity to hone his skills that would be akin to losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Such a choice was not one he would entertain." Zhang Zijian, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Brother Zhou, since the matter has been broached, let it be." He genuinely wished to persuade Zhou and to join, as it would bolster the stability of the county with a capable individual. However, it was clear that persuasion would be futile, and he acknowledged this. Ceasing further attempts, Zhou An said nothing more and departed from the town's anomaly office. On his way home, he pondered the intricacies of the dragon's dance, formulating specific methods for its practice. Chapter 44. The Earthen Mound Formation from the county office to the town's anomaly office and back again. Little time had elapsed. Zhou An observed that the sky was still bright and, inspired by new ideas for the dragon's dance, decided not to return home too early to that moment. The distant horizon was adorned with crimson clouds. Though it was not yet evening, the market was nearing its close. The streets were less bustling than in the morning, with vendors scattered about. Markets typically featured goods for breakfast, lunch, and all-day stalls. People came and went, some gathering while others dispersed. After browsing the market for a while, Zhou An ultimately purchased a lengthy rope from a small vendor. The ropes were hand-twisted by the vendor and appeared quite sturdy. Having made his purchase, he did not head home immediately, but instead acquired a substantial amount of burlap from another stall. Once he had everything prepared, he finally returned home. After a light meal, Zhou An eagerly began his setup. He first tied all the ropes to the beams of the ceiling. This step reminded him of his aunt, whose comedic talent lingered in his memory. Once the ropes were secured, their lengths hung perfectly in midair within the room. Zhou An tugged on the ropes, confirming their strength. They would not break under brute force. Completing this step, he then took the burlap he had bought and sliced it into dozens of equal-sized pieces with a long knife. This again brought his aunt to mind, particularly the moment he had divided her into 56 equal parts, much like these small pieces of cloth. Indeed, the comedian is most unforgettable. Zhou An tidied the fabric on the ground, cradled it in his arms, and stepped outside. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, Zhou An drew his long knife and began to scoop up the yellow earth beneath him. After filling a basket, he returned indoors, evenly distributing the earth and wrapping it into small pieces of burlap. Then he sealed the openings with fine thread and hung them on the ropes. Before long, dozens of earthen mounds dangled from the ceiling, densely clustered like a formation composed entirely of soil. Zhou An chuckled with delight and, after washing his hands in the kitchen, seized a cast-iron pot. "Rise," he commanded, forcefully waving it towards the earthen mounds. With the added strength, a gust of wind erupted, causing the mounds to sway wildly in all directions. Each mound moved erratically. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the Earthen Mound Formation, a rather uninspired name. To be sure, Zhou An set the pot aside and stepped into the formation, feeling the qi within him circulate continuously. This qi enveloped his body's surface, serving as the crucial foundation for the dragon's dance. Through the fluctuations of the qi around his body, he aimed to evade incoming attacks. As he stepped into the earthen mound formation, several mounds swayed toward him from behind, just as the mounds were about to make contact with his back. Zhou An adeptly evaded them through a shift in his qi. Yet, before he could recover, another mound came rushing at him from the side. Zhou An focused intently, bending down to dodge the adjacent mound. However, another mound approached from his left rear. The surrounding mounds wobbled chaotically. This was a different scenario than battling the leader of the beast cult. This was a group assault. Moreover, the critical factor was that he needed to evade within a confined space without stepping outside the bounds of the mounds. This undeniably heightened the challenge. The relentless barrage exhilarated Zhou, and he felt his spirit heightening with every moment. The more tense he became, the more exhilarated he felt. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before him. Dragon's Dance 1. Zhou An's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing the message. Once a skill reaches level 3, further cultivation of its proficiency requires alternative methods. For instance, the butcher's knife technique involved carving wood to gain proficiency. On his way back, he had been contemplating how to enhance his proficiency in the Dragon's Dance. Having figured it out, he understood exactly what he needed to do, since it was a movement technique with evasion capabilities. He would focus on improving his dodging skills, that he recalled seeing such training methods for movement techniques on television before. He had merely intended to give it a try, but unexpectedly, it had yielded inexplicable success. Elated, he let his qi become slightly disordered, causing him to misjudge and be struck in the face by an approaching mound, landing him flat on his back. His face tingled slightly, but he sustained no real injury, as the earth he had gathered was relatively loose rather than hardened clay. Despite the setback, Zhou An found himself even more delighted. While it appeared he had failed, he had actually grasped the precise method of cultivating his proficiency. Once more, Zhou An decided he would not rest that night. With such an engaging activity at hand, he was determined to continue. Moreover, this skill was far from the monotonous butcher's knife technique or the object manipulation skill. Evading was anything but dull. Each time a mound swayed, it did so in an unpredictable manner, leaving no one able to anticipate what would transpire next. This training was exceptionally beneficial for Zhou, and filled with enthusiasm, he resumed his attempts. Using the iron pot to stir up a tempest that sent the mounds swirling, that he re-entered the earthen mound formation, this time managing to evade for a slightly longer duration. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a mound struck him. Again, Zhou An continued to whip up the wind and re-entered the formation. Thus, he cycled through this process until dawn broke. Zhou An lay on the ground, feeling the qi flowing within him, restoring the energy he had expended throughout the night. Given his current state, foregoing sleep on an ordinary night was hardly a significant issue. Although he would still need to rest every few days to replenish his energy, last night had been different. Every moment of training had required intense concentration, leaving him mentally fatigued. After a considerable interval, Zhou An finally rose from the ground, shaking his head. With the qi recovering, he felt somewhat revitalized that by the end of the night, his proficiency had increased significantly. Dragon's Dance LV3, Speed 2, Evasion 1, 1258, for 0000. Effort yields reward, indeed. This was his first attempt, and the initial unfamiliarity was a factor. Furthermore, as proficiency levels rise, progress slows. Zhou An deemed the night's gains quite satisfactory. During the day, I shall focus on cultivating the butcher's knife technique and object manipulation at the magistrate's office. And in the evenings, I will practice the dragon's dance. Having meticulously organized his time, Zhou An gazed at the dawn breaking outside. He did not linger any longer, consumed a modest meal, and headed to the yamen to report for duty. Today, however, the atmosphere in the yamen was somewhat different. The constables, rather than being their usual lethargic selves, were bustling with activity. Even those who were not particularly busy made a show of being so. Upon spotting Zhou An, Yu Hang pursed his lips and set the book he was holding aside, remarking, "When it comes to promotions, everyone suddenly puts on a fade." Zhou An chuckled softly. This was a rather typical scenario. In their quest for advancement to head constable, they sought to impress the clerks, thereby enhancing their chances of elevation. Zhou An had little interest in the position of head constable, so he stretched lazily and returned to the kitchen to continue his tasks. After preparing all the ingredients, Zhou An picked up his carving tools that as noon approached. He began practicing his object manipulation skills. His proficiency was steadily increasing, and so was his mood. Chapter 45. Proficiency level 4. Zhou An reflected that this period had been the most comfortable of his life. Over the course of the next month, nothing noteworthy transpired. He enjoyed a life of routine, that he diligently honed his culinary knife skills, practiced object manipulation, and avoided any unnecessary entanglements. Notably, a new candidate had emerged for the position of head constable, an inconspicuous constable who, while others were clamoring to showcase their talents, had opted for a rather ingenious approach. Offering gifts, Clerk Su was quite pleased and promptly appointed this constable to the role. While this decision appeared somewhat hasty, the county magistrate surprisingly endorsed it. The selection process for head constables in the Chu kingdom had never been particularly rigorous, that if every candidate were subjected to the same scrutiny as the town's law enforcement, the Chu kingdom would not have progressed as it had in the past decade. The emperor was well aware of the flaws in the system, yet one could not expect development alongside an absence of loopholes. Certain compromises were necessary. These matters bore no relevance to Zhou, and the newly promoted head constable, now enjoying a slightly higher salary, did not engage in any ostentatious displays typical of newly appointed officials. Zhou An found himself even more leisurely. After more than a month of diligent effort, his skills had improved significantly. Before him appeared a line of text prompting a satisfied nod. Chef's Cleaver LV3, Speed 2, Precision 139,540 40,000. Object Manipulation LV 3, Strength 2, Destruction 137,658 40,000. Dragon Step LV3, Speed 2, Evasion 133,456 40,000. All three skills had seen an increase in proficiency, especially the Chef's Cleaver, which was on the cusp of reaching level 4. I should focus on this for the next few days, Zhou An mused. He possessed a mild obsession. When nearing a full proficiency meter, he felt compelled to push through to the next tier, lest he feel a lingering sense of incompleteness. Time to cook, he stated as noon approached. After preparing lunch, he contemplated returning to the yamen's kitchen to further hone his chef's cleaver skills. First, he aimed to reach level 4 before attending to his other skills. "Old you, I'm off," Zhou An said, giving Yu Hang's shoulder a friendly pat as he made his way to the kitchen, that while Yu Hang was still fervently studying, growing increasingly anxious as the imperial examination drew nearer, that I in the kitchen. The routine continued. Zhou An retrieved a piece of wood and began carving it into the shape of the vegetables laid out before him. His carving skills had now become exceptional. With a deft hand, he produced the semblance of a vegetable. Compared to his earlier attempts, this rendition bore a remarkable resemblance to a real vegetable. both in form and essence. The only distinction lay in its color. As the wood could not replicate the hue of the actual vegetables, that Is proficiency grew. Zhou An continued to carve that in no time. Wood shavings danced around him as a wooden representation of the vegetable took shape. Yet, as he scrutinized the creation, a frown creased his brow, that he recalled the words of Chef Liu, who had mentioned that if one could carve a vegetable indistinguishable from the real thing, they could proceed to the next level of knife skills. Zhou An felt that his creation was lacking in some regard. Is it the color? He pondered. No, it's not the color. Suddenly, realization struck him. After placing two vegetables side by side and examining them closely, he discovered the root of the issue: veins. Vegetables possess veins, yet he had failed to incorporate them into his carving. If I can carve the veins into the vegetable, will it then become indistinguishable? Excited by this thought, Zhou An picked up another piece of wood. This time, he observed with heightened diligence. With every careful glance, he made an incision on the wood. In addition to the shape and basic features, he focused intently on the vegetable's veins. From roots to stems and the edges, Zhou An approached each step with utmost caution. Caught in a state of heightened concentration, time became a mere abstraction. Zhou An felt as though he had entered a unique realm where nothing else existed. He could neither hear the sounds around him nor discern his surroundings. In his world, there were only the wood, the knife, and the vegetables on the stove. Each cut was precise, each stroke releasing a flurry of wood shavings. His left hand held the wood steady, while his right hand danced with the knife. Akin to a butterfly flitting through a field of flowers, time continued its inexorable march. When the final cut was completed, Zhou An suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He set down his knife and positioned the wooden vegetable alongside the real one, meticulously examining the intricate patterns. Every vein matched perfectly. Even the edges were indistinguishable, that if the wooden piece were dyed green, one could hardly tell the difference. Before Zhou An's eyes, a line of text materialized. Chef's Cleaver LV4, Speed 2, Precision 2 160,000. A surge of information flooded his mind. In that moment, Zhou An felt an inexplicable sense of profundity, and he instinctively picked up the long knife from the ground and swung it towards the vegetable on the table. The blade moved like a dragon, its momentum unrivaled. Should the strike connect, it would cleave the stove in two. However, when the blade descended upon the vegetable, it remained utterly still. Retrieving the long knife, Zhou An observed an extraordinary transformation taking place with the vegetable on the stove. Starting from the outer layer, it began to disintegrate into strands as fine as hair. In an instant, the vegetable had become exceedingly delicate, with each strand resembling a single hair. Effortlessly controlled, light as a feather. I have made further progress. Zhou An beamed. My knife skills now surpass those of Chef Liu. When Liu had showcased his remarkable technique in that alley, the curved blade was a sight Zhou An had never encountered before. Now he too had mastered it, and not only that, he had surpassed it. The increase in precision brought about a qualitative transformation. The chef's cleaver? No, it was more akin to disassembling a person with a single stroke. The cumulative impact of minute injuries could lead to a most gruesome demise. Zhou An exhaled deeply, picking up another piece of wood to carve. After carving for about the length of an incense stick, he noted that his proficiency had not budged an inch. Indeed, it's time for a change in tactics. Thankfully, Chef Liu offered me ample advice back then, he mused, feeling fatigued. Fortunately, Qi can replenish my energy. A brief rest will suffice. Zhou An found a spot to sit and prepared to wait for his spirits to recover before continuing his practice. He closed his eyes, leaning back in the chair, patiently waiting. Yet before he could rest for long, his eyes shot open. Wait! My Qi, why has it changed? Chapter 46. The theatrical troupe's flamboyance in the wake of his recent elevation. Zhou An had not paid heed to the transformation of his Qi, only noticing that it had thickened to the width of 4 fingers. But now, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the shape of his Qi had altered. Within him, the Qi still maintained the thickness of 4 fingers, yet it had been enhanced, losing its previous form entirely to that moment. The Qi, nestled within his dantian, exhibited a slight curvature as if the ends were striving to converge, creating a sensation of tension in the middle as though it were tearing apart. If they were to converge, a circle would form in the center. If I can fill that central void, can I not achieve a Qi sphere? Zhou An contemplated. Transforming qi into a sphere was a common goal, whether for masters of mental cultivation or those skilled in techniques. Once the qi coalesced into a sphere, it would become more refined, its potency surpassing its former self that a typical third-rate adept would stand no chance against a second-rate master, primarily due to the purity of their qi that a glimmer of understanding flickered in Zhou An's mind. He realized he was on the verge of becoming a second-rate master. As soon as the ends of the qi converged and the central gap was filled, he would attain true mastery. Proficiency is my ultimate trump card. With it, I can elevate my realm flawlessly. Zhou An felt a surge of excitement, eager to dive into his practice at once. However, the time for dispersing energy had arrived, and prolonging his stay would be unwise. Suppressing his eagerness, he exited the kitchen, closing the door just as Yu Hang emerged from his room. "Let us head home," Yu Hang suggested. Since the passing of his private tutor, he had not sought another, believing that no one else could match his previous teacher's knowledge. "Other people's teachings are inferior to my own, so why bother? It would only be a waste of money," he would say. Zhou An nodded in agreement as they left the yamen. Making their way home, as they walked along the street, they casually purchased some vegetables. Zhou An happened to overhear an old farmer chatting with a neighbor. "Have you heard? Many counties have begun selecting candidates recently." "Of course. I've heard that it seems even the magistrate from the inspectorate is personally involved in the selections. Our county magistrate has been absent for quite some time. Who knows what is going on? Let us refrain from idle chatter. We common folk just seek some excitement. So let us not concern ourselves with the affairs of the gentry." Listening to the conversation of a few individuals, Zhou An suddenly recalled that the selection was drawing ever closer. The selection, occurring prior to the imperial examinations, was intended to vacate certain positions. Those deemed unqualified would be eliminated, while the qualified could ascend further, which seemed relatively fair. The assessment encompassed not only written examinations, but also an evaluation of the various conditions in the jurisdictions they oversaw. The department responsible for this scrutiny was the Supervisory Office, tasked with overseeing civil and military officials. This office was composed of qi practitioners, whose diverse methods were particularly suited for monitoring officials. Recently, Zhou An had been preoccupied and nearly overlooked this matter. The two men, carrying vegetables, began to make their way back to Yu Hang remarked, "Old Zhou, it seems our county magistrate may be emerging from seclusion ahead of schedule." "Oh, what makes you say that?" Zhou An inquired, slightly intrigued. Yu Hang glanced around furtively, adopting a conspiratorial demeanor, and whispered, "Wasn't it customary to conduct the written examination first followed by an assessment? But now, the emperor has suddenly changed his approach. Only those who pass the assessment are permitted to take the written exam. It is said that during the last written exam, some officials neglected their jurisdictions in preparation, only to rectify their oversight post-examination." The emperor was incensed, declaring that literary knowledge must be put to practical use. Otherwise, what value does even the best scholarship hold? Thus, a comprehensive evaluation of their jurisdictions has been instituted as a prerequisite for the written exam, and this information was only recently disseminated. Upon hearing this, Zhou An stroked his chin thoughtfully, recognizing the rationale behind it. Much like the magistrate of Anding County, who had relinquished all authority over the beast cult merely for the sake of the examination. Fortunately, no mishaps had occurred this time. Had there been a crisis, the repercussions would have been considerable. Qi practitioners, Zhou An mused aloud. Within the four great sects, the category of Qi practitioners was indeed extensive. The most renowned were the Taoist and Buddhist schools, alongside various other eclectic factions that fell under the umbrella of Qi practitioners. Among the four great sects, the number of miscellaneous sects was the highest, followed by martial artists, then Qi practitioners, with scholars trailing at the end. "What is the matter, old Zhou? This doesn't concern us," Yu Hang shrugged. "Nothing much." Zhou An shook his head. He genuinely felt no connection to the matter. His proficiency in his craft was unrelated to other institutions, as long as others did not provoke him, he would not instigate trouble either. Should any issues arise, he would deal with them decisively. Just as he had originally contemplated, one must remain discreet while eliminating potential hazards. The two men did not linger on this topic and returned home. After a modest meal, Zhou An diligently practiced the dragon step, and the art of balancing objects. It was not until the following day that he arose early for breakfast and donned his attire to report for duty. On his way to the office, he encountered an amusing scene that on a street in Anding County, many individuals were setting up a stage. Zhou An, curious, stepped closer and discovered it was a theater troupe. In these times, theater troupes roamed widely in search of a livelihood. They performed wherever they could find an audience willing to pay. Life was challenging for everyone that a troupe could not remain in one place indefinitely without risking monotony, at which point their earnings would dwindle. This troupe is quite large, he observed. The stage alone seemed capable of accommodating over 20 individuals, likely costing a significant sum, one that Zhou An's salary could scarcely afford. He pondered who had arranged for such a performance, to his surprise. As soon as the troupe began to sing, he detected an incongruity. Though he could not comprehend all of it, he grasped enough to recognize that the performance extolled the virtues of Anding County. The content of the play nearly elevated Anding County to the status of a paradise. The onlookers were captivated, having gathered merely for entertainment, yet unexpectedly found themselves engrossed in this spectacle. Zhou An listened for a short while before proceeding to the county office. As he walked, he began to comprehend the underlying reason. Perhaps this was the magistrate's doing, especially with the supervisory office soon to arrive for inspection. It was likely a display meant to impress them. At the very least, showcasing the troupe would earn him some favor in the eyes of the inspectors. Quite a clever maneuver. Zhou An mused that, of course, this matter did not concern him. As a mere constable, he had little need to entangle himself in the affairs of the officials. Upon arriving at the office, Zhou An intended to report for duty as usual and then head to the kitchen to hone his skills. However, before he could reach the kitchen, he witnessed a startling scene in the front yard. Chapter 47. Drumming for justice. The entrance of the county office was bustling with activity. 2 long benches, capable of seating 4 or 5 individuals each, were placed across the center of the courtyard. 2 figures lay sprawled across the benches. As Zhou An approached the entrance, a sense of familiarity washed over him. And once inside the courtyard, he immediately recognized the individuals. It was none other than Master Su and the newly appointed head constable. Although Zhou An had not paid much attention to these matters, he vaguely remembered that the new head constable's surname was Sunday. What had transpired in just one night to bring about this situation? In addition to Master Su and Constable Sun, 2 other constables stood nearby, each wielding a wooden board approximately at eye level. A few other constables gathered around, watching the scene with eager expressions, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. The Yu Hang was also present, seemingly engrossed in gossip rather than his studies. Having tucked his book away at his waist and straining to catch a glimpse of the spectacle, Zhou An, puzzled, approached Yu Hang and nudged him gently. "What is going on? What sort of performance is unfolding in broad daylight?" Yu Hang, initially startled, turned to see Zhou An and quickly moved closer, whispering, "Hey, I just arrived and overheard that Sun Xn has been caught gifting bribes to Master Su. That's why he is about to receive a beating." Receiving punishment? Zhou An surmised the cause. So, it was a matter of bribery that had been exposed. Yet that did not seem plausible. Few would dare to report such things. After all, even if it were revealed, the worst that could happen was a few strikes. Should Master Su investigate further, Constable Sun would bear the stigma for life. The Yu Hang seemed to read Zhou An's thoughts and continued. No one reported it. This lad knew his promotion was dubious and merely sought to earn a little extra. So he kept a low profile, causing no trouble for anyone. But now that the magistrate is emerging with a little intimidation, everything came spilling out. This is no novice. The magistrate's approach is undeniably effective. Zhou An was taken aback. The magistrate was emerging? That was indeed a curious development. However, upon reflection, it wasn't so surprising that he had heard whispers of this the previous day. With the court altering its methods, remaining secluded was no longer viable. They had to pass the first hurdle. When the supervisory office arrived for inspection, failure to qualify would eliminate any chance of selection. The magistrate's emergence was thus quite logical. "How many strikes will he receive?" Zhou An inquired. The scene certainly suggested a beating was imminent. 20 strikes? I reckon he'll be bedridden for several days. Yu Hang replied gleefully. One should not underestimate 20 strikes. The average citizen would likely struggle to endure even 10. That this was Zhou An's first encounter witnessing constables and masters being punished. and he was equally prepared to witness the unfolding drama. Just then, footsteps echoed from the building directly opposite the courtyard that a middle-aged man in official attire emerged, slender in build and not particularly tall. Sporting a short mustache and holding a scroll, the scent of scholarly wisdom wafted from him. Zhou An recognized the magistrate, whose surname was Chun, with the single character Ji. It was said that before his success, he had come from humble beginnings. After passing the examinations, he had come to Anding County and, prior to his seclusion, had managed to govern the county with commendable order. While he may not have achieved great feats, at the very least, there were no glaring faults. Sometimes, the absence of flaws was already a significant accomplishment. Most importantly, Magistrate Chun was indeed a learned and that in this era, not every scholar could be deemed capable. Among the four great sects, the threshold for scholars was the highest. Without transcending that barrier, one could hold the highest office yet remain tethered to the mundane. Magistrate Chun had, however, successfully crossed that threshold, placing him above many others. Why are you all still standing idle? What are you waiting for? Do you require this official to assist you personally? Magistrate Chun's tone was calm, yet it carried an inherent authority. The presence of a scholar unmistakable. Nevertheless, having served as magistrate for some time, even with a composed demeanor, he exuded an air of authority that commanded respect. The two constables preparing to administer punishment shivered slightly. Initially intending to show leniency due to past camaraderie, they had hoped to strike lightly, allowing the two individuals to cry out dramatically for effect. Yet, with the magistrate personally supervising, they dared not hold back. The wooden board was raised high and brought down with a heavy thud. The dull sound echoed, and its weightiness assured that the blows were indeed painful. The cries of anguish intermingled with the muffled sounds reverberated throughout the courtyard. For Zhou An, this was his first experience witnessing such a spectacle, and he found it utterly captivating. The 20 strikes were delivered swiftly, and by the time the final blow fell, Master Su and Constable Sun had lost the strength to cry out. Bribery and corruption. Should this happen again, I shall impose even harsher penalties and have them taken away, Magistrate Chin proclaimed, waving his sleeve. The two constables immediately complied, hastily pulling the individuals aside, while two more constables stepped forward to tidy up the benches. What are you still doing here? Get back to your duties, Magistrate Chin added with a huff. The constables, startled, scattered like birds. Zhou An also intended to slip away to the kitchen to practice his skills, but before he could make his way there, the sound of drums began to resound. Bang! The rhythmic drumming resonated, persistent and loud. Zhou An glanced in astonishment toward the entrance. Drumming? It was indeed drumming. At the entrance of the office stood a large drum. Known as the hall drum, in the kingdom of Dezhu, the hall drum was rarely sounded. To strike it for trivial matters would earn one a beating. Only in two specific situations would the common folk dare to beat the hall drum. Firstly, there are emergencies, such as the sudden appearance of formidable thieves or the emergence of significantly threatening issues. Secondly, there are major matters involving pressing concerns or grave injustices that in such circumstances, one can be certain that something significant is afoot. Magistrate Chun had originally returned to the inner courtyard. Coming from humble beginnings, he had no residence in Anding County and thus resided within the inner courtyard upon hearing the sound of the drum. He emerged with a grave expression. As the time for inspection approached, the unexpected beating of the drum naturally dampened his spirits. The constables also poked their heads out from their chambers, since Magistrate Chun assumed office. The drum had never been sounded, piquing their curiosity. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly open the court. Magistrate Chun waved his sleeve and proceeded to the main hall. The constables wasted no time. Some made their way to the hall, while others stationed themselves at the entrance. Zhou An and Yu Hang followed into the hall, standing on either side, that he too was intrigued as to who had dared to strike the drum. Before long, two constables brought forth the drummer. Zhou An scrutinized him for a moment. The individual brought forward was an elderly man of around 60, his hair gray and his frame frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him. The old man, trembling in fear, knelt before the court, not daring to utter a word, lest he invoke the magistrate's ire. Magistrate Chin furrowed his brow tightly, striking the wooden block with a thud and sternly demanding, "Who are you? And why have you beaten the drum?" Chapter 48. A major case arises. The wooden block, known as the Jing Tang Mu, serves to summon attention, delineate boundaries, and maintain order. It is a rectangular piece of hardwood, with edges and corners, used to strike upon the table, instilling fear in wrongdoers. At times, it is employed to express frustration and compel silence among the onlookers, thereby establishing an atmosphere of gravity. The hall, already quiet, resonated with the sound of the block, compounded by Magistrate Chen's thunderous shout, causing the kneeling elder to shudder in fright. "Your Honor, I am Wang Xuan, the village chief of Qinglu village. That I come bearing grave news." The old village chief, taken aback by the startling sound, hastily revealed his identity and the purpose of his visit. "Your Honor, last night, every child in my village vanished without a trace. That I searched thoroughly throughout the night, but found nothing. In utter desperation, I came to this court to sound the drum. That I understand that the drum should not be struck lightly, but this matter is of utmost importance to my village. If you must impose punishment, let it fall upon me, but please assist us in locating the missing children." He recounted the truth of the situation, and all present listened intently. Zhou An stood expressionless beside them, yet his mind was racing. The disappearance of all the children in a single night constituted a serious case, particularly at this moment. While sounding the drum in such circumstances was not inherently problematic, the timing felt somewhat amiss. Zhou An glanced at Magistrate Chun, whose expression was indeed ashen. Given that the inspectorate was currently conducting inspections, the consequences of a disturbance here were all too clear, failing even the preliminary examination, regardless of one's prowess in the written assessments, would eliminate any chance of selection. Magistrate Chen's face grew increasingly pale, his rage visibly mounting, his beard quivering slightly at the chin. Secretary Su stood nearby, having endured 20 lashes, yet he bore the pain in silence, acutely aware of the village chief's discourse. Having previously offended the magistrate with his private acceptance of bribes, he understood the underlying tension, and this was his opportunity to redeem himself. "Your Honor, considering the ongoing inspection, it would be prudent to send Captain Sun and these constables to investigate the matter forthwith." Secretary Su, being astute, comprehended Magistrate Chen's intent. Although he had just been reprimanded, Captain Sun still retained his position. The implication was clear. Given the shortage of personnel and the situation at hand, they were to proceed as planned. The magistrate could not personally traverse to Qinglu village. Su's proposal was an excellent way to turn misfortune into merit. After a moment of contemplation, Magistrate Chen replied, "Very well. Select some constables to investigate Qinglu village and ascertain who dares to create a disturbance in Anding County." Su promptly complied. Addressing Captain Sun, "What are you lingering for? Hurry and choose your men to accompany me to Qinglu village." Captain Sun, visibly anxious, dared not show any sign of laxity. Hearing Su's directive, he quickly nodded and commenced selecting personnel. A portion of the constables needed to remain behind, for this was primarily an investigative mission, requiring only a limited number. However, considering the broad implications, Captain Sun selected half of the constables to remain on standby. Observing Captain Sun's anxious demeanor, Magistrate Chun felt irritated and waved his hand, urging them to expedite their investigation. Captain Sun refrained from further dialogue, promptly dispatching 2 constables to escort the village chief. Wang, away from the magistrate's office. Coincidentally, Zhou An was not among those selected. When Captain Sun chose his team, he aimed for those who were astute and resourceful. Zhou An, known for his low profile, was overlooked in favor of others. He was content to remain idle, recognizing the complexity of uncovering the truth behind such a disappearance. What sort of place is a village? In the Great Chu kingdom, villages possess a certain mystique. Despite their small size, villagers are often closely acquainted with one another. Some villages exhibit strong solidarity, readily offering assistance in times of need. The disappearance of so many children from Qinglu village would undoubtedly impact not only the community's interests but also their own. How could they not find any trace after an entire night of searching? To put it more starkly, the manner of their vanishing remained shrouded in mystery. Zhou An suspected that this investigation would be fraught with complications, akin to chasing shadows. "Old Zhou, I'm off now," Yu Hang said with a resigned expression. Zhou An may not have been chosen, but Yu Hang had. Aware of Zhou An's academic pursuits, Captain Sun opted to include him in the investigation, believing that those preparing for the imperial examinations were more capable than mere martial men. Zhou An waved goodbye, and once Captain Sun departed with his team, he returned to the kitchen to hone his skills. He decided not to continue mastering the cleaver technique just yet. Upon reaching level 4, he intended to switch to a different focus that he planned to level up the dragon step and object manipulation techniques first before returning to the cleaver technique. He had formulated ideas for developing new skills but needed further refinement. Currently, he possessed offensive capabilities, speed, and strength. However, upon reflection, he realized that he lacked many essential abilities. The most pressing need was for a defensive skill. His unique talents differed from those of protagonists in the novels he had read, who could rapidly master any skill. Defensive techniques, such as the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Cloth Shirt, were not suitable for him. He needed to select a life skill that would serve as a defense. What could be considered a defensive life skill? Zhou An pondered, though he felt troubled by the decision. I shall practice and contemplate simultaneously. Resolute, Zhou An made his way to the kitchen to begin mastering object manipulation. Zhou An diligently honed his skills. Yu Hang and the others arrived at Qinglu village. Situated not far from Anding County, they traversed a stretch of wilderness and reached their destination within the hour. It was a small village. Typically, one would see smoke rising from chimneys at this hour. Yet upon Yu Hang's arrival, a palpable sense of desolation enveloped the entire village. Even before approaching, he could faintly hear the sound of weeping. The elderly village chief Wang appeared frail and sorrowful, sighing, "The loss of our children has left everyone heartbroken. Gentlemen, please follow me." He led the way, followed by a dozen constables who entered in single file. Yu Hang stepped inside. He inexplicably felt a chill in the air. Chapter 49. The Legend of the River God. This chilling sensation came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Had Yu Hang not truly felt it and shivered in response, he might have dismissed it as mere illusion. The other constables experienced similar sensations, but paid them no mind, while Yu Hang remained vigilant, acutely aware due to his past experiences, having witnessed a former teacher transform into a monstrous creature. That feeling was etched indelibly in his memory. When the chill washed over him, Yu Hang gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly. Village Chief Wang continued to walk deeper into the village, providing an overview of the situation. Yu Hang listened intently. Although Qinglu village appeared small, it was not impoverished. On the contrary, its harvests and overall prosperity surpassed those of surrounding villages. The fertile land yielded bountiful crops, and the livestock were robust. Observing the houses constructed by the villagers, one could discern the affluence of the area. Yu Hang surmised that any random villager here likely earned more than his monthly salary. Everyone, spread out and conduct thorough inquiries at each household, Captain Sun directed. Following standard procedure, he initiated the investigation. Inquiries were fundamental and paramount steps. Upon arrival at a location, constables must familiarize themselves with the circumstances, never relying solely on hearsay. They needed to gather information firsthand. This was indisputable. The group dispersed, each constable engaging with several villagers. Yu Hang chose to investigate a particular house, from which faint sounds of weeping emanated. He noticed the door was ajar, and the interior was dimly lit. Fortunately, it was not yet nightfall, allowing him to see clearly. Two individuals were wiping their tears. One was a stocky middle-aged man, while the other was a slightly plump middle-aged woman. It was evident, without needing to look further, that these two were likely a couple mourning the loss of their child, hence their profound sorrow. As the villagers inside heard Yu Hang's footsteps, they immediately ceased their weeping and hastily dried their tears. The middle-aged woman, in particular, rushed out in a flurry. Before Yu Hang could utter a word, she fell to her knees before him with a loud thud. Although Yu Hang had investigated numerous cases, this was the first time he encountered such a scene. In a state of panic, he reached out, intending to help her up, but before he could act, she repeatedly bowed her head 3 times on the ground, her cries echoing through the air. "My lord, you have finally arrived. I beseech you, please save my son," she wailed. "We are of such advanced age and have only been blessed with this one child. Now that he is missing, how are we to live?" Hearing the woman's lament, Yu Hang sighed, managing to assist her to her feet while offering words of comfort as they made their way inside. In contrast to the woman, the middle-aged man displayed a much calmer demeanor. He quickly scolded his wife for a moment before choking back his tears to inquire, "My lord, do you have any leads on the investigation?" The loss of their child, especially at such a late stage in life, was undoubtedly a heavy burden for them to bear. Although they were uncertain of the child's fate, they knew that if he were alive, he would be enduring unimaginable suffering. Wei Yuhang replied, "We have only just arrived and would like to gather more information from you. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to resolve this case." This assurance was, indeed, the greatest comfort he could offer them. The middle-aged man nodded and promptly recounted the sequence of events. His account mirrored that of village chief Wang, with only minor differences in detail that held no significant weight. Essentially, it was during the night when everyone was asleep that one villager awoke to use the restroom and discovered the child was missing, prompting an immediate outcry. This commotion roused the entire village, and soon, every household with children found their offspring had vanished. They searched throughout the night to no avail before finally reporting the incident to the authorities. "I see," Yuhang said. Grasping the situation, he intended to visit the next household to continue his inquiries. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman stopped her weeping and exclaimed, "It's all your fault. This year, we were late in honoring the river god. And surely, he is displeased, taking our children as offerings." The middle-aged man quickly glared at her, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? The river god has always blessed Qinglu village with bountiful harvests. How can you attribute this tragedy to him?" "The river god?" Yuhang paused momentarily, then understood. The Great Chu had only been established for a decade. Prior to that, the land had been fragmented to end the brief span since the founding of the Great Chu. Rapid development had taken place, yet many cultural customs remained unstandardized across regions. "What is the river god?" Yuhang inquired, halting his steps. The middle-aged man, aware of his wife's erratic statements, felt compelled to explain. "My lord, this is a long-standing custom of our Qinglu village, named for its proximity to the Qinglu River. Each year, we pay homage to the river god." While explaining, the middle-aged man provided a rough outline of the traditions, which Yuhang grasped, though he chose not to delve further into the matter. With a mind filled with concerns, he exited the house and proceeded to the next one, that though the village was not large. The process of questioning each household consumed a considerable amount of time. Approximately half an hour later, the constables gathered in the central clearing to report their findings one by one. That the information was scant but unanimous, aligning closely with what village chief Wang had relayed. Upon hearing this, Captain Sun found himself in a difficult position that he felt remarkably unfortunate to have assumed this role, initially seeking only a modest increase in salary. Yet having encountered misfortune in such a short time that if he were to report this situation back, the county magistrate would undoubtedly erupt in fury. "I instructed you to investigate. What have you uncovered?" Captain Sun's temper flared slightly. "If anyone has a lead, speak up quickly. I'll ensure your contributions are recognized and you'll receive your rewards." No constable was willing to voice their thoughts, each lowering their heads in silence. The prospect of gaining fame was enticing, but the risk of blame was equally daunting. Wei Yuhang glanced around, then raised his hand. "I have a thought." He sensed that their current approach was yielding no progress, but had begun to formulate an idea. Captain Sun's eyes brightened. This Yuhang was an educated man and surely possessed more insight than his rougher counterparts. "Speak," he urged. "The matter appears to be connected to the river god," Yuhang explained, recounting the significance of the river god, that he concluded, "We should investigate the Qinglu River." Chapter 50. Yuhang provokes trouble again. The Qinglu River? The river god. Upon hearing these words, before Captain Sun could respond, village chief Wang became agitated. "No, absolutely not. The Qinglu River blesses our village with prosperous harvests and fertile land. We must not provoke the river god." He was clearly distressed, his forehead beaded with sweat. Gesticulating in fear, Captain Sun, upon hearing this, retorted angrily, "We must pursue the investigation. How long can we avoid confronting this? Or do you have secrets that must remain hidden?" As he processed Yuhang's words, his eyes gleamed. This was their only lead, and perhaps it could uncover something significant. Upon reflection, it was plausible that someone, fearing the river god's wrath, had cast the children into the depths of the river. Such customs varied widely among regions, and some even bordered on the grotesque, As a captain who had secured his position through connections, he had already incurred the displeasure of Magistrate Chun if he could resolve this case. It would solidify his standing, especially with village chief Wang, who despite his age was still incessantly nagging him, which only heightened his irritation. Having barely assumed his post, he was already embroiled in a major incident. Now, facing this situation felt like inviting further scorn. Village chief Wang, frightened by the threat, trembled and refrained from further comment. Although he was merely a village chief, he was far from simple-minded, given the gravity of the situation. He surmised that the magistrate was likely already displeased with the unfolding events, that he understood that should he obstruct this inquiry, he could easily find himself wrongfully accused and unable to clear his name. Thus, he resolved that silence was the wisest course. Captain Sun, observing village chief Wang's reluctance to speak, reveled in his authority as captain and waved his hand decisively. To the Qinglu River, with the captain's command. The constables wasted no time. Led by village chief Wang, they made their way toward the outskirts of the village. The Qinglu River was not far from Qinglu village, as the settlement was built alongside the riverbank. Before long, a wide river came into view, flowing serenely before them. The water was calm, reflecting the reddish hues of the setting sun, casting a warm glow across the surface, while the constables appeared unfazed. Yu Hang felt an unsettling disquiet, but he sensed an unusual chill, a stark contrast to the warm atmosphere surrounding him. This cannot be mere illusion, he mused, gazing at the river. Although the chill had passed swiftly, he was certain it was no figment of his imagination. Village chief Wang pointed towards the river, confirming, "This is indeed the Qinglu River." Captain Sun approached the riverbank, scrutinizing the clear waters, though their depths remained unseen, indicating considerable depth. "Neo Air," he called out, summoning a slender constable. Neo Air, his expression one of confusion, stepped forward. "You have played in the water since childhood. Your swimming skills are unmatched. Go in and see if anything is amiss." Neo Air was taken aback, never anticipating that this matter would involve him directly. The notion of being ordered to enter the water at this hour seemed utterly absurd. Captain Sun, adopting a serious tone, insisted, "This is our only lead. If you want to check the water, who will? Shall we all accompany you?" If someone has indeed submerged the children, retrieving a body would bring new developments to this case. Captain Sun, adept at navigating the intricacies of his position, understood that the Qinglu River represented a crucial lead, albeit uncertain. Thus, he required someone skilled in swimming to investigate. Moreover, his earlier statement had effectively rallied everyone to his side. The constables, recognizing that if Neo Air refused to dive, the captain would insist on their collective descent, quickly began to persuade him. Neo Air's face darkened. "Rest assured, if we find anything, I will not claim your credit. With so many witnesses, the reward will be solely yours," Captain Sun reassured. Patting Neo Air on the shoulder, Neo Air's complexion grew even more sullen, that he was not worried about losing credit for the reward. Rather, he was concerned that even without direct claim, he would still be implicated. However slightly did he realize that he was the one taking the risk. This thought weighed heavily on him. While resigning from his position as constable might be feasible under normal circumstances, retreating now would be a far graver matter. What if Magistrate Chen deemed his withdrawal a cowardly act and decided to pin a crime on him before he could resign? Neo Air gritted his teeth, staring at the placid river behind him, and reluctantly shed his outer garments. There was no choice but to dive in. His proficiency in swimming is indeed remarkable, having grown up by the riverbank. It would be inconceivable otherwise. "That is precisely correct, son." The head constable ceased further commentary and stood silently by. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, Neo Air plunged into the crystal-clear river. The surface of the water erupted in a flurry of droplets, quickly regaining its tranquil demeanor. The onlookers patiently awaited on the riverbank. After a few minutes had elapsed, Neo Air's head emerged from the depths. "Nothing." Sun's expression darkened. "Continue." Without clues, they would return empty-handed. Floating on the river's surface, Neo Air was speechless. At that moment, Yu Hang, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Constable, it is not that simple." Having gathered the information, Yu Hang's words held weight, and Sun regarded this scholar with a measure of respect. "Though the river's surface appears calm, It is perpetually flowing that if there were indeed something within, it would have been swept away overnight. Yu Hang elucidated. We must return, report this matter, and deploy all constables, or enlist individuals skilled in swimming to scour the downstream area. Should these children have fallen into the water, we are bound to recover something. Upon hearing this, Sun smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have overlooked such a critical aspect? Niuer, come ashore. Your efforts are no longer required. Niuer floated helplessly, on the verge of tears. Yet at this juncture, it was perhaps for the best that he did not have to continue searching. He could only endure the indignity and swim back to shore. Donning his garments once more, let us return to the county office. You shall accompany us, Sun instructed, casting a glance at village head Wang. The latter, pale-faced, could only nod in acquiescence. Without hesitation, the group set forth toward the county office. With Yu Hang trailing behind, as they departed, he instinctively turned back to glance at the clear river surface. The other constables appeared unfazed, but Yu Hang could not shake the ominous feeling that had settled within him. Chapter 51. The child who died on the shoulders on the road back to Anding County. That sense of foreboding lingered, but by the time they arrived, twilight had already cast its shadow. Sun led the constables to the county office to report the unfolding events to the county magistrate. At this juncture, the other constables remained present, including Zhou An, who awaited instructions, for a grave incident had occurred. Inside the office, time moved swifter than at home. Zhou An, upon hearing Sun's report, remained silent, his gaze alternating between Sun and Yu Hang. Sensing that something was amiss with Yu Hang that night, that a somber expression clouded Yu Hang's features, yet he chose not to voice his thoughts in this setting. After listening to Sun's account, Magistrate Chen furrowed his brow in concern. Perform a ritual to appease the river deity. To be candid, even after his time in Anding County, the myriad customs of the surrounding villages overwhelmed him. Faced with an unexpected ritual, he would likely need to consult his records. Sir, it seems we must arrange for skilled swimmers to conduct the salvage operation promptly, Su, the clerk, interjected, aiming to assert his presence. Magistrate Chun, roused from his contemplation, nodded in agreement. You shall handle this matter. Tonight? Su inquired. Chun affirmed. Tonight, the sooner the better. Su understood that the magistrate was anxious. During inspections, such incidents would provoke urgency in anyone that a thought struck Su. Was this not an opportunity for him to shine? Sir, I will dispatch individuals to the various villages to coordinate with proficient swimmers for a nighttime salvage effort. Pair up in twos for mutual support, seeking those adept at swimming. Such a task necessitated experienced individuals, particularly those residing by the river. Chen instructed, allocate some funds. Do not burden the common folk, nor compel them unduly. Su promptly agreed. With the directive handed down, despite the late hour, the constables were obliged to act. It was recorded in the office who possessed swimming skills and who did not. Though Su had a penchant for monetary gain, he was capable of assisting the magistrate effectively to in merely half an hour. The pertinent information was relayed to the constables. Zhou An and Yu Hang formed a team, acquiring the relevant details before exiting the office. The process was tedious, yet within the span of an hour. All had gathered. Having the means certainly facilitated matters, particularly since Magistrate Chen had allocated funds, prompting a good number of willing participants. Before long, they had assembled a group of capable villagers to scour the downstream area. At intervals, they stationed several individuals to search designated sections. The pairing of constables proved advantageous. Should something arise, one could remain while the other reported back. Zhou An and Yu Hang stationed themselves at a specific section downstream. In the river, several villagers skilled in swimming had already entered the water, while Yu Hang remained silent, a chill breeze sweeping through, carrying an air of foreboding. Night had descended, and torches illuminated the riverbank, casting a crimson glow upon the surface. These were all provisions made by Su, who had managed the preparations meticulously. Old Zhou, do you think I'm just unlucky? Yu Hang suddenly posed. Zhou An gazed at the rippling water. You've been unusually quiet on the way here. Have you encountered something? At that moment, only the two of them occupied the bank, and Yu Hang, not concealing his thoughts, recounted his experiences. Cole, Zhou An stroked his chin, noting that the other constables had not voiced similar sentiments. Only Yu Hang had. Yu Hang wrapped his arms around himself and rubbed his arms. Perhaps it is merely a figment of my imagination. He was uncertain whether it was an illusion or not that as he stood by the river. The sensation intensified. There is something in the water, chaotic, exceedingly chaotic. Yu Hang pointed towards the river, stating, "It feels as though they are trying to speak to me, yet I cannot discern their words that I feel a chill, as though enveloped by water." The more Zhou An listened, the more he sensed something was amiss. He approached Yu Hang, grasping his arm. He attuned his internal energy, but found nothing unusual to why Yu Hang's mind seemed to wander. Murmuring, "It feels as though they wish to converse with me, as if they are weeping. There are so many voices of children. I cannot hear them clearly." As he spoke, Yu Hang crouched down, cradling his head. This scene unfolded abruptly. Old Yu remained calm. Zhou An's gaze hardened, but why Yu Hang's shoulders trembled, and upon hearing Zhou An's words, he suddenly lifted his head. "Right. There are also women's voices so beautiful." Upon hearing it, I longed to approach the river. He stood, poised to stride towards the water's edge. Zhou An, sensing no abnormality, had already concluded that something lurked within the river. Slap! A dull sound resonated as Yu Hang collapsed to the ground. Zhou An regarded the tranquil river surface, that moment. The villagers who had been salvaging had returned to shore, but found nothing of significance. They looked upon the fallen Yu Hang with astonishment. "He is fine. It is merely late. I shall let him rest for a while." Zhou An reassured them that he instructed the villagers to take a brief respite while he went to the riverbank alone. The river remained calm, devoid of any anomalies. Suddenly, Zhou An heard footsteps. Turning around, he discovered Yu Hang had risen. The footsteps just heard had originated from Amidst that moment. A small boy, seemingly 4 or 5 years old, perched upon Yu Hang's shoulders. Covering his eyes with his hands and regarding Zhou An with an eerie stare, Zhou An felt an icy chill envelop him. Grasping this chill, he recognized the identity of the peculiar child before him. Strange, the boy was drenched, his hair dripping with water, each droplet cascading to the ground. Upon noticing Zhou An's gaze, the boy's eyes flared with a more intense malevolence. His body began to pale and swell. Resembling waterlogged pork, his face became bloated, his eyes protruding grotesquely. Yet, the bizarre boy did not attack Zhou An. Instead, he leaned close to Yu Hang's ear. Why Yu Hang suddenly screamed, startling the resting villagers. "Zhou An, I heard them again. I understood clearly. They are dead. We cannot salvage them. They are sealed within the water. They are so cold." As these words escaped his lips, the startled villagers felt a chilling breeze sweep through, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed. The strange boy maintained his pallid, swollen appearance, his bulging eyes fixed on Zhou An, his lips slightly parting. Though no sound emerged, Zhou An could discern the shape of his mouth. So cold. Just these 2 words. Cold. It won't be cold for long. Zhou An unsheathed his long knife, his demeanor calm. The blade gleamed like water. Chapter 52. Battle with the strange boy. At the moment the blade glimmered to life, Zhou An's expression remained composed. Had this little wretch not shown himself, he might have struggled to locate him. But now, everything became clear. Strange, a trivial matter, but he could simply sever it. When that comedic figure, Annie, had appeared, he had meticulously reduced her to shreds. This little wretch dared to show up and would only find his demise. The blade's brilliance erupted, and under Zhou An's deft control, it veered past Yu Hang, transforming into a straight line aimed directly at the strange boy's forehead. This strike, compared to his previous ones, was far more terrifying. Zhou An's current strength, combined with his mastery of the 4th-level knife technique, surpassed even that of Chef Liu from before. Previously, the blade merely struck outward, but now it was different. Originally curved like a crescent moon, as it drew near, it was forcibly straightened into a sharp white line. "Cold. The water is so cold," murmured the strange boy, his swollen body and pallid skin exuding an eerie sense of horror. Suddenly, he released his grip and fell backward, attempting to evade the attacking white line. The swift blade of the white line narrowly missed its target, but astonishingly veered mid-air, continuing its pursuit of the strange boy. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The strange boy transformed into a foul-smelling stream of murky water. propelling himself toward the riverbank at an astonishing speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Yet, Zhou An was even faster. Utilizing the dragon swimming technique, he swiftly positioned himself on the riverbank. Zhou An raised his blade and struck the noxious stream. Ah! The vile water emitted a wretched scream, exploding into countless droplets that rained down upon the river's surface. The water rippled momentarily before returning to tranquility. The chilling sensation enveloping Zhou An dissipated in an instant. He understood that the entity had escaped. Retreating into the depths of the river, he chose not to pursue. The water was not his domain. Reckless entry could unveil dangers that were potentially lethal. That a dull thud resonated behind him. Zhou An turned to find Yu Hang, his eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground. The rise and fall of Yu Hang's chest indicated he was at least still alive. Just as he prepared to check on Yu Hang, the placid lake surface exhibited abnormality once more. Streams of foul-smelling water shot forth from the river, coalescing in mid-air into a colossal hand. The noxious hand advanced toward Zhou, and within the murky waters, indistinct faces emerged, all resembling children. The water hand descended, attempting to grasp Zhou An, while the indistinct faces emitted a haunting wail that unsettled the mind. Cold, so cold. The water is freezing. I can't breathe. The water is filling my nose. My lungs, I'm so miserable. I can't move, I can't move. Someone please save me. Individually, each voice might seem inconsequential, but when they amalgamated, they sent shivers down Zhou An's spine. He felt his consciousness wavering, shaking his head to dispel the fog. Meanwhile, the water hand was now less than 10 meters away. Bang! The water hand crashed down, scattering droplets across the ground. The impact zone lay barren. Zhou An had already evaded using the dragon swimming technique. Observing the foul water seeping into the soil, turning it a charred black, Zhou An discerned its corrosive nature. The bizarre assault was not yet concluded. More streams burst forth from the river, this time not forming hands but transforming into ropes of fetid water. Seemingly intent on ensnaring Zhou, and he swung his long blade, executing a flurry of strikes. The blade's light intertwined in midair, crafting a dense net that ensnared all the streams within. With deft precision, Zhou An could now effortlessly shred clothing without causing harm to the wearer. Even for the formless water, his blade proved insurmountable. The water was shredded, and the river surface once again settled into calmness. Apart from the lingering stench in the air, tranquility prevailed as if nothing had transpired. Zhou An stood at the riverbank, patiently awaiting further developments. However, after a while, the strange entity did not reappear. Has it grown timid? Afraid? Zhou An chuckled. There was no possibility of luring him into the water, and since the entity dared not emerge, there was no need to linger. Zhou An sheathed his blade and approached Yu Hang, meticulously checking his condition. That he discovered that Yu Hang was merely unconscious, with no severe injuries. After ensuring Yu Hang was unharmed, he inspected the other villagers, finding them in a similar state of well-being. However, the dark bruise encircling Yu Hang's neck was evidently the work of the strange boy. Children have gone missing from the village, and now a strange boy has appeared, along with the children's faces within that hand. It seems these children have perished in the river, Zhou An pondered. To inexplicably lose so many children and have their bodies submerged in the water is not an act of a normal individual. Merely abducting children from the villagers is already beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. He felt that the recently reactivated town's supernatural department would soon be occupied again. Zhou An resolved to report the situation upon his return. As for how to clarify these matters, he could simply attribute everything to the mysterious expert. After all, one of his identities was meant to bear the blame, so it was of little consequence. With that thought, Zhou An intended to awaken Yu Hang. The two could exchange a few words, ensuring not to let any details slip. They were well practiced in this art of conversation, having honed it over the years. A few casual remarks could suffice to explain the situation. Yet, before Zhou An could reach Yu Hang, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Tonight has been eventful indeed. Zhou An, having enjoyed a rare month of leisure, found himself encountering all the events he had missed within a single night. He drew his long blade once more, directing his gaze toward the thicket by the riverbank. Emerging from the woods was a bald man, but he appeared relatively young, perhaps in his late 20s, yet he possessed a tall and robust physique. Clad in coarse linen clothing, his bald head exuded an aura of ruggedness, especially as water dripped from his garment onto the ground. Zhou An furrowed his brow. "Who are you? In the dead of night?" Dressed as he was and soaked through, Zhou An sensed a connection to the river. The bald man looked surprised, as if he had not expected to encounter Zhou An here. But soon, he became captivated by Zhou An's attire. "Esteemed constable, this place is quite perilous. You should leave immediately. Be cautious of the water." The water. His words trailed off abruptly, for it seemed the danger had dissipated. The bald man appeared incredulous, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Danger? What danger had just been present? He hesitated and added, "Danger, where?" Zhou An chuckled. "I was just about to ask you the same. You suddenly declare this place dangerous, indicating you must know something." The bald man hastily waved his hands. "My apologies. I've come to the wrong place that I need to return home quickly. My kettle is boiling that I must take my leave." He attempted to retreat, but before he could take 2 steps, a flash of brilliant blade light grazed his ear. Embedding itself into the thicket ahead, that a dozen trees fell in response, their cuts remarkably clean, a master. A cold sweat trickled down the bald man's forehead as he swiftly turned around. "Constable, I merely came here to earn some money. I harbor no ill intentions. Please do not harm me." He quickly displayed a stark contrast to his previously imposing demeanor. It was inevitable. After all, a county constable wielding such deadly precision was no ordinary foe to know. It was beyond ordinary. This level of power was something even typical third-rate experts could not achieve. He had merely come to earn a bit of money, and yet had found himself embroiled in such a predicament. "Money." Zhou An narrowed his eyes. "Go on." The sudden appearance of a bald man in the dead of night was inherently suspicious, especially given his extensive dialogue. The bald man hurriedly responded, "My name is Feng Yi. I am a corpse retrieval specialist. Someone has paid me to recover bodies here, which is why I came." "A corpse retrieval specialist?" Zhou An's grip on his blade remained steady. "A miscellaneous profession?" Among the 4 major categories, miscellaneous professions were the most numerous and complex. Anything that did not fit into the first 3 categories could be classified here. The occupation of a corpse retrieval specialist undoubtedly fell under the miscellaneous category. Feng Yi nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir, that I'm merely a hired hand, coming to retrieve some bodies, that I had no idea anything would happen. A person's birth comes in only one way, but death can occur in myriad fashions. The confluence of various accidents leads to an array of bizarre fatalities. Drowning victims pose the most challenging cases. After death, the principle of returning to the earth becomes paramount. Yet those who drown remain submerged at the river's bottom, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to recover them. Waiting for the bodies to bloat and rise to the surface renders the notion of a proper burial futile. Thus, the profession of corpse retrieval specialists arose. For ordinary people, attempting to retrieve a drowned body often yields nothing. The reason is simple. Drowning victims endure extreme torment, often transforming into something eerie, which obscures the sight of ordinary individuals. In contrast, corpse retrieval specialists possess unique abilities, allowing them to navigate even the darkest waters with precision and evade supernatural attacks. They are paid for their services, which revolve around this very task. However, opinions on this profession vary widely. Some specialists are honest, charging fair fees for their work, while others resort to extortion. I genuinely had no idea. Just a few days ago, I was paid without knowing who the payer was. They simply instructed me to come here and retrieve bodies. I'm just trying to earn an honest living. I swear this has nothing to do with me." Feng Yi lamented. Zhou An discerned a crucial detail. Feng Yi had received payment to retrieve bodies just days ago. Yet it was only yesterday that children began to go missing. This indicated that the payer had foreseen the events that in other words, the individual who paid had a high likelihood of being the culprit. Most critically, Feng Yi had no idea who had paid him. Zhou An stroked his chin. "Retrieve." Feng Yi was taken aback. What does he mean by that? Zhou An read his thoughts and nodded. "You received payment for a service. Did you not? Then retrieve the bodies right here." The supernatural is indiscriminate. Although the entity might currently be concealed within the river, it would eventually retaliate. Zhou An was not someone easily susceptible to retribution. If the beast cult's leader sought to harm him, He would rather expose his identity than let the leader escape unscathed. Only by eliminating all hazards can one develop in tranquility that if one provokes him, he will extract the strange entity. The anomaly hides in the river, and he cannot venture in. Then a corpse retrieval specialist arrives, and everything falls into place. Moreover, one can observe the intentions of the person paying. It's truly a retrieval. Feng Yi felt quite helpless. Although it was a paid service, he had never encountered such a situation before. To retrieve a corpse in front of the constables. Would he be apprehended? He still wished to save money to marry a wife. Though he internally complained, Feng Yi found himself powerless. The other party's long blade was right there, and it could easily come crashing down. The corpse retriever possessed combat capability, but that was only in the water. On land, better not. Furthermore, he dared not act rashly if he was merely trying to make a living. Why provoke the authorities? After all, it was all about making money. Once he came to this realization, Feng Yi refrained from saying more. Behind him was a bundle, which he opened to reveal its contents. Inside lay a wooden stick and a paper boat. Zhou An was also quite curious, as this was his first time witnessing a corpse retriever in action. Feng Yi approached the riverbank and prodded the water surface with the wooden stick. The stick quickly turned black, even emitting a wisp of dark mist. Hiss! Feng Yi inhaled sharply, such a strong aura of resentment. My lord, a major incident must have occurred here, correct? What leads you to that conclusion? Zhou An inquired. Feng Yi pointed at the wooden stick, explaining, this stick is one of the tools of a corpse retriever, capable of gauging the intensity of resentment in the water. When the stick touches the water, it turns black, indicating a profound level of resentment. There must be many dead. Zhou An remained silent, but the implication was clear. Feng Yi awkwardly scratched his head, aware that he had broached a sensitive topic. Is it possible to retrieve it? Zhou An asked. Feng Yi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we can also resolve the anomaly in the water. When it comes to aquatic matters, we corpse retrievers excel. Zhou An was equally astonished. This fellow appeared rather feeble. Yet surprisingly, he could deal with oddities in the water. Upon reflection, it made sense that To engage with water. One must be strong in the water, not on land. How absurd! My lord, shortly I will board the boat and enter the river, seeking a location with shallower resentment to submerge. Feng Yi's expression grew serious. If I do not surface within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, please alert the authorities promptly and summon a stronger corpse retriever. This was also a customary practice among corpse retrievers. Once they accepted payment, they were obliged to fulfill their duty. They dealt with grim and laborious work, risking their lives in the process. Feng Yi believed he could accomplish the task. Though risky, he felt it was manageable. The boat. Zhou An pointed to the palm-sized paper vessel. Do you mean to use this? Precisely. When it came to his profession, Feng Yi was quite adept. He approached the riverbank, placing the paper boat on the water's surface and reciting a passage. Chapter 54. The composite anomaly. Fear not the ebb and flow, for life and death are mere cycles. I shall board the boat and plunge beneath the waters, returning your soul to its rightful place. The water is cold, the tide relentless. I am the corpse retriever of the depths, guiding your spirit home. Feng Yi's countenance was grave, his tone somber as he chanted. The palm-sized paper boat floated upon the river. In an instant, the paper boat expanded, transforming into a narrow canoe capable of accommodating a single person. Zhou An found this sight rather mysterious, having never witnessed anything like it before. Within the realm of the obscure, each individual possessed their own unique methods, with countless techniques emerging from their practices that To encapsulate it succinctly. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. My lord, regardless of any anomalies that may arise in the water, do not venture in. Feng Yi took a deep breath and stepped onto the paper boat. The boat sank slightly as the water glimmered under the moonlight. Zhou An nodded in understanding. Feng Yi said no more, using the wooden stick to gently paddle the water, and the paper boat glided swiftly into the river. Approximately half an incense stick's duration later, the paper boat, carrying Feng Yi, reached the river's midpoint. Return, O soul. Feng Yi stood upon the water, calling out for the souls to return while occasionally probing the water's surface with the stick. The stick darkened further, as if he were testing where the resentment was lesser, seeking an opportunity to dive. After a while, Feng Yi stowed the stick on the boat. "My lord, I shall now dive to retrieve the corpse." The gentle breeze carried Feng Yi's voice to Zhou An's ears. Uncertain if Feng Yi could see him, Zhou An nodded slightly. Splash! The sound of water splashing echoed as Zhou An watched Feng Yi leap into the river, sending a spray of water into the air. Soon, the river calmed, returning to its previous stillness. A chilling aura manifested, enveloping the entire river. Zhou An could sense an icy presence watching the waters and the riverbank. The tranquil surface of the river began to tremble, bubbling as if boiling. The cold sensation intensified, accompanied by turbulent emotions. The bubbling of the water grew more pronounced, boiling ferociously, occasionally erupting in sprays. The paper boat in the center of the water swayed side to side, yet miraculously remained centered in the river. At that moment, the paper boat expanded in size, transforming from a small vessel into a broad ship. Whoosh! The river's surface erupted once more, and a child's corpse was hurled upwards, landing steadily on the paper boat. 1, 2, 3. A total of over 20 corpses tumbled onto the now broad vessel. A hand reached from the water, grasping the edge of the boat, and leaped aboard. Feng Yi was covered in injuries, his face pale as he swiftly maneuvered the wooden stick. The boat, laden with children's corpses, sped towards the riverbank. Bah! With a dull thud, the boat collided with the riverbank and began to shrink. The children's bodies were subsequently cast aside onto the ground. Feng Yi leapt off, landing on the bank, carefully securing the now smaller paper boat and the wooden stick within his bundle before slinging it over his shoulder. As he performed these actions, he occasionally glanced at the river, his expression filled with dread. Zhou An furrowed his brow. "Did you encounter an anomaly in the river?" Feng Yi bore numerous injuries. Some areas were bruised and swollen, while others oozed blood. Upon hearing Zhou An's question, he hesitantly replied, "My lord, I eliminated over a dozen anomalies in the river, but an accident occurred." If the corpse retriever was a novice on land, he was a dominator in the water. To vanquish over a dozen anomalies in such a short time was no small feat, indicating that Feng Yi was indeed formidable. However, from Feng Yi's current expression, it was evident that greater threats lurked beneath the surface. A composite entity. The remaining anomalies have fused together. I am utterly powerless to contend with them and could only bring the corpses out first. Before Zhou An could respond, Feng Yi added cryptically, "A composite entity. What on earth is that?" Zhou An cast his gaze toward the river. After Feng Yi emerged from the water, the boiling surface showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified. What appeared to be boiling water was accompanied by an ever-present chill. In the next moment, the river split open, revealing a bizarre, spherical entity emerging from below. This entity was roughly the size of a house and semi-transparent. Through the translucent sphere, one could glimpse the scenes within. Inside the semi-transparent sphere lay a number of children, their bodies also translucent, resembling souls. The most horrifying aspect was that the expressions on these children's faces were anything but tranquil. Each was more terrifying than the last. Their skin was swollen and pale, and several were beginning to slowly open their eyes, the violent emotions within them visibly intensifying. The entire semi-transparent sphere resembled a stitched-together object. Once it appeared, the water's surface erupted skyward, swirling in midair before hurtling toward Zhou, and a foul stench assaulted his senses. Zhou An sensed the impending danger and took a step back to evade the attack. The torrent of water fell short, exploding in the next moment into countless droplets that surrounded Zhou An. Meanwhile, Feng Yi had already gathered the townsfolk and Yu Hang together, reciting incantations that Zhou An could not comprehend. The droplets surrounding Feng Yi remained suspended beside him, unable to breach his defenses. This must be the technique of a corpse retriever. Zhou An lacked such abilities, but possessed alternative methods. The water droplets surged forth, enveloping him from all directions, seemingly lifeless. Zhou An navigated through them with ease, as if strolling through a park, effortlessly evading the onslaught. These droplets were akin to sandbags he had practiced with before, falling under the category of area attacks. A skill he was well versed in. At that moment, Zhou An remained unfazed. However, his actions left Feng Yi wide-eyed, utterly astonished. I am a corpse retriever. I can control the flow of water. This makes sense. But what manner of movement is this? The water droplets seem to be circling around him. This is utterly abnormal. Unless he can evade attacks by altering the chi on his skin, but that requires extraordinary skill. And such movement is difficult to master. His technique is truly terrifying. Could he be a high-ranking member of some faction, here to experience life? Feng Yi was genuinely perplexed. Given his formidable abilities, why was he merely a constable? Were it not for their chance encounter today, he might not even comprehend how to write his own demise should he offend him one day. Feng Yi silently lamented that moment. The spherical anomaly began to sink. Attempting to return to the depths, Feng Yi ceased his internal complaints and called out, "My lord, I will seal the water's surface for no more than 10 breaths if we do not eliminate this anomaly. The surrounding villages will suffer dire consequences." He extended his hand, and the water's surface solidified like jelly. Chapter 55. The sudden inferno. The entity, known as the aggregation anomaly, was poised to merge with the water's surface. Yet upon contact with the gelatinous expanse, it rebounded into the air as if colliding with cotton. That moment, Feng Yi's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. 10 breaths. Zhou An observed the anomaly soaring upward and swung his long blade. As the sword arced, it generated a dazzling array of light. In the blink of an eye, over 100 beams of light descended from the heavens. These beams coalesced midair, swiftly transforming into a colossal blade measuring 10 meters in length. The concept of effortless control and lightness in weight became evident. The more one practiced, the more extraordinary their abilities became. Now that Zhou An had elevated his butcher's knife technique to the 4th level, his strike was no longer reminiscent of his former self. Had Chef Liu or the beast cult leader been present, that single blow would have severed them in two without the need for finesse. As the multitude of sword lights merged, the power of this strike was exponentially magnified. I shall let you flee 10 meters before drawing my blade. Zhou An was in excellent form at this moment. If Liu's so-called blade could astonish even the unjust spirits and deities, that was merely a matter of words. Zhou An's current strike was formidable enough in its very form to instill fear. Beside him, Feng Yi, drenched in cold sweat and on the verge of collapse, was nonetheless captivated by the brilliance of this strike. He envisioned himself in Zhou An's position. Could he withstand such a blow? The answer was a resounding no. Unless he could remain submerged in water for life, any ascent to the surface would render him utterly annihilated by that strike. The world is terrifying. Such prowess exists even in the small county of Anding. Truly, one must not underestimate the world at large. Feng Yi mused at that moment. The colossal blade descended upon the aggregation anomaly. Upon contact, it was as if a red-hot iron had struck ice, instantly producing a cloud of white smoke. The anomaly emitted a wail, its cry as mournful as a raven's call in the night, thrashing wildly in agony. An immense volume of river water surged from within it, attempting to obstruct the blade's descent. However, the water appeared to cower. Upon contact with the immense blade, it instinctively scattered. The gigantic blade faced no resistance, effortlessly cleaving the anomaly in twain. The wailing persisted. The severed anomaly writhed upon the gelatinous water's surface, displaying visible torment. A torrent of foul, putrid water gushed from the wound, corroding the jelly-like expanse. At this juncture, merely 3 breaths had elapsed. Still early, Zhou An remarked with a smile. As his words fell, he flicked his wrist, once again unleashing his long blade. Once more 100 beams of light erupted. This time, the beams did not coalesce into a massive blade, but transformed into a long, sinuous line, enveloping both fragments of the aggregation anomaly from above. The essence of effortless control manifested in every strike, allowing for diverse forms to be conjured. Whoosh! A waft of azure smoke billowed. The sinewy lines, imbued with unparalleled sharpness, relentlessly sliced through the anomaly. This was no mere light-hearted demise akin to a comedic skit. Each incision doubled the quantity, precise and direct. In the blink of an eye, the anomaly was reduced to particles the size of rice grains, dissipating into a cloud of smoke, vanishing entirely. Whoosh! Feng Yi could no longer endure. Collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, the river's surface returned to normalcy. Yet Feng Yi's expression grew, increasingly pallid. It was not just the immense expenditure of energy. It was the sheer terror evoked by the man wielding the long blade. I have witnessed masters of the blade, and I have seen 100 beams of light struck with a mere wave of the hand. To manipulate blade light into various forms, this is indeed my first encounter. Who exactly is this person? Beyond shock, Feng Yi was engulfed in confusion. With Zhou An's current prowess, he could thrive comfortably far beyond the confines of this modest county. Feng Yi found himself perplexed. Yet he dared not inquire, for at that moment, Zhou An had sheathed his blade, directing his gaze towards him. Feng Yi shuddered, forcing a wry smile. Your Excellency possesses remarkable swordsmanship. Unsure of how to initiate conversation, he resorted to awkward small talk. Fear not. I am quite an amiable and cultured individual, Zhou An responded. The bodies have been retrieved. How shall we proceed with their handling? Upon the ground lay a cluster of children's corpses, each having perished by drowning, their fates horrifyingly grim. Clad in ordinary attire, it was evident these were the village's children. Feng Yi paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, approaching the macabre scene. Your Excellency, are you also in search of these bodies? Zhou An nodded. Observing the bloated forms of the children, his brow furrowing in concern that I end this world, few things evoke emotion as deeply as the sight of the elderly and the young. Zhou An was a man of resolve, capable of delivering harsh blows to his enemies. Yet he possessed humanity. Being merciless did not equate to being devoid of compassion. Was he troubled? Indeed, he felt discomfort. The sight of the children's corpses, coupled with the implications behind it, deepened the furrow in his brow, but he was adept at concealing his emotions. Hence he revealed none, that in stark contrast. Feng Yi gazed upon the lifeless children, sighing, Your Excellency, we must report to the town's anomaly control. If it were a simple case of murder, it would fall under the jurisdiction of the officials. However, to have slain so many children in one fell swoop, and in such a stealthy manner, indicated the presence of extraordinary methods. This matter was undoubtedly the concern of the anomaly control. Feng Yi's tone grew somber, but he had toiled in this line of work for many years, witnessing countless horrors, and had thought himself desensitized. Yet tonight he found himself enlightened that he had retrieved the remains of the elderly, the young and adults alike, even those whose gender defied categorization. Yet never had he collected so many corpses at once, all of them children. Despite his emotional numbness, this scene stirred something within him, particularly the sight of two children tightly embracing one another. It was painfully evident they had been thrust into the water together in life. Feng Yi clenched his jaw, suddenly extracting the wooden stick from his pack, tearing off a segment to plant into the ground. Your Excellency, may I borrow a torch? He approached the riverbank, seizing the torch that had been embedded there. Zhou An inquired, What do you intend to do? Feng Yi replied solemnly, I wish to ascertain who it was that cast these children into the water, and then report to the authorities. Your Excellency, I am about to employ the river soul pursuit technique. I kindly ask for your protection. As he began to speak, the remainder of his words faltered. For in an instant, the children's forms had transformed into a pile of ash. Feng Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had perceived a flicker of flame. Clang! The sound of a blade being drawn resonated. Feng Yi looked at Zhou An, sensing the latter's gaze directed behind him. Simultaneously, he heard Zhou An's voice. A master. Zhou An's tone remained calm, yet his eyes glimmered with excitement. Chapter 56, The Fire Priestess. Zhou An's formidable adversary. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi instinctively turned around, his pupils dilating. Behind him stood a middle-aged woman, her appearance unremarkable, her back hunched. Yet what she held in her hands was anything but ordinary. In her right hand, she bore the severed head of another middle-aged woman, blood still dripping, the visage obscured by a mass of gore, the soil stained crimson. Zhou An slightly tilted his head. It seems I have often been informed that within the small county of Anding, there are hidden masters. Now I wish to assert that even within the humble Qinglu village, there are likewise formidable individuals. A smile graced the middle-aged woman's lips, yet the chill emanating from her was profoundly terrifying. Even from a distance, Zhou An could distinctly sense her murderous intent and icy demeanor. It was she who had ignited the inferno that consumed all the children's remains. The middle-aged woman sneered. Now that you have located the bodies and claimed your reward, why pursue the souls further? Flames of crimson surged from her right hand, incinerating the head she held into ashes. Zhou An, I had no intention of becoming your adversary, for you still hold value. Yet you have unwittingly entangled yourself in this affair. You know me? Zhou An raised an eyebrow. Many are aware of my existence, yet to recognize me in such a manner leads me to suspect you were privy to my identity all along. The woman had addressed him by name upon her arrival, and she exhibited no surprise at his swordsmanship. It was evident she was well acquainted with him. Of course I know you, it is not your time to die just yet. However, your companion has foolishly provoked those anomalies. The woman sighed, and she had to inquire about the Qinglu River. My friend, in her ignorance, sought a corpse retrieval specialist, leaving me no choice but to eliminate her. The friend referred to as the severed head she held. Feng Yi glanced left and right, ultimately choosing to position himself beside Zhou An. In his estimation, at least Zhou An offered some semblance of safety. The woman appeared villainous. Although Zhou An had also resembled a villain during his earlier confrontation with the anomaly, he seemed the safer bet. Your Excellency, this person is likely a fire priestess, Feng Yi whispered. In ancient times, people revered fire, leading to the emergence of this profession. They excel at manipulating flames and are exceedingly formidable, even among the miscellaneous schools. This profession is quite rare. In such circumstances, he endeavored to keep his explanation succinct. Zhou An nodded, remaining silent. The woman before him exuded considerable pressure, greater than that posed by the beast cult leader. Before he could utter a word, the woman waved her hand, conjuring a brilliant flame. The surrounding forest erupted into flames, reduced to ashes. You are out of options, the woman taunted. Zhou An, this individual was aware of his very own pot-making skills. He could not fathom how his identity had been exposed. Yet he clearly understood one thing. A confrontation was imminent. Zhou An wasted no words, his long blade igniting with light. Endless flashes of blades surged towards the woman like a meat grinder. She raised her right hand, and the crimson flames blazed with a ferocity that seemed to boil the heavens and the seas, rendering even the blade's light into nothingness. Your strength is formidable, a pinnacle among third-rate masters. Your swordplay has progressed rapidly. Should you advance further, even I might fall to your hand. It is a pity, for I have already stepped half a foot into the realm of second-rate masters. Today, your demise is inevitable. As her words echoed, the flames, reminiscent of a cataclysm, transformed mid-air into an elongated fire dragon, bearing an intent to annihilate, charging directly at Zhou, and the head of the fire dragon alone was the size of a house. Zhou An recalled the earlier power of the flames. Should he be struck by this attack, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. Bah! Zhou An grasped Feng Yi's shoulder and hurled himself out of the fire dragon's path. Just as he sensed the dragon's proximity, a wave of lethal peril surged within him. The chi enveloping his body twisted wildly, attuned to the dragon's motion. Zhou An sidestepped, narrowly evading the onslaught of the fire dragon. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, resonating through the night sky. The ground was seared, leaving charred traces, and fissures appeared, subsequently consumed by the fire dragon, forming an enormous pit. Zhou An wiped the sweat from his brow, even having escaped. He could still feel the oppressive heat. It resembles a long-range attack. Without hesitation, he charged towards the woman, once more wielding his long knife. With effortless grace, he executed his strike. This time, the white blade light did not form lines or planes. Instead, layers of white light coalesced, creating a profound vortex of blade light. The blade light began to whirl, stirring a tempest as it approached the woman. You are quite clever. If I were to counter with flames, the raging winds would only redirect them back to me. The woman spoke with an indifferent tone. Have you considered that a fire priest fears not the flames? Flames encircled her, swept by the violent winds. The blade light penetrated, consumed by the flames, becoming insubstantial, Her voice emerged from within the inferno. No one can obstruct his path. In my heart, he is flawless. Even his beloved has perished at my hands. Let alone you. Who is he? Zhou An was uncertain, but he recognized that today's predicament was rather grave. This woman was the strongest adversary he had encountered thus far, having 1 foot already in the realm of second-rate masters. And she belonged to an exceedingly ancient profession. Was this a significant issue? Indeed, it was. However, just because an issue was substantial did not mean it was insurmountable. It merely suggested that the resolution would be arduous. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. I truly do not wish to kill you. If I could capture you alive, I might extract a wealth of information. Zhou An stated. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback. Kill me? Zhou An nodded earnestly. You will inevitably die. Why not divulge some information? At the very least, I can grant you a swifter demise. Those children, did you orchestrate their fate? Even if you didn't deal the blow, you are still implicated. Thus, do not harbor illusions of survival today, for a more peaceful death. Confess. The woman was momentarily bewildered. Currently, I hold the advantage. Who do you think you are? Those children are indeed my doing. What can you do to me? For him, the lives of a few children are trivial. Her tone edged towards madness. As if the lives of those children were mere ants. Zhou An's gaze grew colder upon hearing this, and he turned to Feng Yi, asking, Can we pursue her soul after killing her? Feng Yi swallowed hard. My lord, I can only make an effort. Zhou An shrugged, indifferent. He raised his long knife towards the woman, his voice as frigid as water. Those children were innocent. They are lonely beneath the earth that go accompany them. I no longer seek your intelligence. Does the clear stream river not revere the river gods? Today, you shall serve as a sacrifice. Chapter 57. Zhou An. What nonsense is this about my body? The answer. He did not care. Had this been before, perhaps he would have valued the answer. But now, it mattered little. The adversary before him was a master, and the strongest he had encountered to date. When faced with a formidable opponent, failing to exert one's utmost could easily lead to disaster. If disaster struck, it would be his life at stake. Rather than risking defeat for a so-called answer, it was better to eliminate the opponent outright, as for whether Feng Yi could pursue the soul afterward. It mattered not. The matter would eventually be entrusted to the Bureau of Ghost Suppression. With their intelligence network, they could unearth a thread of information. What a joke! A third-rate master attempting to slay a second-rate one. What an absurdity! The woman laughed heartily, as if she had encountered the most ludicrous spectacle of her life. Yet, the next moment, her laughter ceased abruptly. Zhou An swung his long knife, and the blade light erupted instantaneously, in the blink of an eye. He had unleashed hundreds of blade lights. The chi within him drained rapidly, but fortunately, his reserves far exceeded those of an ordinary third-rate master. As all the blade lights manifested, Zhou An wielded his control with effortless grace. The blade lights in the sky converged, not into an offensive formation, but rather forming a fabric composed of blade light, measuring 10 meters in length and width, swiftly enveloping the woman. The woman sneered. With such a display, it is all in vain. You have already employed this technique before, and now it is merely wasted effort. Is that so? Zhou An replied nonchalantly. The victor shall reveal itself. The truth will soon unfold. The fabric of blade light enveloped the woman. Strangely, it did not engulf her as anticipated, but instead created a sealed space. The woman did not comprehend the origin of this maneuver, yet it did not prevent her from launching an attack. Flames surged like dragons, scattering outward in an attempt to obliterate the fabric of blade light. However, before the flames could advance significantly, they abruptly vanished. The woman paused, sensing something amiss. The fabric of blade light remained unyielding, shrouding the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, one would observe the blade light incessantly slicing through the air. The woman felt a tightness in her chest. She raised her right hand again, striving to summon the fire of the fire priest. Yet, aside from a wisp of blue smoke, no flames emerged. The woman exerted all her strength, ultimately producing a few sparks. You have drained the air within. Her body weakened, her chest constricted as though a stone were pressing down upon it. You are mistaken. The flames are too intense. You have depleted the air yourself. And quite swiftly at that, Zhou An chuckled. The woman wished to retort, but the air within the white light had become exceedingly thin. She attempted to charge forward, but after only a few steps, she collapsed to the ground, struggling in agony. The sensation of suffocation rendered her complexion pale and mottled. "You!" The woman pointed at Zhou An, exclaiming, "What kind of sinister sorcery is this?" At that moment, her consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. Zhou An sighed. "You would not comprehend even if I explained." "What?" the woman inquired, bewildered. Zhou An continued, "If this maneuver cannot subdue you, if you truly can disregard your environment and conjure fire from nothingness, I would turn and flee. Such a pity you cannot." In truth, Zhou An had contemplated this strategy when he found himself at an impasse earlier. Flames require air to burn, that if the surrounding air were cut off, a flame as fierce as the woman's would swiftly consume all available air. Without air, how could there be fire? Her abilities were merely flames, with no formidable physicality or high offensive capability. Without flames, she was but a puppet easily manipulated. Zhou An had also considered that if this tactic failed, he would simply retreat. Yet, to his astonishment, it succeeded. At this juncture, the woman's awareness had descended into a state of extreme fogginess, her body trembling intermittently upon the ground. Zhou An harbored no interest in tormenting her, and he also did not wish to grant a formidable foe the chance to survive. The blade light began to converge, slicing the woman into equal fragments. Zhou An exhaled deeply, sheathing his knife, and turned to Feng Yi, stating, "Commence the soul pursuit." Feng Yi remained astonished by Zhou An's prowess. Even an ancient practitioner like the fire priest had been thoroughly subdued by Zhou An, instilling a sense of fear within him. Hearing Zhou An's command, Feng Yi jolted back to attention, feeling a chill run down his spine. "My lord, without a complete corpse, I cannot guarantee success, but I am willing to give it a try." Feng Yi expressed that he could indeed pursue the soul, but it required a whole body. The scattered fragments on the ground, with even the organs reduced to mush, made it impossible to continue the pursuit. That, of course, there remained a slim possibility. Feng Yi was eager to attempt it, especially upon gazing at the remains of the children, feeling compelled to exert his utmost effort. Zhou An stroked his chin. "Give it a try." He could not salvage a complete body, even with his ability to control the situation. He had to exert his strongest force to eliminate the adversary. That was the true way to eradicate future troubles. Feng Yi nodded, refraining from further chatter, and retrieved a segment from the wooden stick. After igniting it with a torch, he placed the stick beside the woman's remains. That in the next moment, Feng Yi began the soul pursuit. With water as the guide, as the water falls, the soul returns. Return, as these words escaped Feng Yi's lips, the burning stick before them exhibited an anomaly. That a great fire erupted. Yet as the flames soared into the air, they abruptly transformed into steam. The steam condensed, ultimately forming a mirror of water. Feng Yi exclaimed in delight, "My lord, it has succeeded." Zhou An could not fathom the principles behind this soul pursuit, as it was a secret of Feng Yi's profession. He did not inquire further, his gaze fixated on the water mirror. Feng Yi explained, "The water mirror reveals the significant events that the deceased experienced in life, particularly those of great importance to them. This traces back through time, but how long it can last is uncertain. She is only a fragmented corpse, so it likely won't endure for long." Scarcely had the words fallen from her lips when the water mirror began to exhibit anomalies. The image of a woman materialized within the mirror, and before her stood a figure shrouded in a black robe, their features obscured. Although the figure was enveloped in the garment, the exaggerated contour at the chest revealed that it was a woman. "You have performed admirably," the woman spoke in a chilling tone. From within the black robe emerged a woman's voice, surprisingly melodious and clear. "With the addition of these 20-odd children, over 100 lives have been claimed, yet the promises you made to me remain unfulfilled." The woman chuckled. "This requires time. He is truly a dragon among men, merely beset by unfortunate circumstances. Assist him in rising, and he shall aid you in return. After all, you desire Zhou An's body, and thus require his strength. Zhou An is proficient only in swordsmanship, possesses a pot and agility, and lacks any defensive techniques. There will be opportunities." Zhou An mused. "What? My body? Such a proposition, Ugh, what a scandalous affair. Chapter 58. The reluctance of Magistrate Chin. The water mirror began to quiver, in an instant. It resembled water droplets scattering, transforming into a wisp of steam that vanished into the ether. Feng Yi wiped the perspiration from his brow. My lord, we have reached our limit. If they succeeded this time, it would be a stroke of great fortune. Tracing back to this moment was as far as he could go. Zhou An, expressionless, nodded slightly. Feng Yi tentatively remarked, My lord, it seems they are targeting you. The scene within the water mirror had made it evident even to the most naive observer. Zhou An placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, rubbing it thoughtfully. Without Feng Ye's prompt, he understood the intricacies of the situation. An enormous fish lurked in the depths of Anding County, stealthily observing those on the shore. The slightest misstep could result in this fish opening its jaws and devouring the unwary. It should not be Zhang Xijian and Captain Xie. They are not so foolish. Once my information leaks, they will be the first suspects. Zhou An contemplated that it was undoubtedly due to some misstep on his part that had led to this exposure. The issue was not grave. The town's ghostly division had rested long enough. It was time to set them in motion. Professional matters were best left to professionals. Should there be any sign of disturbance, he would not hesitate to quell it. My lord. At this juncture, they were nearing the conclusion. Feng Yi was at a loss for words that he had received payment, completed his tasks, and encountered such stimulating events. Now, he only wished to leave Anding County at the earliest opportunity, seeking a place of indulgence to alleviate his weary spirit. Do you believe you can depart? Zhou An inquired. Feng Yi was taken aback. Zhou An gestured to the scattered flesh on the ground. You have already entered the game, even if you wish to leave. The town's ghostly division will not permit it. Since you are involved, you might as well remain contentedly. Feng Yi pondered Zhou An's words, realizing their validity. It seemed he had indeed become embroiled. Should he be framed and then leave, he would find himself at a loss for words. With this thought, Feng Yi nodded. My lord, let us report to the town's ghostly division. Not so fast, Zhou An said. Let us resolve matters here first. What matters here? Feng Yi was perplexed. Before he could voice his inquiry, the sound of footsteps approached, and he saw numerous constables with torches hastening toward them. Subsequently, Zhou An attributed all events to the mysterious expert. Throughout the ordeal, Feng Yi dared not utter a single word. This revelation escalated the situation, rendering the Yamen unable to intervene. The crowd could only proceed to Anding County to Yu Hang regained consciousness. There was nothing amiss, and the chilling sensation had dissipated. When they arrived at Anding County under the cover of night, the magistrate's office remained brightly lit. Magistrate Chin sat in the grand hall, listening to the constable's reports. Although his expression was inscrutable, his right hand continually stroked his beard, signaling an emotional disturbance. Once again, a mysterious expert intervenes, and a corpse retrieval specialist is entangled in the affair. Why is it that just before the patrol, so many issues arise here? No one spoke, nor did anyone offer a reply. Feng Yi silently cast a glance at Zhou, and he had not anticipated that Zhou An would shift the entirety of the blame onto the mysterious expert. In that moment, Zhou An appeared even more enigmatic in Feng Ye's eyes. Those who traversed the world in their line of work encountered countless individuals, yet Zhou An was unlike any other. He resembled a shadow lurking in the dark. One might forget him, but when he emerged from the shadows, even the sunlight would be distorted. Strength, cunning, temperament, and a heart capable of enduring solitude. Zhou An possessed them all. It was precisely these qualities that filled Feng Yi with trepidation. This man is destined to make an extraordinary impact in the future. Zhou An, of course, remained oblivious to Feng Ye's thoughts. Had he known, he would surely be speechless. His sole desire was to cultivate his skills in peace, undisturbed by external influences. During this time, Zhou An also unraveled the intricacies of the matter at hand. The identity of the he spoken of by the woman remained unknown to him. For now, he referred to him as the mysterious person. However, he recognized the identity of the head the woman had previously presented. That head likely belonged to the beloved of the mysterious person, who, upon witnessing such bloodshed, had enlisted the aid of the corpse retrieval specialist. Unbeknownst to them, the woman had preemptively taken action and slain him. From the woman's words, Zhou An could discern that she harbored affection for the mysterious person. albeit with a twisted intensity that as for the black-robed woman glimpsed during the soul-chasing. Although her visage was obscured, she had dealings with a mysterious person, and the object of their transaction was none other than himself. Zhou An kept this insight to himself. The only lead remaining was the black-robed woman. Upon returning, Zhou An had felt an inexplicable familiarity with the voice of the black-robed woman, yet he could not ascertain her identity. Now, with this development, it was certain that the town's ghostly division would intervene. Zhou An believed it prudent to allow the town's ghostly division to investigate further. The hall fell silent, with no one daring to speak. Magistrate Chen's brow furrowed deeply. After a span of several breaths, he struck the astonishment board. Zhou An, you two have been embroiled in this matter. Take the corpse retrieval specialist to the town's ghostly division. This matter bears no relation to the yamen, although the patrol pertains to the selection of officials. Should this incident remain unresolved, Zhang Zijian will undoubtedly face repercussions. If the yamen's cooperation is required, we shall provide full support. The underlying message was clear. Magistrate Chen wished to distance himself from the matter. Certainly, he would cooperate, yet it was primarily to delegate the responsibility to the town's ghostly division. Ultimately, this affair was theirs to manage, that he feared the implications on the patrol's outcome, and Magistrate Chen dared not overstep his bounds. The Emperor of the Great Chu Kingdom was exceedingly strict regarding the delineation of powers and forbade any encroachment. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Understood, my lord. Zhou An did not decline, leading Feng Yi out of the yamen. However, before departing, he sensed that the magistrate was no ordinary figure, that in just a few words, he had shifted the majority of the responsibility onto the town's ghostly division. Once you arrive, do not return, disperse, Magistrate Chen added. After leaving the yamen, the two remained silent as they approached the entrance of the town's ghostly division. Following the magistrate's orders, Zhou An strode confidently inside, that a member of the town's ghostly division guided him to Zhang Zijian's chamber. Upon entering, Zhou An was taken aback by Zhang Zijian's current state. Chapter 59. Zhou An's new skill plans inside the room. Zhang Zijian reclined in a chair, his arms casually draped at his sides. His square face bore deep dark circles beneath his eyes, suggesting he had not slept in several days. Generally, experts like Zhang Zijian could endure several sleepless nights without issue. The presence of dark circles indicated he had likely been deprived of rest for an extended period. Zhou An had not visited the town's ghostly division in some time and was unaware of recent developments. Zhang Zijian's appearance made it clear that something was amiss, upon noticing Zhou An's arrival. Zhang Zijian lazily waved his hand. Zhou An, take a seat. Who is this? His voice was devoid of energy. Zhou An chose a spot to sit and inquired curiously. Lord Zhang, what has transpired? In Anning County, Zhang Zijian was not merely a significant figure. He was one whose very stomp could send tremors through the area. To see him so dejected now struck Zhou An as peculiar. Alas. Zhang Zijian sighed heavily. Isn't the patrol imminent? I have encountered a predicament. The patrol concerns the magistrate. How could it be related to the town's ghostly division? Zhou An queried. During a patrol, the magistrate bore the brunt of the tension. Why would Zhang Zijian exhibit such a demeanor now? Without hesitation, Zhang Zijian rose from his chair and placed a sheet of paper before Zhou and take a look. No one could have anticipated that I would find myself in this situation. Zhou An took the paper and meticulously examined it. After a moment, he set it aside, his brow furrowing. Dead? Was it a member of the supervisory office here for the patrol? Lord Zhang, if this matter is not handled properly, the town's ghostly division may find itself in a predicament. The contents of the paper were rather straightforward. A member of the supervisory office, present for the patrol, had died on the road. The circumstances of the death were bizarre. He had inexplicably succumbed to death while walking along the official road. His body bore no signs of injury, nor were there any indications of a struggle. The death was exceedingly peculiar. Even the personnel from the town's Ghost Investigation Bureau could not uncover anything. County Chief Zhang, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, Isn't it peculiar? You'd think he could have chosen a better time to die, yet he passes away precisely now and within the jurisdiction of Anning County. Such matters would be manageable under normal circumstances. At worst, an investigation could be undertaken. However, at this critical juncture, the implications could be significant on a smaller scale, It might simply be the work of some rogue practitioners that on a larger scale, it could indicate that Anding County harbors secrets it wishes to keep hidden from the Supervisory Bureau. This situation does not merely implicate County Magistrate Chun, but could potentially engulf all of Anding County, leading to investigations that, even if ultimately fruitless, could reveal something troubling that in the decades since the establishment of the Great Chu Kingdom. Not all individuals have been paragons of virtue. While there may be no overt conspiracies, many underhanded dealings lurk in the shadows. Who among us has not offended someone? Particularly, the Ghost Investigation Bureau has made quite a few enemies. Should any of those wronged individuals seize this opportunity to retaliate, County Chief Zhang might find himself overwhelmed. To speak bluntly, this could serve as a perfect pretext not only to topple Magistrate Chun, but also to unseat County Chief Zhang himself. For now, my only option is to solve this case swiftly, though I have no leads, Zhang expressed in resignation. By the way, Zhang, what brings you here? It was evident that County Chief Zhang wished to steer clear of this topic. The more they delved into it, the more agitated he became. Zhou An, understanding his sentiments, recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Zhang fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he regained his focus. You have become a target. The bizarre occurrences surrounding the demise of a member of the Supervisory Bureau were too coincidental for Zhang to dismiss as unrelated, especially given Zhou An's involvement. Zhou An pointed at Feng Yi, saying, he possesses the ability to track souls that you have the body of the Supervisory Bureau member. Let him give it a try. Feng Yi immediately stood up, explaining, my lord, tracking souls is not as simple as it sounds. I can only pursue souls related to water. The last time was connected to the Qinglu River, but this time, I truly cannot trace the soul. Are there so many limitations? Zhou An stroked his chin thoughtfully. County Chief Zhang concurred, that is indeed the case. The corpse retrieval experts excel in water, but their capabilities diminish significantly on land. There are numerous restrictions on tracking souls. Otherwise, we would have already captured them all for the Ghost Investigation Bureau. If soul tracking could be employed without restrictions, it would be an invaluable tool that the Ghost Investigation Bureau would undoubtedly want to possess. Seeing that this method was unfeasible, Zhou An opted not to press further, stating, please keep me informed of any developments. Zhang's eyes brightened. Are you planning to take action? Frankly, he had been feeling quite troubled in recent days. Currently, aside from the highly skilled Captain Xie, his other subordinates, while competent, seemed insufficient for the task at hand, that if Zhou An could assist him, it would ease his burden considerably. Zhou An replied, with others stepping all over me, I must make a statement. You may share any information related to this matter. He had already come to terms with the situation. If the adversaries were encroaching upon him, it would be foolish to focus solely on raising his skills in peace. Eliminating all potential hazards was the most prudent course of action. Good. With your word, I shall not hold back, Zhang exclaimed with delight. With Zhou An's assistance, the quest for information would become much more assured. This day, he could not forget the harrowing encounter with the beast cult leader. The memory of that enormous pot left an indelible impression on him. The two exchanged a few more words, agreed on a method of communication, and Zhou An departed for Feng Yi. He remained with the Ghost Investigation Bureau to assist with the investigation. Upon leaving the Bureau, Zhou An hastened back to his lodgings. For the time being, he chose not to worry about other matters, leaving them to the Ghost Investigation Bureau's inquiry. Professional issues were best handled by professionals. Having already discussed matters, he was assured that he would be notified of any news, at which point he could take action to unmask and eliminate the mysterious puppeteer behind the scenes. Even if he wished to investigate, he lacked the necessary intelligence. Zhou An had already devised a new plan that in these times, all conspiracies and tricks seemed like mere illusions, frivolous distractions that put it bluntly. They were as ephemeral as dreams. The only tangible reality was power. As long as one possessed sufficient strength and skill, all schemes and plots would appear as mere reflections in water. But on his way back, Zhou An clarified his current state. His skill in the carving with precision technique had reached level 4, but to advance further, he required a different approach, and the increase in proficiency was painfully slow. Object Manipulation LV 3 Strength 2, Destruction 137,658 40,000. Dragon's Dance LV 3, Speed 2, Evasion 133,456 40,000. Both Dragon's Dance and Object Manipulation were nearing level 4. With a little more effort, he could achieve that milestone. What he needed now was a brand new skill. Chapter 60. Coach, I want to learn blacksmithing. Upon returning home, Zhou An encountered no further incidents. He sat in his room, lighting the oil lamp, gazing at the flickering yellow flame. He fell into contemplation. The truth remained. In this world, strength was the only solid standard. Everything else was illusory. With power, all conspiracies and schemes were mere empty talk, regardless of how flashy the distractions might be. When faced with reality, a single blow could bring them to their knees. Zhou An meticulously reviewed his skills and realized that what he currently lacked was a defensive skill, while Dragon's Dance could evade attacks. It merely constituted agility. Should misfortune strike or an unexpected blow land, lacking a defensive skill would render his body vulnerable. Even in a game, a boss with high attack and low defense has an exceedingly low margin for error. Therefore, in Zhou An's view, a defensive skill was paramount at this juncture. However, the critical question remained: how to enhance his defense? His unique advantages stemmed from life skills. The TO acquired defensive skills. He could only rely on improving his life skills. When I designed the game, I should have created a cultivation game. Zhou An mused. He tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound as he contemplated defensive capabilities. After about half an hour, two potential solutions formed in his mind. The first involved enhancing defense through external means. There were numerous methods for such enhancement, the simplest being the skill of blacksmithing. Blacksmithing could forge armor or other defensive items, thereby improving one's defense. However, this ability had its drawbacks. He currently lacked both time and tools. The second option was to elevate his inherent defensive capabilities. Compared to the first, this option seemed simpler, though it had its own limitations. The first method could not only enhance defense but also enable the crafting of various tools, while the second appeared somewhat singular in scope. Zhou An rose, pacing back and forth as he pondered which approach to adopt for bolstering his defense. The room was aglow with firelight, the only sound being the echo of his footsteps. After approximately the length of a stick of incense, he finally settled on a plan. He would choose the first option. While the first method seemed a bit cumbersome, it was not insurmountable. With some time carved out, it could be managed. As for the tools, he need not worry. Solutions would naturally present themselves in due course. Most importantly, the first option promised greater benefits. For instance, if he desired a fine knife or pot, the first method would facilitate that as well. One additional point Zhou An had yet to consider was what life skill could directly and purely enhance his defense. He would pursue that thought later. With this realization, Zhou An felt a sense of relief. After practicing with the pot for a while and refining his Dragon's Dance technique, he retired early for the night. The next day, Zhou An rose early. He practiced Dragon's Dance in his room for a while before heading out for breakfast and then reporting to the Wang. An oppressive atmosphere lingered in the yamen. Everyone was acutely aware that significant events had transpired recently, and County Magistrate Shun was in a foul mood. After all, such occurrences are particularly distressing close to a patrol. Zhou An paid little mind to this. He chatted briefly with Yu Hang before heading to the kitchen to prepare meals. His proficiency increased considerably, and by the time he finished lunch, he did not linger at the yamen, but directly headed to the streets. The streets were bustling with activity. The common folk remained oblivious to the recent upheavals. Continuing with their daily lives, life must go on, regardless of the hardships faced. People, after all, must keep moving forward. Zhou An did not meander aimlessly, but sought out a blacksmith shop in Anding County. Blacksmiths were not numerous, but a few could be found. Zhou An located the one closest to the yamen and stepped inside. The wares at this blacksmith shop predominantly consisted of agricultural tools. Given the size of such a small county, there were hardly any wandering martial artists to frequent it. Selling weapons would only undermine their own livelihood. The blacksmith shop was divided into two sections. The front sold tools, while the back was where the forging took place. As Zhou An approached, he could faintly hear the sounds of clanging metal. The attendant at the counter was sound asleep, taking advantage of the lull in business. This was the ultimate goal of a working person. A diligent worker who never slacked off would hardly earn a decent wage. When Zhou An reached the counter, the attendant remained oblivious, prompting Zhou An to tap the surface. The attendant stirred awake, rubbed his eyes, and upon seeing Zhou An in his constable attire, his expression shifted immediately. "My lord, what brings you here?" Regardless of how lowly the constable's rank might be, it still held a title. Thus, it was customary for ordinary citizens to address him as my lord. I wish to speak with your boss. Zhou An stated that in this small county, the blacksmith holds the position of the proprietor, which is precisely the purpose of Zhou An's visit. The assistant, unsure of what Zhou An meant, felt compelled to comply, as the constable had spoken. Being merely an ordinary citizen, he dared not refuse. He hastily emerged from behind the counter and guided Zhou An into the inner courtyard. Zhou An remained silent, following closely behind as they entered the yard. Upon stepping into the inner courtyard, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. The courtyard contained only a few rooms, one of which resonated with the most pronounced clanging sounds. As the assistant led him to the door, Zhou An was met with a wave of heat. Within the room stood a robust middle-aged man, one hand wielding a pair of tongs while the other gripped a hammer, relentlessly striking the iron block before him. The furnace, flames, and searing heat radiated an almost palpable intensity. The middle-aged blacksmith, hearing the footsteps, looked up in confusion upon seeing Zhou An and set aside his work. The assistant quickly stepped forward to recount the events. The blacksmith's face displayed a hint of hesitation, but after sending the assistant away, he approached Zhou An. "Sir, what brings you here today?" Zhou An smiled, opting for brevity as he got straight to the point. "I wish to learn the craft of blacksmithing." The middle-aged blacksmith appeared astonished, utterly perplexed by the notion that a constable would seek to learn such a trade. Zhou An explained, "You needn't overthink this. All I require is for you to teach me some basic techniques. Once I grasp the fundamentals, I will ensure your establishment is protected. So should any issues arise, you may come directly to the office." This marked Zhou An's inaugural exercise of his unique authority. The title of constable commanded a degree of respect in Anding County, capable of instilling trepidation among the populace. Zhou An had no intention of wielding this power to oppress the common folk. Rather, he sought to acquire certain advantages, as he was doing now that he was a man of his word, refraining from exploiting his position. Should the blacksmith acquiesce, he would extend his support as long as he remained in Anding County. If he declined, Zhou An would explore alternative avenues. After all, they were both striving for survival, and there was no need for mutual hardship. Upon hearing Zhou An's words, the blacksmith's eyes glimmered with interest.